Chapter 2866. Yi Tsong left, but his expression was deeply engraved in the hearts of the people in the square. By now, everyone in the square was deeply interested in Fong Chun. Just where did he come from? Not only was he able to defeat Lin Hai and Yi Tsong with an ancient life realm cultivation base, but he was also able to point out the flaws in their cultivation. This kid isn't simple. Right, if you say he doesn't have an expert behind him, even if you beat me to death, I won't believe it. Could he be the disciple of Nethermoon City's lord? Everyone discussed in low voices, but Fong Chun ignored them. He walked to Lin Hai's side, reached out his hand, and lightly patted Lin Hai's shoulder. Lin Hai's body shook, and he looked at Fong Chun in disbelief. I can't thank you enough. If you need my help in the future, don't hesitate to ask. Lin Hai cupped his fists and thanked him, then left. The strongest ancient gods of Nethermoon City, Lin Hai and Yi Tsong, had been defeated by Fong Chun. This meant that from now on, Fong Chun was indisputably the strongest ancient god of Nethermoon City. In my opinion, Fong Chun is too strong. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say he's the strongest ancient god of the Nile continent. Defeating Lin Hai and Yi Tsong was just a little trick. What's the big deal? If he has the ability, let him kill a star venerable. Some people supported Fong Chun, while others opposed Fong Chun. However, what they didn't know was that long ago, Fong Chun had already killed a star venerable. It was to the extent that even the young master of Mount Song, whose name shook Blood City, was killed by Fong Chun. That was the only son of the tribulation venerable evil. If they knew, who knew what they would think? In the clouds, a purple-robed woman stood quietly, looking down. Humph, she coldly snorted, recalling the conversation she had overheard in the wilderness outside Nethermoon City. Your potential is not bad, but if you want to become the strongest ancient god of all time, wait until you come out of the immortal divine mountain. Although her expression was cold, the woman in purple began to pay attention to Fong Chun. In the square of Nethermoon City, many forces were vying to invite Fong Chun. Brother Fong, I wonder if you have the time to visit my Li clan's residence. My Li clan will definitely treat you with respect. Brother Fong, the Bai family congratulates you for defeating Yi Tsong. The first time I saw Brother Fong, I felt that you were a dragon among men. Sure enough, it was just as I expected. Everyone was praising Fong Chun, but he rejected their invitations one by one and left the square alone. Wong. At this moment, a cold voice sounded in Fong Chun's mind. Then, he followed the voice and quickly disappeared into the sea of people. When he walked to a secluded place, a small white hand suddenly appeared out of nowhere and grabbed him. He didn't even have time to react before he found himself in a very elegant garden. Fong Chun steadied himself and looked carefully. Only then did he realize that the person standing beside him was actually the woman in purple he had met in the wasteland. It's you? Fong Chun was surprised. Brat, not bad. You actually defeated Yi Tsong and Lin Hai. The woman in purple looked at Fong Chun with ridicule, her red lips lightly parted. Not bad. Fong Chun scratched his head. Senior, could it be that you are the legendary Nethermoon City Lord? Facing Fong Chun's question, the woman in purple did not hide anything. You're very smart. The Nethermoon City Lord walked to the pavilion and sat on a stone bench. Carefully sizing up Fong Chun, he said, I've seen your battles with Lin Hai and Yi Tsong. You have the chaotic origin sword body, so it's not surprising that your fleshly body could crush Lin Hai. What really surprised me was your sword technique. Fong Chun did not speak, only quietly looking at the Nethermoon City Lord. The latter continued, I sensed a mysterious feeling in your swordsmanship that seemed both real and illusory at the same time. This feeling, I once felt it from a world deity expert. Sir City Lord, don't tell me you suspect that I'm a world deity expert in disguise? Fong Chun shrugged and said. The Nethermoon City Lord showed a disdainful expression. A world deity expert in disguise? Aren't you thinking too highly of yourself? Forget it. Let's get down to business. The Nethermoon City Lord waved his hand and said, Lin Hai and Yi Tsong's battle. I think you should know the reason, right? Since you defeated Yi Song, then you have the qualifications to represent Nethermoon City and enter the Immortal Divine Mountain. Oh, Fong Chen's eyes flickered. The Immortal Divine Mountain is a very mysterious mountain. It's said that it has existed since ancient times. No one knows exactly how dangerous it is inside. However, even if there is no chance of survival, the Immortal Divine Mountain is still very attractive. The Nethermoon City Lord said, "Countless martial artists have tried everything to enter the Immortal Divine Mountain, but to no avail. Yet, you easily obtained a spot. The news of you defeating Yi Song will soon spread. There will definitely be many ancient gods who will want to kill you. Remember, the true danger doesn't come from the Immortal Divine Mountain, but from outside the Immortal Divine Mountain." Nethermoon City Master's tone became more serious as he spoke. "Sir City Lord, you mean that before I enter the Immortal Divine Mountain, there will be many people who will try to stop me?" Fong Chen asked. The Nethermoon City Lord nodded. The Immortal Divine Mountain is located in the northern part of the Nile continent. Every martial artist who enters the Immortal Divine Mountain will pass by the Divine Altar. Standing on the altar, one can see the Immortal Divine Mountain from afar. Therefore, every time the Immortal Divine Mountain opens, countless martial artists from all over the Nile continent will gather on the Divine Altar. The Nethermoon City Lord said, "The Divine Altar is a place one must pass to enter the Immortal Divine Mountain." At this point, Fong Chen already understood. The Nethermoon City Lord was worried that he would be stopped by others. "Will the Tribulation Venerables also make a move?" Fong Chen asked. If Saint Venerables and Tribulation Venerables could also make a move at will, then there would be no need for him to throw his life away. In the Saint Venerable realm, the gap between each step was huge. With Fong Chen's current strength, he could easily kill an early-stage Star Venerable Realm martial artist and fight against a mid-stage Star Venerable Realm martial artist. If he used his full strength, he could also kill the other party. However, against a late-stage Star Venerable Realm martial artist, he could only protect himself. As for Saint Venerables and Tribulation Venerables, they were existences that could only be looked up to. Don't worry, we 5 Tribulation Venerables have set a rule together. On the Divine Altar, only martial artists of the same realm are allowed to make a move. The Nethermoon City Lord said, "I am looking for you to tell you that with your strength, you are not qualified to be called the strongest ancient god in the Nile continent. The one who should be worried is the ancient god of the Illusory Sword City." Illusory Sword City? Fong Chen secretly remembered the Nethermoon City Lord's words. "Xiao." The Nethermoon City Lord flicked his finger, and a scroll appeared in front of Fong Chen. The latter caught it and looked at it. It was information about the Immortal Divine Mountain. This information was obtained by the previous Nethermoon City martial artists who entered the Immortal Divine Mountain. "It should be of some use to you," the Nethermoon City Lord said. Fong Chen put away the scroll and carefully looked at the Nethermoon City Lord. The latter should not have looked for him just to tell him this. "Lord City Lord, if you have something to say, just say it," Fong Chen said. Hearing this, the Nethermoon City Lord was a little surprised, but he quickly recovered. "Do me a favor. If you succeed, I will give you 5 Supreme Ancestral Eyes." "What?" Fong Chen exclaimed. "Supreme Ancestral Eyes? And 5 of them?" Seeing his surprised face, the Nethermoon City Lord said indifferently, "Supreme Ancestral Eyes are nothing to us. As for those who want the Supreme Ancestral Eyes to comprehend the Supreme Laws, they're simply a joke. These 5 Supreme Ancestral Eyes were taken from some people I killed. They have been frozen in Nethermoon City by me. Seeing that you have the Supreme Ancestral Eyes, they should be of some use." The Supreme Ancestral Eyes could comprehend the Supreme Laws. This was an illusory legend. However, the people of the immemorial Chaos Era did not take it seriously, because from ancient times until now, almost no one had succeeded. Over time, the Supreme Ancestral Eyes were not recognized by them. It was the martial artists who came from the remote Chaos Void who regarded the Supreme Ancestral Eyes as treasures. "What is it?" Fong Chen did not lose his mind because of the 5 Supreme Ancestral Eyes and calmly asked. If the danger was too great, He would rather not have the supreme ancestral eyes. In the immortal divine mountain, there is an imperishable calamity life lotus. Help me get it back. The Nethermoon City Lord said, if you are willing to help, not only can I give you 5 supreme ancestral eyes, I can also unconditionally agree to one of your requests. Chapter 28:67. 5 supreme ancestral eyes, and one request could be unconditionally granted. If it were anyone else, Fong Chen might not be tempted. But the person in front of him was the legendary Nethermoon City Lord, a goddess of war who was both beautiful and intelligent. As a woman, she ruled Nethermoon City and became one of the top 3 powerhouses of the Nile continent. One could imagine how powerful she was. I can try, Fong Chen said in a low voice. After weighing the pros and cons, Fong Chen chose to agree. He was going to enter the immortal divine mountain anyway. If he could get the immortal calamity lotus, that would be great. But if not, it didn't matter. He definitely wouldn't risk his life to help Nethermoon City Lord. Everything was in his favor. All right, I believe you. Nethermoon City Lord waved her sleeve, and 5 supreme ancestral eyes appeared in front of Fong Chen. Dong, dong, dong. His eyes pulsed continuously, resonating with the 5 supreme ancestral eyes. Fong Chen's face was filled with excitement. After all, every time he devoured the supreme ancestral eyes, his eye power would grow stronger. At the same time, it could also improve his illusions. In order to express my sincerity, take these 5 supreme ancestral eyes and use them first. If you succeed, you can make any request of me. Nethermoon City Lord pouted. Fong Chen put away the 5 supreme ancestral eyes and thanked Nethermoon City Lord apologetically. The news of Fong Chen defeating Yitsong and Lin Hai quickly spread. In a huge Nethermoon City, countless martial artists were talking about him. Even some Saint Venerables were restless, wanting to rope in Fong Chen. The potential that the latter had displayed was too heaven-defying. If there were no accidents, he would definitely become a peerless powerhouse in the future. He found out from Nethermoon City Lord that there were still 3 months before the immortal divine mountain opened. At that time, Nethermoon City Lord would personally send him to the altar. During this time, Fong Chen stayed in the City Lord's mansion. In a courtyard, Fong Chen sat cross-legged, devouring the supreme ancestral eyes. With his previous experience, devouring was very easy. Almost instantly, he devoured a supreme ancestral eye. His eyes flickered, and a vast amount of eye power surged. Fong Chen struck while the iron was hot and devoured the remaining 4 supreme ancestral eyes. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days. It took a full 3 months for Fong Chen to completely digest the power of the 5 supreme ancestral eyes. At a certain point, he opened his eyes. His eyes flickered and shot out a terrifying beam of light that locked down the void. So strong. Fong Chen couldn't help but sigh. After devouring 5 supreme ancestral eyes, his eye power had risen to a whole new level. Now, even if he only used the supreme ancestral eye, he could instantly kill ordinary life ancient realm martial artists. If he used an illusion, even a holy venerate would not be able to escape in a short time. Whoosh! He slowly stood up and stretched his body. Time really flies. Fong Chen's voice had just fallen when a cold aura rushed towards him. He didn't need to think to know that the Nethermoon City Master had arrived. City Master. Fong Chen nodded. Not bad. You've completely digested the 5 supreme ancestral eyes in such a short time. The Nethermoon City Master smiled brightly. However, I have to remind you that since ancient times, no one has succeeded on this path. You don't have to worry too much and spend less time. I know. Fong Chen nodded. Let's go. The immortal divine mountain will open in a few days. I'll take you to the divine pedestal, the Nethermoon City Master said. In the northern part of the Nile continent, there was a vast wasteland with no end in sight. On this wasteland, there were 2 towering peaks. One of the peaks was called the divine pedestal. The other peak was shrouded in mist. Even tribulation venerates couldn't see through it. It was the legendary immortal divine mountain. The immortal divine mountain pierced through heaven and earth as if it had existed since ancient times. It was very shocking. As time passed, more and more experts came to the divine pedestal. The opening of the immortal divine mountain shocked the world and affected the entire Nile continent. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. After traveling day and night, the Nethermoon City Master brought everyone to the divine pedestal. Is this the divine pedestal? Fangshan asked. Yitsong said softly, That's right. This is the divine pedestal. It is said that the divine pedestal is the gate to the immortal divine mountain. If you want to enter the immortal divine mountain, you must enter through the divine pedestal. The divine pedestal is already something we look up to. As for the immortal divine mountain, it makes us even more pious. Lin Hai said, the opening of the immortal divine mountain could be considered a grand occasion in the Nile continent. Therefore, almost all experts would bring their subordinates to gather here. Let's go to the divine pedestal. The Nethermoon City Master ordered. His purple robe fluttered as he stepped onto the divine pedestal. Nethermoon City Master. At the top of the divine pedestal, there were 4 figures. 2 of them were illusory Sword Lord and Tribulation Venerable Evil Crossing. The other 2 were also 2 of the 5 great experts of the Nile continent. Seeing the arrival of the Nethermoon City Master, the 4 of them nodded in greeting. Below the 4 of them was an open space. The people gathered here were basically the subordinates of the 5 great experts. Yitsong, Fang Chun, and Lin Hai stood side by side. The other martial artists followed behind them. Yitsong, you're finally here. Someone recognized Yitsong and smiled. You're just a loser. You still have the face to come here. A discordant voice came from the crowd. Immediately, Yitsong's expression changed. I heard that Yitsong lost to an early-stage life ancient realm guy. Also, I heard that even Lin Hai lost to that guy called Fang Chun. I wonder if Fang Chun is here? Many people were curious about Fang Chun and asked one after another. Yitsong and Lin Hai's expressions were gloomy. Although they had lost to Fang Chun, these people didn't have the qualifications to laugh at them. Enough nonsense. Let's start. Suddenly, a white-robed man stepped forward and said coldly. Immediately, everyone's eyes burned with passion. They opened up an open space and retreated to the side. The cities of the 5 great experts each have their own strongest ancient god. Each time, only one ancient god can enter the immortal divine mountain. So, the 5 of you will have to compete. Only the winner can enter the immortal divine mountain. Yitsong came to Fang Chen's side and said in a low voice. Fang Chen nodded. His gaze swept over the other 4 strongest ancient gods. His expression was indifferent. Chapter 2868. The one who defeated Lin Hai was the follower of the Calamity Hornless Dragon, hailed as the next Calamity Hornless Dragon. Lu Wan Xiao Shua, nicknamed Little Hornless Dragon. It had unparalleled potential. Most importantly, it was favored by the Calamity Hornless Dragon, who provided it with endless help. What? You don't dare? Little Hornless Dragon sneered. If you don't dare, then get off the altar. Fang Chun was still calm, as if he did not put Little Hornless Dragon in his eyes. I'll do it. Yitsong stood up, not only to fight for Fang Chun, but also for himself. I, Yitsong, have nothing to say about losing to Fang Chun, but you don't have the right to mock me. Dong! The spear of life suddenly appeared. Yitsong opened his palm and held it in his palm. Then, with great force, he stabbed the spear into the ground, making a clanging sound. Holding the spear of life, Yitsong's aura reached its peak. Seeing this, Little Hornless Dragon frowned, killing intent surging in its heart. Yitsong, it's been 30 years since our last battle. Today, I'll let your spear of life be my stepping stone. As soon as it finished speaking, Little Hornless Dragon's body flickered, twisting in the air. With a flick of its finger, rays of light whizzed out, shooting towards Yitsong. Spear of life. Yitsong roared, pushing the spear to its limit. Countless rays of light flashed out. Dong! A deafening sound was heard as the two collided. A terrifying aura shrouded the entire altar. Yitsong and Little Hornless Dragon both took a few steps back. Yitsong, Looks like you haven't improved much in these years. Little hornless dragon sneered. What do you have to fight me? Little hornless dragon waved its palms, and an extremely violent energy surged around its body. The surrounding people were stunned. Amazing, really amazing. Little hornless dragon actually trained its glazed dragon steps to such a level. Look, little hornless dragon is moving. It's too fast. I can't even catch its trace. Little hornless dragon was proud of its movement. Once it used the glazed dragon steps, its speed would reach the extreme. Even a holy venerable would not be able to catch its trace in a short period of time. Rip! Little hornless dragon's figure changed continuously. Seeing this, Yitsong's expression turned gloomy. Left. Suddenly, he heard Fong Chen's voice. Without even thinking, Yitsong raised his spear and stabbed to the left. Poochie! The space on the left suddenly exploded, and a furious roar could be heard. Not long after, the little hornless dragon walked out, glaring at Yitsong. His clothes were tattered as he did not expect Yitsong to notice him. I don't believe that you can be so lucky every time, Little Qi Long said in a cold voice. Then it performed the hornless dragon glazed steps again. Hoo. It was impossible for Yitsong to track down the little hornless dragon. It was all thanks to Fong Chen's reminder. The more they fought, the more shocked Yitsong became. Little hornless dragon was so fast, yet Fong Chen could still track it. It was too scary. 45 degrees to the right. Following Fong Chen's words, Yitsong thrust out his spear. The power of the common life spear art was unleashed to its peak. The spear pierced through the little dragon's arm, sending it flying. Dong! Little hornless dragon fell to the ground, covered in blood. It roared angrily, its face full of unwillingness. Come back! A shout came from the highest level of the altar. Everyone was shocked because the owner of the voice was one of the 5 legendary experts, the Tribulation Venerable Hornless Dragon. You're no match for him. The Tribulation Venerable Hornless Dragon said calmly. Little Hornless Dragon could not accept it. Its Hornless Dragon glazed steps had reached this level. In the entire Nile continent, no one below the level of Holy Venerable could break it. It still wanted to try. Although you can defeat Yitsong, you can't defeat Fong Chen. The Tribulation Venerable Hornless Dragon said. He has seen through your Hornless Dragon glazed steps. Don't embarrass yourself. Hearing this, everyone was dumbfounded. What? Fong Chen saw through the Hornless Dragon glazed steps? Is this a joke? The Hornless Dragon glazed steps is a mysterious, secret technique. How could it be seen through by an ancient god? It's unbelievable. Although everyone was unwilling to believe it, the one who spoke was the Tribulation Venerable Hornless Dragon. Impossible! Little Hornless Dragon cried out, but then quickly suppressed the shock in its heart. It looked at Fong Chen with a complicated expression, and finally sighed and left the battle circle. Yitsong, I didn't lose to you. Little Hornless Dragon emphasized. Yitsong did not speak. At this moment, everyone's eyes were on Fong Chen. Even the 5 strongest experts at the highest level of the altar were looking at Fong Chen. This kid can see through the Hornless Dragon glazed steps? The fat Tribulation Venerable was a little surprised. He's just an early-stage life, ancient realm martial artist. Everything in the world reinforces and restrains each other. Nothing is impossible. The Hornless Dragon glazed steps is not flawless. It has flaws and can be seen through. It's not perfect. The Tribulation Venerable Hornless Dragon was open-minded. He looked at Fong Chen with a smile, becoming more and more interested in the latter. Even so, there were only a handful of people in the entire Nile continent who could see through the Hornless Dragon glazed steps. Interesting. The Tribulation Venerable Hornless Dragon smiled. To the side, the illusory Sword Lord nodded. According to the rumors, this kid can fight and defeat Yitsong head-on. It seems he is indeed a genius. Congratulations again, Nether Moon City Lord. Humph. The Tribulation Venerable Evil Crossing coldly snorted, his face gloomy. On the altar, the 5 Tribulation Venerables were chatting and laughing. The battle below was still ongoing. Yitsong knew his own strength. After defeating Little Hornless Dragon with Fong Chen's help, he retreated to Lin Hai's side. Of the 5 strongest ancient gods, 2 had been eliminated. Fong Chen still had 2 opponents left. One of them was the white-clothed man from before. He was the strongest ancient god of Illusory Sword City. His name was Jian Wuhuan, and he was said to have been personally taught by the Illusory Sword Lord. He was vaguely the strongest ancient god of the Nile continent. The black-clothed man beside him was the Tribulation Venerable Evil Crossing's 3rd disciple, ancient god Black Evil. Fong Chen walked to the center of the battle circle, looked at the 2, and said something shocking. "You 2, come at me together." Crash! The entire divine altar was in an uproar. Even the 5 experts were slightly startled. Everyone stared blankly at Fong Chen, their hearts filled with shock. Is he crazy? Does he think he's invincible just because he defeated Yi Tsang? Chapter 2869. Ancient god Black Evil was enraged. He had boldly declared that he alone could crush Fong Chen. Thus, before Jian Wuhuan could express his stance, ancient god Black Evil had already taken the initiative. Everyone knew that ancient god Black Evil's most formidable aspect was the Soul Dao, and the dreadful evil Soul Dao was one of his proudest techniques. Bzzz. One ripple after another began to rapidly spread out from his head. As these ripples appeared, the world dimmed, and an oppressive energy appeared out of nowhere. "I said before that you were no match for me." Fong Chen's voice pierced through the many barriers and into everyone's ears. Everyone was flabbergasted, their hearts filled with excitement. This was because they were about to witness a clash of the apex. Evil Soul Guide, extinguish all souls. Ancient god Black Evil sneered and angrily roared. He spread open his hands, and a wild soul Dao energy howled out. Under his control, it transformed into a savage Soul Dao beast that lunged at Fong Chen. Scram! Fong Chen spat out a single word, and then his fists began to pound the Soul Dao beast. Crack! With a crisp crack, the Soul Dao beast was instantly obliterated, but large amounts of Soul Dao energy surged into Fong Chen's body. Everyone saw Fong Chen's expression flicker, and their hearts tightened. Had Fong Chen been hit? At this moment, ancient god Black Evil wildly laughed. "Ignorant scoundrel, you think that just because you have an unparalleled physical body, you can block my Soul Dao attacks? Truly too naive." In ancient god Black Evil's view, his evil Soul Dao energy had already invaded Fong Chen's body. It wouldn't be long before Fong Chen's origin spirit was completely corroded. Thus, in his view, Fong Chen was already a dead man. On the highest floor of the divine pedestal stage, the Tribulation's Supremacy Evil Crossing slightly nodded at this sight, his eyes sweeping over the other 4 experts with disdain. As for the Nethermoon City Lord, she slightly frowned, her mind racing. She was confident that Fong Chen was not a reckless person and would not go so far as to directly clash with ancient god Black Evil. At this moment, Fong Chen was inspecting his mind, and a wild and evil Soul Dao energy was rapidly entering it and surrounding his origin spirit. Fong Chen softly chuckled, his face filled with disdain. With a thought, terrifying Emperor-level Soul Dao energy instantly engulfed the evil Soul Dao energy. Crack! Once the last sliver of evil Soul Dao energy was devoured, Fong Chen raised his head, his pitch-black eyes staring at ancient god Black Evil. Black Evil crossing its name, Ancient's origin spirit. The outcome was clear at a glance. If this battle continued, ancient god Black Evil would definitely lose. How could this be? Ancient god Black Evil's face was covered in shock, not daring to believe the reality before his eyes. He was keenly aware of how frightening his evil Soul Dao energy was. Once it invaded, no one would be able to stop it. Impossible, absolutely impossible. Ancient god Black Evil madly shook his head, believing that Fong Chen was just holding on. You want to deceive me? After calming himself down, ancient god Black Evil angrily glared at Fong Chen. Posturing. Watch how I defeat you. Ancient God Black Evil had barely finished speaking when his body floated in the air, his robes flapping in the wind, as a wild soul, Tao energy surged out and engulfed the world. Die! Ancient God Black Evil angrily roared as he swung his palm, unleashing a vast wave of energy at Fong Chun. Since you want to die, don't blame me for being rude. Fong Chun took out the hidden star sword and used the fourth move of the invincible sword Tao, the Blood Soul Sword. Dazzling sword light unstoppably pierced through Ancient God Black Evil's evil soul Tao energy. Upon seeing this, Ancient God Black Evil grimaced and began to retreat. Damn it! The dazzling sword light continued to pursue his body, filling Ancient God Black Evil's heart with rage. I can't take it head on. At this moment, Ancient God Black Evil finally realized just how powerful Fong Chun was. This sort of sword technique was far too profound, and he simply couldn't block it. I can't continue like this. With this thought in mind, Ancient God Black Evil swung his hand, grabbing a weak martial artist in the crowd and throwing him at the sword light. Crack! With a crisp crack, the sword light scattered, and the weak martial artist was killed. You! Fong Chen's face chilled to the extreme. He hadn't expected Ancient God Black Evil to use such a despicable method. Despicable, Fong Chun cursed. Ancient God Black Evil landed on the ground, his face savage as he furiously roared, Fong Chun, you're dead. At the same time, he turned to Jian Wuhuan. Brother Jian, let's work together and kill this scoundrel. After being dealt such a blow by Fong Chun, Ancient God Black Evil had already descended into madness. He only had one thought in his mind, to kill Fong Chun. Alas, Jian Wuhuan did not express his willingness to work together. He only slowly took a step forward and stared at Fong Chun. Brother Fong's sword technique leaves me in awe, Jian Wuhuan said. Although I know that I'm no match for Brother Fong, I would very much like to experience Brother Fong's sword technique. Okay. Fong Chun nodded in agreement. Just one attack. No matter the result, I will leave the divine platform, Jian Wuhuan said. Uish. Dazzling sword light came from the sky. Jian Wuhuan did his utmost to block, and even though he had combined his sword Dao and illusion Dao and pushed them to their limits, he was still unable to block Fong Chen's attack. Thump! Thump! Jian Wuhuan was forced back, blood trickling out of the corner of his mouth. Whoosh! At the crucial moment, Fong Chun waved his sleeve and withdrew his attack. I lost, and I wholeheartedly accept my loss, Jian Wuhuan said with a bitter smile. Jian Wuhuan smiled bitterly and said, I never thought that there would be such an exquisite swordsmanship in the world. It's really amazing. If Brother Fong has the time, he can come to my illusory sword city as a guest and discuss the future of the sword Dao. After saying this, Jian Wuhuan turned around and left the divine platform without even turning his head. Jian Wuhuan, have you gone crazy? Are you really going to give up the spot to enter the immortal divine mountain to this scoundrel? Ancient God Black Evil's frenzied and hysterical cries came from behind him. However, Jian Wuhuan's reply made everyone's heart tremble. Compared to the spot to enter the immortal divine mountain, one's life is more important. After saying this, Jian Wuhuan vanished from everyone's sight. No! Ancient God Black Evil still wanted to say something, but when he saw Jian Wuhuan vanish, he became completely dejected. The spot to enter the immortal divine mountain was right in front of him, and he didn't want to miss it. But after exchanging blows with Fong Chun, his heart was filled with fear. If he worked together with Jian Wuhuan, he might have a chance of killing this person. But by himself, he was simply powerless. Let's go. On the highest level of the divine platform, supremacy, evil tribulation, transcending's body flashed and landed next to Ancient God Black Evil. His pitch-black eyes stared at Fong Chun, a hint of killing intent flashing in the depths of his eyes, and then he left the divine platform with Ancient God Black Evil. There is only one condition for entering the immortal divine mountain. One had to be the strongest expert of each level. Ancient God Black Evil had failed and failed to become the strongest ancient god of the Nile continent. so he naturally lost the right to enter the immortal divine mountain. As for the God level, no matter how confident the demonic tribulation supremacy was, he knew that he couldn't enter with his own strength. In truth, every time the immortal divine mountain opened, the number of gods that entered was always fixed. The illusory sword lord was an existence that reigned above the other four experts. He had always firmly held the title of the strongest tribulation supremacy of the Nile continent. The other experts had come partly to pay their respects to the immortal divine mountain, but also to interact and discuss the grand scheme of things. Now that the competition was over, the demonic tribulation supremacy angrily left. On the divine platform, countless people cheered, all of them shouting Fong Chen's name. This battle had shocked the world. From now on, he had gone from being the strongest ancient god of Nethermoon City to being the strongest ancient god of the Nile continent. Wherever the sword light passed, it was incomparably powerful. Not bad. The Nethermoon City Lord's red lips parted into a faint smile. I'll say the same thing again. After entering the immortal divine mountain, you must be careful, the Nethermoon City Lord warned. Many thanks, City Lord. Fong Chun cupped his fists in thanks. At this time, Yitsong and Lin Hai also walked up, grinning. Brother Fong, you're too strong. How could I, Yitsong, be stupid enough to fight with you back then? Yitsong shrugged. Chapter 2870. The battle for the strongest ancient god of the Nile continent had come to an end. No one had imagined that the final result would be like this. It was simply beyond everyone's expectations. Fong Chun had appeared out of nowhere, suppressing four ancient gods with his sword. At this very moment, all the cultivators gathered on the divine altar looked at Fong Chun with an abnormally serious expression. An early-stage life ancient realm martial artist could erupt with such fighting strength. If he survived the immortal God Mountain, just how strong would he be? For a moment, many guesses were raised. The two of you should cultivate well. Fong Chun smiled. When I come out of the immortal God Mountain, I hope you can step into the star sovereign realm. How could we dare compare to Brother Fong? But we won't be discouraged. We'll definitely work hard. Yitsong smiled. Ever since Fong Chun had pointed out his shortcomings in cultivation, Yitsong had been even more motivated to cultivate. He could feel that the power of the common life spear art was rapidly increasing. Let's go. Nethermoon City Lord brought Fong Chun to the highest altar, where he stood shoulder to shoulder with the other experts. Below, everyone was shaken to the core by this scene. Only a peerless genius like Fong Chun had the qualifications to stand shoulder to shoulder with the four ancient gods, right? Standing on the divine platform and gazing into the distance, he suddenly discovered that the immortal divine mountain on the other side was extremely shocking. From a distance, the immortal god mountain towered into the clouds, and standing on the altar, one could see that every region around the immortal god mountain was wrapped in a powerful energy. No wonder even tribulation sovereigns don't dare to recklessly charge in. Fong Chun was shocked. He felt that the energy surrounding the immortal god mountain was too powerful, capable of instantly tearing him to shreds. Whoosh! A powerful pressure assaulted him. Fong Chun took a deep breath and activated the chaotic origin sword body. We still need to wait. Illusory sword master nodded. Tribulation sovereign transcending evil brought ancient god black evil back. Master, are we really going to give up just like that? Ancient god black evil was unwilling to give up. That scoundrel is extremely powerful and has unparalleled potential. If we don't kill him, he'll definitely become a major problem in the future. There's a high chance that he'll ruin Master's plan. Hearing this, the tribulation supremacy stopped in his tracks. This time, I was unable to let you enter the immortal divine mountain. It was my mistake. However, don't worry. When we return this time, I will personally protect you and let you enter the evil spirit heavenly lake to cultivate, said the evil tribulation master. Really, upon hearing the words evil soul heavenly lake, ancient god black evil became extremely excited. At the same time, on the wasteland not far away, a man in plain clothes was moving forward quickly. I wonder if I can make it in time for the opening of the immortal divine mountain. If Fong Chen was here, he would definitely recognize this person as Butian, who had killed young Master Songshan with him. Previously, when the two of them came to Nethermoon City, Butian found an acquaintance and immediately chased after him, wasting some time. Once he came out, he heard that Fong Chen had defeated Lin Hai and Yi Song, becoming the strongest ancient god in Nethermoon City. Moreover, they had gathered at the divine altar and were preparing to enter the immortal divine mountain. Brother Fong, wait for me. Butian also knew of the legend of the immortal divine mountain. He wanted to see Fong Chen one last time. Butian, who was in the middle of moving forward, suddenly saw a black light shooting at him. Alarmed, he hastily took a detour. The tribulation supremacy? Butian was somewhat worried. He hadn't expected to run into the tribulation supremacy here. I'm just a passerby. He probably wouldn't attack me for no reason, right? Butian mused to himself. However, right at this moment, a terrifying soul Dao power pounced over, directly imprisoning Butian. Not good, Butian cried out, and then he used all his strength to resist. Crack! A gap was blasted open in Butian's soul Dao energy. He prepared to flee, but a massive hand suddenly swooped down, making it difficult for him to move. It's over. The tribulation supremacy had made his move. Butian cried out, but he didn't give up. He urged the ice devil puppet to resist the attack. As for himself, he took advantage of this opportunity to flee far away. Boom! As soon as the ice devil puppet appeared, it was directly detonated by Butian. A vast power swept across the sky, making the tribulation supremacy stunned. The tribulation supremacy instantly sensed the cold aura of the ice devil puppet. His eyes turned scarlet, and he roared towards the sky. Damn you, you kill my son? The tribulation supremacy sensed that the aura of the ice devil puppet was exactly the same as the aura left in the place where his son had died. His body trembled, and his massive hand suddenly pressed down. All the soil within 100 li instantly collapsed. I'm going to kill you. The tribulation supremacy's figure flashed, and he chased after Butian. In the blink of an eye, Butian's figure was exposed in front of the tribulation supremacy. Go to hell. The tribulation supremacy waved his hand, and a terrifying soul Dao power directly bombarded Butian's body. The latter's body instantly exploded, and his primordial spirit was almost destroyed. Crack! The tribulation supremacy attacked again, and Butian's primordial spirit shattered, turning into specks of light and dissipating on ground. In a mysterious place outside the Nile continent, the bald old man leaned on his walking stick, and his dark eyes were looking in the direction of the Nile continent. After a long time, he sighed and said, "A tribulation supremacy has made a move against my disciple." Interesting. His words were full of anger, but he didn't look for trouble with the tribulation supremacy. Instead, he muttered to himself, "There can be no construction without destruction. I hope you can seize this opportunity. Also, you have to avenge yourself. I believe in you." After saying that, the bald old man turned around and entered the thatched hut, Nile continent, on the platform in front of the immortal divine mountain. Fong Chen and the others waited quietly, especially Fong Chen. While waiting, he sat cross-legged and secretly absorbed the power of the heavenly talisman pearl. He used to cultivate talisman Dao, so he knew some of the abilities of talisman masters very well. Absorbing the power of the heavenly talisman pearl was very smooth. It had to be said that Yin Ling had once reached the peak of talisman Dao. Even the heavenly talisman pearl left behind after her death contained such powerful talisman Dao power. According to Fong Chen's speculation, if he could absorb all the power in the heavenly talisman pearl, his talisman Dao could at least reach the level of star venerables. This meant that by then, even if he only used talisman Dao, he could fight against star venerables. One more means, one more guarantee. Steady and hardworking. No wonder you can have such achievements. The illusory sword lord had a very high opinion of Fong Chen. The Nethermoon City Lord nodded with a slight smile on her pretty face. After all, Fong Chun represented Nethermoon City. Being praised by the illusory Sword Lord gave her a lot of face. This boy's potential in Sword Dao is unparalleled. He can fight above his level. He can be called a genius. However, he is not arrogant and despotic. He still cultivates in a down-to-earth manner. He is even 100 times more hardworking than ordinary people. In the future, he will definitely become a peerless expert. The Fat Tribulation Lord nodded. He really doesn't want to waste a second. How good would it have been if I'd worked as hard as him when I was young? The Hornless Dragon Tribulation Lord smiled bitterly. Hornless Dragon. If your Hornless Dragon bloodline evolves to the extreme, you can kill all of us in an instant. You should be content. The Fat Tribulation Lord shook his head. The four great experts chatted and laughed. The Immortal Divine Mountain was also slowly changing with the passage of time. Below, Yi Tsang, Lin Hai, the Short Fatty, and the Little Hornless Dragon, these ancient gods' geniuses who had been defeated by Fong Chun, were also full of respect for Fong Chun. How could he not succeed with such hard work? Among the crowd, the ancient gods and eminent gods were almost all praising Fong Chun. They knew that after today, there would only be one genius on the Nile continent, and that was Fong Chun. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Violent winds blew and dark clouds covered the sky. The entire Immortal Divine Mountain was shrouded in a gray fog, making it impossible for people to see through it. The air was filled with an oppressive aura. Some of the weaker warriors were already unable to hold on. Fong Chun also suddenly opened his eyes and looked at the Immortal Divine Mountain opposite him with shining eyes. Boom! Within the gray fog, terrifying lightning flashed, as if it was going to shatter the void. The four great experts' expressions gradually became serious. They knew that the Immortal Divine Mountain was about to open. Is it going to open? Chapter 2871. Thunder spread, and the entire Immortal Divine Mountain was shrouded in a violent fog. The atmosphere was oppressive to the extreme. The four experts' faces were grave as they stared at the Immortal Divine Mountain with burning gazes. Shio! As everyone was trembling, a speck of starlight shot out from the Immortal Divine Mountain. This speck of starlight moved at a speed invisible to the naked eye. It traveled through space and arrived in front of the divine altar. Dong! The divine altar shook. After the starlight disappeared, a seemingly real yet illusory bridge connected the Immortal Divine Mountain and the divine altar. Above her beautiful face, multicolored light shot out in all directions, as if there was an endless power supporting it. Fong Chun's blood boiled. More than 50 types of special bloodline powers instantly became restless. Even though they were separated by a mortal cave mountain, he could feel the abnormalities of Lil Flame and the pure-blooded beast cub. They faced the sky and roared, constantly running between heaven and earth. Wong. Layers of void ripples spread out from the Immortal Divine Mountain. When these void ripples landed on the divine altar, Fong Chun was shocked to discover that the power in his body instantly disappeared. He couldn't even sense his cultivation. What's going on? Fong Chun cried out in alarm. His heart was filled with shock. Inconceivable. This was simply too inconceivable. Don't panic. These are the ripples formed by the laws of the Immortal Divine Mountain. The Nethermoon City Lord's voice entered Fong Chun's ears, comforting the latter who was panicking. The laws of the Immortal Divine Mountain. Fong Chun muttered, his face full of shock. Could the rumors be true? That the laws of the Immortal Divine Mountain were completely different from the laws of the outside world? The void ripples can strip a cultivator of their cultivation. Just how terrifying is this system of laws? Fong Chun's heart trembled. For a moment, he was speechless. Compared to Fong Chun's loss of composure, the four experts were relatively calm. This was because this wasn't the first time they had seen such a scene. In particular, the illusory Sword Lord revealed a faint smile. His eyes were filled with impatience, as if he couldn't wait any longer. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Multicolored light shot out in all directions, completely enveloping the bridge. It was like a paradise on earth. It was extremely beautiful. At that moment, all the cultivators on the divine altar were shocked. The black clouds in the sky had already gradually dissipated. Very soon, the sky became clear again. However, the frightening lightning was still flickering in the sky. It was extremely frightening. "Can I enter the immortal divine mountain from her pretty face?" Fong Chen muttered. The Nethermoon City Lord nodded. "That's right. This is the only way to enter the immortal divine mountain. The pressure within the bridge is extremely great, and normal martial artists would not be able to withstand it. Is this also a test?" Fong Chun was filled with curiosity towards the immortal divine mountain. Just what kind of divine mountain was it? Why was it so shocking? "Go in," Illusory Sword Master suddenly shouted. He took a step forward and stepped onto the bridge. After a few rounds, he entered the immortal divine mountain. "Go, but be careful," Minghua City Master warned. Fong Chen carefully stepped onto the bridge. At that moment, he felt an immense pressure. His chaotic origin sword body automatically circulated, causing sword chi to revolve around his body. His defense was raised to the maximum. Only then did he manage to resist the pressure on his face. What strong pressure! If not for the chaotic origin sword body, my fleshy body would have been crushed in an instant, Fong Chun said with lingering fear. At the same time, he moved forward rapidly. He felt that with every step he took, he could feel a different kind of energy assaulting him. But with the defense of the chaotic origin sword body, he could easily move forward. After a moment, Fong Chun arrived at the end of the bridge. In front of him was the legendary Immortal Divine Mountain. Densely packed, lightning constantly exploded in the void. Powerful energy surrounded the Immortal Divine Mountain tightly. Fong Chun braced himself and charged into the lightning. Kacha! A thick thunderbolt ruthlessly struck his body, causing it to explode. The terrifying power blasted against his chaotic origin sword body, causing a crack to appear on the sword chi halo. Fong Chun grit his teeth as pain spread throughout his body. "Let's go." Gritting his teeth, he continued forward. Voila! When he reached the critical point of the Immortal Divine Mountain, a powerful suction force enveloped his entire body. In the next moment, he found himself inside the Immortal Divine Mountain. On the god altar, the three great experts exchanged glances and sighed in their hearts. Wong. In the blink of an eye, the Immortal Divine Mountain regained its tranquility. The illusory bridge also gradually shrank until it disappeared. Only the remnant, terrifying aura in the air could prove how powerful the Immortal Divine Mountain was. Many martial artists were shocked. They clenched their fists and swore in their hearts that one day they would rely on their own strength to enter the Immortal Divine Mountain. If I can't enter the Immortal Divine Mountain in this life, I'll have lived my life in vain. That's right. We have to work harder to enter the Immortal Divine Mountain. That's the Immortal Divine Mountain we're talking about. If I can enter even once, I'm willing to lose 100 years of my life. The sounds of discussion were endless. Yi Song, Lin Hai, the short fatty, and the little hornless dragon looked at each other, then shook their heads. Brother Fong entering the Immortal Divine Mountain this time is like a fish entering the sea. When he comes out, his achievements will definitely not be low. We can't fall behind. The one who spoke was the little hornless dragon. After Fong Chan saw through the hornless dragon's glass steps, it was extremely shocked. Afterwards, after seeing Fong Chen's powerful performance, it admired Fong Chun from the bottom of its heart. That's right. We'll continue to work hard and strive for the future, Yi Song said confidently. Ha ha ha. See you again. Many martial artists quickly left the god altar. The three great experts also left quietly, and the god altar returned to its peaceful state. Everyone knew that if Fong Chun could return alive, he would definitely shock the entire Nile continent. At that time, he would have the qualifications to be called the strongest genius since ancient times. After passing through the dark void, Fong Chun saw a bit of light. A moment later, the sky turned blue. Flowers, grass, and towering trees entered his eyes. Dong! Fong Chen's body landed in a valley. Inside the immortal divine mountain, a mighty wind blew past. Fong Chen felt the strength in his body gradually recover. However, he could clearly feel that the laws here were different from the laws of the outside world. In the sky, thunder clouds surged, as if a downpour would occur at any time. The atmosphere was extremely oppressive. Let's familiarize ourselves with the environment first. It was his first time entering the immortal divine mountain, so he naturally couldn't walk around carelessly. This place was different from other places. The slightest carelessness could lead to death. Whoosh! All of a sudden, the void was torn apart as an unimaginable sword light shot out from it. Seeing this, Fong Chen's figure flashed, forcefully dodging the sword light. Clang! The powerful sword light descended from the sky and struck the ground. The entire valley trembled, and all the flowers and trees were destroyed. What's going on? After Fong Chen stabilized his body, he looked around and found a warrior with disheveled hair sitting cross-legged on a rock in the depths of the valley. His eyes were biting cold as he looked at him. Trespassing into the forbidden area, die. The warrior with disheveled hair said a simple sentence. Then, he stood up and opened his palm. A huge sword slowly appeared. The moment the huge sword appeared, the world was shocked. What a powerful sword intent! Fong Chen exclaimed. Who was this person? Why was he in the immortal divine mountain? Countless doubts appeared in his mind. However, the most important thing right now was to resolve the crisis in front of him. Senior, I don't have any hostility. I just accidentally entered this place. Fong Chen hurriedly explained. Boom! The biting cold sword chi swooped down, bringing with it an incomparably powerful force as it slashed towards Fong Chen. The latter used the space-time escape technique, hiding his body in the void. However, it was useless. The sword light seemed to be able to track his movements. It split open the void and blasted towards Fong Chen. Damn it! Fong Chen cursed. He vaguely felt that the space-time escape technique was affected by the immortal divine mountain's power and couldn't be used to the extreme. Therefore, he didn't hesitate to use the invincible sword Dao. Whoosh! The hidden star sword was swung out. The resplendent sword light collided with the sword light that was chasing after him. Dong! The two sword lights collided, and a deafening sound rang out. The disheveled man stopped his attack and exclaimed softly. Chapter 2872. Where did you learn your sword technique? The disheveled man raised his head and stared straight at Fong Chen as he calmly asked. I created it myself. Fong Chen said. Impossible. The disheveled man didn't believe it. The giant sword in his hand flickered as it hummed incessantly. I've bitterly cultivated the sword Dao for 300 million years, but I've never seen such an exquisite sword technique. You, an early life ancient realm fellow, can create such a sword technique? Obviously, the disheveled man didn't believe Fong Chen's words and thought he was lying. Fong Chen shrugged. There's nothing you can do about it if you don't believe me. What is your sword technique called? Invincible sword technique. Fong Chen said. This was a sword technique born from the invincible sword Dao, and he named it the invincible sword technique. To cultivate the sword Dao, one should have an invincible heart. Even if one knew that the road ahead was difficult and dangerous, one should still press forward. Ridiculous. How arrogant. Do you know what true invincibility is? The disheveled man said disdainfully. The sword Dao is vast and boundless. Even those peak experts don't dare to call themselves invincible. Although your sword technique is exquisite, it's still far from being invincible. Fong Chen didn't think so. He slowly said, the invincible I know is not invincible in strength, but invincible in the state of mind. The martial Dao is a path that defies the heavens. As a sword cultivator, you should know how many difficulties and obstacles we face along the way. If even you are afraid of the road ahead, what else is there to say? If you want to achieve something in the sword Dao, you must at least have an invincible heart. Therefore, I name my sword Dao the invincible sword Dao, and my sword technique the invincible sword technique. Although my current sword technique is nothing, I believe that one day, The world will tremble because of my sword Dao, and fear because of my sword technique. Fang Chun spoke with conviction. He was full of righteousness and was in high spirits. Hearing this, the disheveled man was stunned for a moment, then fell silent. Pung! The huge sword in his hand was stabbed into the ground, emitting a crisp sound. He seemed to be thinking about something as a powerful sword essence emanated from his body. Fang Chun didn't say anything. He just looked at the man quietly. He could clearly feel that the man's body was undergoing some kind of transformation. After a long while, a terrifying sword chi soared into the sky. The disheveled man suddenly raised his head and looked at Fang Chun, laughing wildly. Ha! So that's how it is, that's how it is. He took a step forward and soared into the sky, following which he raised his hands, causing the entire valley to tremble. Terrifying sword chi swept across the land. Condense. He let out a low roar, and the densely packed sword chi instantly froze. At this moment, he shuttled back and forth between each sword chi at a speed that was invisible to the naked eye. Hoo-hoo-hoo! When he rushed out of the last sword chi, the sword chi that filled the sky completely dissipated. His body had undergone an earth-shattering transformation. With a suction force from his palm, the giant sword soared into the sky. Clang! The giant sword returned to its scabbard, and the disheveled man's body floated in front of Fang Chun. What's your name? I'm Fang Chun. The disheveled man nodded towards Fang Chun in satisfaction. I've been bitterly cultivating the sword Dao for 300 million years, and I've always been troubled by a problem. I didn't expect that a single sentence from you would solve the biggest problem I've been facing for countless years. Thank you. The man was sincerely grateful to Fang Chun. As a sword cultivator, he knew better than anyone how great of an impact Fang Chun's words had on him. You're right. As a sword cultivator, you should have an invincible heart. If you're afraid of everything, then what's the point of cultivating the sword Dao? The disheveled man said heroically. Fang Chun was stunned. He didn't expect the situation to take such a turn. He thought that there would be a fierce battle, and he was even prepared to fight to the death. My name is Lu Xingxing. I've already been in the immortal divine mountain for 80 million years. The disheveled man stretched out his hand and smiled. You're worthy of being friends with me, Lu Xingxing. If you don't mind, then from now on, you are my brother. Fang Chun looked at Lu Xingxing. He slowly stretched out his hand and shook it. Ha ha! It's already been 80 million years. Today is the happiest day of my life. Come, let's go drink. Lu Xingxing pulled Fang Chun to a rock in the deepest part of the valley, where they sat down facing each other. He took out 2 jugs of wine from his spatial ring. The fragrance of the wine wafted through the air. It was very attractive. Brother, let me tell you, don't look at these jugs of wine. My wine is unique and unmatched. Even a world deity powerhouse cannot drink the wine that I personally brew. Lu Xingxing proudly said, This is wine that I personally brewed for 80 million years. The materials used can be found all over the immortal divine mountain. All sorts of precious materials are available. As he spoke, Lu Xingxing poured a cup for Fang Chun. If a mortal drinks this wine, he can immediately become a cosmos god. If a profound god drinks it, he can immediately break through to the ancient god level. Lu Xingxing said. Hearing this, Fang Chun's heart trembled. Wasn't this too exaggerated? The gap between a mortal and a cosmos god was too huge. Even the divine pills and miraculous medicines that were circulated in the outside world did not reach this standard. You don't believe me. The value of this wine is not any weaker than a secret treasure of a world deity. Lu Xingxing confidently said, That's right. You are too young and have only cultivated for a short period of time. You haven't heard of the name of Lu Xingxing. You'll know in the future. Come, let's drink. Lu Xingxing did not speak anymore. He pulled Fang Chun a drink. Gulp. Fang Chun fiercely drank a mouthful of wine before coughing violently. He felt dizzy and his entire body was hot. The energy in his body trembled as if his body was about to explode. So painful. He hugged his head with both hands. The pain spread out from his primordial spirit. suppress. But very soon, the black hole bloodline in his body automatically revolved, forming a terrifying black hole maelstrom in his mind. It forcefully sucked the wine into the maelstrom. CSISI. After being purified by the black hole maelstrom, the wine once again returned to the mind of Fang Chun. At this moment, Fang Chun clearly felt much better. The pain had disappeared and was replaced by astonishment. He widened his eyes and looked inwardly at the wine in his mind. The effect of the wine was too powerful. It could actually strengthen his primordial spirit and strengthen his chaotic origin sword body. What a powerful wine! Fang Chun could not help but sigh. Opposite him, Lu Xingxing, who had been staring at Fang Chun all this while saw Fang Chun hugging his head with both hands. He chuckled and said, "This wine of mine is something no one below the world deity realm could resist. The first time drinking it, they would definitely fall into a deep sleep." He saw that Fang Chun was about to fall into a deep sleep. But just a few seconds later, Fang Chun's face regained its rosiness. Furthermore, he even had a smile on his face. Brother Lu's wine is truly amazing. Fang Chun clasped his fists. Lu Xingxing was slightly surprised. "Don't you feel dizzy?" "At first, I felt dizzy and my primordial spirit was hurting. But now, I feel that the effect of the wine is too strong. My primordial spirit, fleshy body, and comprehension of the martial Tao are all improving rapidly," Fang Chun said. Lu Xingxing was dumbfounded. In the end, he gave Fang Chun a thumbs up. "Brother, you're really good." After Lu Xingxing's explanation, Fang Chun finally understood. This wine was called spirit-quenching wine. It was refined from countless kinds of precious herbs. It contained a powerful force. After a warrior drank it, it would nourish his body and increase his strength in all aspects. Due to the strong effect of the wine, most people would fall into a deep sleep after drinking it for the first time. The shortest period would be 3 to 5 days. The longest period would be a year and a half. However, Fang Chun did not fall into a deep sleep. This made Lu Xingxing sigh. The primal chaos was vast and full of strange things. "Brother, you're amazing. You're the first person below the world deity to drink my spirit-quenching wine and not get drunk," Lu Xingxing said. "Just based on your means, you'll definitely be proud of the primal chaos in the future." Lu Xingxing was happy. He clinked glasses with Fang Chun and gulped down the wine. After that, Fang Chun drank 3 glasses in a row and finally put down his glass. The spirit-quenching wine was too strong. If he drank too much at once, his body would explode. "I can't drink anymore." Fang Chun shook his head and began to rest. Lu Xingxing, on the other hand, continued to drink. "Ha ha!" Lu Xingxing's unrestrained laughter rang in his ears. He seemed to have not been so excited about wine for a long time. There are talents in every generation. The new generation replaces the old. Chapter 2873. The Immortal Divine Mountain was an extremely mystical place. There were simply too many mysteries involved within. Even a powerhouse like Lu Xingxing couldn't explore the entire Immortal Divine Mountain after spending 80 million years. At the start, Lu Xingxing thought that he had to leave. But later on, he gradually let go of everything and began to search everywhere to brew the spirit-tempering wine. Sure enough, the heavens didn't let him down. He finally succeeded in brewing the spirit-tempering wine. Fang Chun was drowsy, but Lu Xingxing was drinking the entire time. For him, the spirit-tempering wine was his only hope in these 80 million years. Fang Chun spent the entire night in a muddle-headed state. Darkness fell, and dawn arrived. Fang Chun opened his tired eyes. He had spent the entire night digesting the spirit-tempering wine. He was in so much pain that he wished he was dead. However, he was much better now. He felt full of energy and vitality. The power within his body was shaking. He looked up and saw Lu Xingxing standing not too far away with his hands behind his back. He seemed to be thinking about something. "Big brother Lu," Fang Chun called out. At this time, Lu Xingxing turned around and smiled at Fang Chun. He asked, "How is it? Is my spirit-tempering wine all right?" Big brother Lu's spirit-tempering wine is truly a peerless treasure. I'm really lucky to be able to drink such a fine wine. Fang Chen smiled. If it was placed in the outside world, it would even cause a commotion among world deities. One could imagine just how precious this spirit-tempering wine was. Ha ha ha. If you like it, I'll give you a jug. Lu Xingxing was very generous. He took out a jug of spirit-tempering wine from his spatial ring and handed it to Fang Chen. Because the materials are scarce, the amount of spirit-tempering wine I can brew is limited. I can only give you one jug. If you continue to wander the immortal divine mountain in the future, if you find any materials, bring them to me. I guarantee that I'll make a lot of spirit-tempering wine for you. Thank you, Big Brother Lu. Fang Chen was very moved. He and Lu Xingxing had met by chance. Because of his words, Lu Xingxing had broken through the bottleneck that had been stuck in for countless years. Lu Xingxing was so polite to him and even called him brother. From this point on, he could see that Lu Xingxing. Big Brother Lu, after all these years, have you never thought of leaving? Fang Chen asked. Leave? Hearing this, Lu Xingkong laughed out loud. Then, the smile on his face gradually disappeared and was replaced by helplessness. If I could get out, will I still be here? Lu Xingkong shrugged and said helplessly. The immortal divine mountain was created by the immortal emperor, who was at the peak of the ancient era. It's almost impossible to leave. Xingxing Emperor? Xingxing. He had never heard of such a pinnacle existence in the ancient times. And Lu Xingxing. The power of laws in the immortal divine mountain was completely different from the outside world. In other words, the Xingxing Emperor could change the supreme laws. That was incredible. The Xingxing Emperor's ability is not something you and I can imagine. Lu Xingxing said, this immortal divine mountain is said to be the place where he cultivated when he was young. When he became the Xingxing Emperor, the immortal divine mountain contained his will and became like this. The supreme laws here have been changed. It is said that the Xingxing Emperor at his peak was much stronger than the Sky One-Sword Emperor, Void Primogenitor, Bloodline King, and others. He could be said to be the strongest in the ancient era. Lu Xingxing's face was full of worship when he mentioned the Xingxing Emperor. The Xingxing Emperor was the ruler of the immemorial chaos. Changing the supreme laws? Fang Chen was dumbfounded. He couldn't imagine how powerful the Xingxing Emperor was. He could actually change the supreme laws. Too strong. It was inconceivable and unimaginable. However, don't think too much about it. The immortal divine mountain is just a passerby in the eyes of the Xingxing Emperor. It's nothing. He didn't do it on purpose. Lu Xingxing laughed. However, even so, there are countless martial artists who do everything they can to enter the immortal divine mountain to cultivate. Haha, in the past 80 million years, these 2 days have been the time I've spoken the most. Lu Xingxing looked at Fang Chen and grinned. All right, you can leave. Although the immortal divine mountain is dangerous, if you are careful, you can still find opportunities. Fang Chen understood Lu Xingxing's meaning. He entered the immortal divine mountain to find opportunities, so he naturally wouldn't waste time here. The immortal divine mountain is vast. Even a god can't travel through it. Don't bite off more than you can chew. If you search carefully, you will definitely find opportunities, Lu Xingxing said. Thank you, Brother Lu. Fang Chen cupped his fists and thanked him, then left. At this moment, Lu Xingxing shouted, Rumor has it that there is a heaven's path hidden in the immortal divine mountain. If you see it, don't miss the chance. Heaven's path? In ancient times, the immortal emperor's path to becoming an emperor was hidden in the immortal divine mountain. Rumor has it that if you can step on the heaven's path, you can chase after the immortal emperor and obtain great opportunities, Lu Xingxing said. Since ancient times, has anyone found the heaven's path? Fang Chen asked. This was the question he was most concerned about. Some people have seen the heaven's path, and some have stepped on it. However, I don't know the details, Lu Xingxing said. After all, he did not know much about the immortal emperor. He had only heard rumors about the immortal emperor. Fang Chen nodded and left the valley. Looking at Fang Chen's departing figure, Lu Xingxing seemed to see himself in his youth. He was full of passion and went against the heavens. I hope you can succeed. Lu Xingxing sighed and said slowly. After leaving the valley, Fang Chen appeared on a plain. The immortal divine mountain is too mysterious. There are countless secrets hidden in it. I must search carefully. Fangchen reminded himself. Just like this, Fangchen walked on the wasteland for 3 days. After 3 days, Fangchen stopped. A tiger-type monster appeared in front of him. Roar. The tiger-type monster roared at the sky and opened its bloody mouth at Fangchen. A mutated monster? Fangchen was a little surprised. He felt the bloodline of the tiger-type monster. He had never heard of it before. Moreover, it could attract the attention of the black hole bloodline. Roar. Just as he was thinking, an angry roar was heard. Then, the tiger-type monster rushed toward Fangchen with great power. You're courting death. With a slash of the sword, the sky fell and the earth cracked. The powerful sword chi pierced through the void and split the body of the tiger-type monster. Black blood flowed out. The black hole bloodline appeared and sucked the monster dry. Phew! Fangchen breathed a sigh of relief. The blood in his body shook. What a strange bloodline, Fangchen murmured. At this moment, he heard countless angry roars in front of him. Not good. It's a monster horde. Fangchen's figure flashed and disappeared into the void. Not long after he left, a dense pack of tiger-type monsters appeared in the wasteland. They roared at the sky and were incomparably angry. Fangchen, who was hiding in the dark, carefully looked at the tiger-type monsters. Suddenly, he sensed something and looked in front of him. It was the nest of the tiger-type monsters. Fangchen's heart suddenly trembled. What really attracted Fangchen was not the lair of the tiger-type demonic beast, but the demonic lotus in the lair. Is that the immortal calamity life lotus? Fangchen's heart beat faster. He vaguely remembered that the Nether Moon City Lord's request was to find the immortal calamity life lotus. He did not expect to find the immortal calamity life lotus as soon as he entered the immortal divine mountain. No. While feeling happy, Fangchen felt that something was wrong. According to the Nether Moon City Lord's description, the immortal calamity life lotus should have 9 petals, and its body should be flickering with multicolored light. But this immortal calamity life lotus only has 1 petal. Fangchen was puzzled. Could it be the leaf of the immortal calamity life lotus? Thinking of this, Fangchen was a little disappointed, but he quickly recovered. Can I use the leaf of the immortal calamity life lotus to find the real main body? After thinking for a moment, Fangchen's face showed an excited smile. Immediately, he moved forward in the void. He carefully came to the space above the tiger-type monster's nest. He was very close to the leaf of the immortal calamity life lotus. It could be seen that the tiger-type monsters attached great importance to it and surrounded it. Roar. Chapter 2874. Did it find me? Fangchen was a little surprised, but he didn't show himself. The leader of the tiger-type demonic beasts roared at the sky, then looked around suspiciously. It didn't find anything, so it turned around and left. Sure enough, Fangchen's guess was right. Although it sensed something wrong, it couldn't pinpoint Fangchen's location. Wait for an opportunity. With so many tiger-type demonic beasts guarding the lotus, he couldn't act rashly, so he could only wait for an opportunity. He waited for 7 days. During this time, the tiger-type demonic beasts were guarding the lotus. After 7 days, a sudden roar broke the silence. Led by the leader of the tiger-type demonic beasts, many tiger-type demonic beasts rushed out, as if a strong enemy was coming. In the end, only 3 tiger-type demonic beasts were left to guard the lotus. 3 tiger-type demonic beasts. Their strength is probably at the Star Venerable Realm. Fangchen murmured, once I attack, I must end it quickly. However, these tiger-type demonic beasts are mutated. It's impossible to kill them in one strike. Once the demonic beasts are alerted, it will be troublesome. Fangchen thought for a while, and finally decided to use illusions to confuse the tiger-type demonic beasts. After taking the lotus, he would quickly escape. He believed that with his attainments in time and space, the tiger-type demonic beasts wouldn't be able to catch up with him. After finding an opportunity, he flicked his finger, and a vast, illusory aura instantly shrouded the entire lair. At the same time, his supreme ancestral eye was activated to the extreme, and a terrifying eye power shot at the three demonic beasts. Immediately, the three demonic beasts became stiff. Swoosh! Fong Chen's figure flashed, and he arrived in front of the lotus at a speed invisible to the naked eye. He quickly reached out his hand and grabbed the lotus. At this moment, the leader's roar came from afar. Fong Chen knew that this was bad. "There's a restriction on the lotus," Fong Chen shouted. Then he took out the star-hidden sword and cut open the restriction. He quickly took the lotus and escaped into the void. At this moment, the three demonic beasts broke through the illusions. They roared angrily and kept chasing Fong Chen. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. The leader of the tiger-type demonic beasts soon returned. It stared at the void and roared. "Let's go." Fong Chen's speed was extremely fast. He had evolved the space-time Dao to the extreme. Behind him, a vast amount of power was constantly transmitted. Time passed bit by bit as the tiger-type demonic beast chased closely behind. This can't go on. Fong Chen secretly felt bitter. He had underestimated the strength of the leader of the tiger-type demonic beasts. At this moment, Fong Chen sensed a completely different demonic beast aura coming from the front. He rolled his eyes and thought of a solution. Monstrous beasts don't attack each other. If I hide in this territory, the tiger-type monstrous beasts won't dare to chase after me. Fong Chen thought to himself. However, this way, he would be chased by another group of monstrous beasts. Forget it. Let's run for our lives first. The tiger-type demonic beasts valued the lotus very much. They swore to kill Fong Chen. Angry howls entered Fong Chen's ears. "Foolish human, quickly stop moving forward. Otherwise, my clan will kill you at all costs." The leader of the tiger-type demonic beasts spoke in human language. Fong Chen didn't stop flying. He continued to move forward. "Kill him." The leader of the tiger-type demonic beasts roared, and all the demonic beasts attacked with all their strength. Rumble. The vast attacks gathered together and formed an extremely powerful force that blasted towards Fong Chen. Fong Chen's scalp went numb. If these attacks landed on him, he would be seriously injured, even if he didn't die. Fong Chen prayed in his heart. At the same time, he rushed into another demonic beast's territory. Dong! The earth trembled. The violent force bombarded the ground, causing the earth to shake and the mountains to shake. At the same time, an angry roar came from the depths of the mountain range. "Stupid tiger, you dare to behave atrociously in my territory." A ferocious demonic beast flew out from the depths of the mountain range. Its aura shook the sky. Roar! The tiger-type demonic beast talked to its leader. The latter shook its head and stopped the tiger-type demonic beast. "Let's go." Under the pressure of the ferocious demonic beast, the leader of the tiger-type demonic beast retreated despite its reluctance. The ferocious demonic beast emitted a powerful aura. In its territory, many demonic beasts prostrated themselves on the ground. As expected, a king would not meet another king. This was the iron law of the demonic beast world. Even in the immortal divine mountain, it was still effective. Without the pursuit of the tiger-type demonic beasts, Fong Chen did not relax. On the contrary, he became even more vigilant. "There's a cave over there. Let's go." With no other choice, Fong Chen could only hide. He randomly entered a pitch-black cave. To be able to make those idiots so angry and chase after him, this person must have obtained something. The ferocious demonic beast spoke in human language. Could it be that he stole the stupid tiger's lotus? Thinking of this, the ferocious demonic beast's expression changed. It hurriedly looked for Fong Chen and happened to see him enter the pitch-black cave. "Damn it!" The ferocious demonic beast roared. It punched the ground, causing the mountain range to shake. "Stupid human, you dare to intrude into my clan's forbidden area. You're dead." The pitch-black cave was a forbidden area for the ferocious demonic beasts. No one, including the leader, could enter. Those who entered would definitely die. Forget it, forget it. It's not worth getting angry over a human. The ferocious demonic beast shook its huge head before returning to the depths of the mountain range and continuing its slumber. In its opinion, this was just a small episode in the endless years. 1. After entering the cave, Fang Chun felt a powerful force assaulting him. Not good. Chaotic Origin Sword Body was fully activated, raising his defense to the maximum. Kacha! A crisp sound rang out incessantly. A strand of flame appeared in his palm, illuminating the cave. The cave was filled with dust, and there were many spider webs on the ceiling. It was obvious that this cave had been abandoned for many years. What is this place? Fang Chun was puzzled. Suddenly, he felt something tripping him. He lowered his head and was shocked to find that it was actually a skull. So many? He followed the skull and was completely stunned. The entire ground was covered with skulls. Furthermore, they seemed to be the skulls of human warriors. What is going on? Could it be that a massacre happened here? Fang Chun was even more shocked. What kind of unknown place had he entered? At the same time, he was surprised that the ferocious demonic beast did not come looking for him. Could this be a forbidden area for this demonic beast? Fang Chun's scalp went numb. He felt that he had entered an extremely dangerous place. Voila! The skull beneath his feet swayed. Following that, the piled-up skulls rolled down. The number of skulls in the sky was horrifying. Fang Chun was hesitating whether he should continue moving forward. In the depths of the cave, there was a flickering light. A black aura emerged from skulls. Poison aura? The black aura was highly toxic. It gathered together and filled the entire cave surrounding Fang Chun. Fortunately, I swallowed the fake poisonous calamity divine pill. Otherwise, wouldn't I be poisoned to death? Fang Chun heaved a sigh of relief. Even though the poison was strong, it was ineffective against him. CSI. When the poison aura came into contact with his body, it was corroding. However, it was offset by the poisonous calamity divine pill in his body. It seems like these human martial artists were corroded to death by the poison aura. Fang Chun said, "Huff, huff, huff." There was a fierce sound in the air. It was as if countless vengeful spirits were howling in pain. It was eerie and terrifying. "Master, I can feel an oppressive aura approaching." The hidden star sword suddenly said. "I can feel it too." The mysterious underworld heart said. Dong! Just as Fang Chun was looking around, a ferocious shadow suddenly appeared in the void and blasted towards Fang Chun. "Get lost." Fang Chun ferociously punched out at the savage image, causing it to instantly dissipate. However, the powerful energy completely surrounded Fang Chun. Targeting the primordial spirit, the aura quickly penetrated his mind and attacked his primordial spirit. Wang, his emperor-level primordial spirit, was released. The powerful soul Tao force forced the aura out. What is this? Fang Chun was even more confused. Why would shadow appear? Was there someone in the cave? Or was there an ancestor of the ferocious demonic beast clan? Crash! Another ferocious shadow suddenly appeared. However, this time, Fang Chun was prepared and killed it with a slash of his sword. Next, Fang Chun would be attacked by the ferocious shadow every few steps he took. Fortunately, most of them were killed by him. However, the atmosphere in the air was getting heavier. Fang Chun held the hidden star sword in front of his chest. Chapter 2875. The ferocious shadows appeared out of nowhere and attacked the primordial spirit. The further he advanced, the more dangerous it became. He stopped and held the hidden star sword in front of his chest, ready to strike at any time. The ferocious void seems to be formed by the resentment of the dead warriors. Fang Chun said. He was getting more and more curious about where this place was and why so many human warriors died here. Moreover, the resentment did not fade away after the baptism of time. Be careful. Just as Fang Chun was pondering, the hidden star sword and the mysterious underworld heart issued a warning at the same time. Fang Chun was stunned for a moment. Soon after, he felt an overwhelming aura coming towards him. He felt an immense pressure, and his chaotic origin sword body was being squeezed. The pain spread all over his body. His complexion abruptly changed. He brandished the star-hidden sword and launched an illusory sword attack. At the same time, he executed the space-time evasion technique. Millions of shadows appeared and surrounded the ferocious shadows that were hiding in the void. It's not a good idea to continue like this. Fang Chun was a little anxious. His mind was quickly thinking of a solution. Master, let's continue forward, Xian Ming's heart said. Fang Chun tapped the ground with the tip of his foot and swung the hidden star sword in his hand towards the void. Suddenly, a powerful sword light cut through the void and scattered all the ferocious shadows. Taking advantage of this time, Fang Chun made a few leaps and arrived at the deepest part of the cave. Array! Fang Chun was shocked to find that there were complicated lines on the ground. Every line was intricate, and if they were connected, it seemed to be an extremely powerful array. It's not from the human race? Fang Chun was horrified. However, it was already too late. In the cave, there were countless ferocious figures rushing towards him. A powerful force surrounded him, and he had no way out. What should I do? In a moment of desperation, Fang Chun's eyes flashed with a cold light. He immediately exerted all the strength in his body and stabbed his sword down. An unimaginable power emerged from the tip of the hidden star sword. It was so strong that it was suffocating. In the blink of an eye, the hidden star sword stabbed the place where the countless lines converged. Crack! A deafening sound resounded throughout the cave. When the area where the lines converged was pierced by the hidden star sword, the entire cave began to shake, and those lines began to rapidly move. Voila! As the lines changed, a majestic force surrounded Fang Chun, completely sealing him in this narrow space. However, it was also because of this that he was isolated from those malevolent phantoms. As expected, seeing this, Fang Chun let out a sigh of relief. His hanging heart finally settled down. His guess was correct. The lines on the ground were a formation created by the demon clan. The demon clan's array formations were different from the human clans in terms of concept, so the way they were set up was also very different. Fang Chun identified where the lines converged, which was the core of the formation. In a moment of desperation, he destroyed the core of the formation with his sword, causing the formation to be completely activated. The ferocious phantom has been isolated from the array. Fang Chun murmured with a complicated look in his eyes. Immediately, he began to seriously size up the formation. This formation should have been created by the ancestors of the ferocious monster clan. It's just an ordinary trapping formation, not a killing formation, Fang Chun said slowly after a while. The more he looked, the more shocked he was. Fang Chun had never heard of the method of setting up this formation. He didn't even know how to crack it. Let's see if there's any other way out. Otherwise, even if we break the formation, we will be killed by those ferocious phantoms, Fang Chun said to himself. He sat down cross-legged, adjusted his body, and began to study the demon clan's array. The human clan's array was based on the power of array Dao, supplemented by the means of array Dao, and set up a peerless array. However, the demon clan's array was different. It was based on the demon power of the demon clan. Moreover, their method was similar to the ancient times. The array was incredible. It took Fang Chun 3 months to figure out the structure of the array. After figuring out the structure, he began to crack it. As long as there was a slight possibility, he could crack it. On this day, Fang Chun was surprised to find that the tip of the hidden star sword was moving. He hurriedly checked and discovered that there was actually a sparkling and translucent gem below where the lines converged. Fang Chun pulled out the hidden star sword and then took out the gem. The gem was transparent and very smooth. Holding it in his hand, he felt a faint warmth. What is this? Fang Chun guessed that the gem was related to the demon clan's array. Fang Chun injected the power in his body into the gem, and suddenly the gem shone. Then, the gem vibrated and flew out of his hand, floating in the air. Buzz! A remnant thought transmitted a message. After waiting for so many years, it's actually a human warrior. An ancestor of the demon clan? Fang Chun was a little surprised, and at the same time looked at the transparent gem vigilantly. After a moment of silence, the gem transmitted a message again. Forget it. As long as you can help me fulfill my last wish, it doesn't matter if you are a human warrior. There was a vicissitude aura in the voice, and it seemed a little depressed. Senior, are you an ancestor of the demon clan? Fong Chen asked. I'm an ancestor of the tyrant demon clan. The gem shook and a voice transmitted. The tyrant demon clan was a clan of ferocious demon beasts. Back then, I fought with that idiot and was accidentally ambushed, causing my inner core to be damaged. Furthermore, I was wary of the lethal poison and eventually died. Ancestor Bai Yao said, however, before I died, I set up a demon clan formation in the forbidden grounds of Bai Yao and stored a strand of my remnant consciousness in the formation, waiting for my descendant to arrive. Who would have thought that in the end, a human cultivator would come? Fong Chen's expression changed. He opened his mouth and was about to speak, but was interrupted by Ancestor Tyrant Demon. You must be wondering why there are so many corpses of human warriors in the cave, right? Ancestor Tyrant Demon asked. Fong Chen nodded. He was indeed puzzled. They were all looking for the heavenly road and accidentally entered this place, and eventually died from the lethal poison, Ancestor Tyrant Demon said. Looking for the heavenly road? Fong Chen was shocked. Could it be that a long time ago, people could enter and exit the immortal divine mountain as they pleased? Or was there another entrance besides the Nile continent? That's right. A forbidden land like the immortal divine mountain should have more than one entrance. Fong Chen muttered to himself. However, he could not imagine how long it had taken to accumulate so many corpses of human warriors. Over the countless years, I've seen countless human warriors enter the Forbidden Land. In the end, without exception, they all died from the lethal poison. This is also the lethal poison I was afflicted with back then. Although that stupid tiger's strength was on par with mine, I don't know where it got this lethal poison from. It's simply invincible. Ancestor Tyrant Demon recalled the battle and said unwillingly, Then has your descendant never entered the Forbidden Land? Fong Chen could not help but ask. Ancestor Tyrant Demon fell silent for a moment, then said, They've come before, but they all failed. Later on, this place became a true forbidden land, and no one else entered. You, a human warrior, were able to resist the corrosion of the lethal poison. This is indeed beyond my expectations. Of course, this is also related to the weakening of the lethal poison through the baptism of time. However, in the end, you still persevered. Ancestor Tyrant Demon said, If you agree to one of my conditions, I can promise that while you're in the immortal divine mountain, the entire Tyrant Demon clan will respect you and help you do things. Oh, Fong Chen's eyes lit up. The Tyrant Demon clan's strength was not to be underestimated. With their help, the danger would be greatly reduced. What is it? Fong Chen asked. This ring is the strongest inheritance of my Tyrant Demon clan. However, the ring is contaminated with that stupid tiger's lethal poison. However, I've been refining the lethal poison these past few years, and it's already weakened to its weakest state. Completely refine the poison from my ring and then hand it to my clansmen, Ancestor Tyrant Demon said. I'll try, Fong Chen said, but I can't guarantee success. All right. As long as you succeed, my Tyrant Demon clan will definitely not forget your kindness. Ancestor Tyrant Demon seemed somewhat excited. The transparent gem swayed, constantly emitting a dazzling light. At the same time, a ring fell into Fong Chen's palm. Chapter 2876. Fong Chen opened his palm, allowing the ring to land in his palm. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The moment he touched it, the poison began to corrode his palm. A powerful corrosive force spread out. If I was at my peak, I might be afraid of you. But now, Fong Chen grinned. The medicinal effects of the poisonous calamity, divine, pill instantly emerged in his body. He rolled up the ring and began to refine the poison. The poison that had experienced the resplendence of time could not compete with the medicinal effects of the poisonous calamity divine pill. In almost the blink of an eye, the poison was refined. The ring returned to its original state, flashing with light. Fong Chen played with the ring and smiled. I've already completely refined the poison. Oh, a doubtful voice came from the transparent gem. Little friend, I don't blame you for being unable to refine the poison. But if you want to deceive me, then you're wrong. Clearly, Ancestor Ba Yao did not believe Fong Chen's words. Swish! Fong Chen threw the ring into the void. The transparent gem flashed and sucked the ring over. Instantly, the transparent gem trembled violently. Ancestor Ba Yao cried out, "How is this possible?" With just a thought, he checked the ring thoroughly. He didn't expect that the poison had really disappeared without a trace. Isn't this too exaggerated? Ancestor Ba Yao could not believe that this was done by a human martial artist. Could it be that he has an innate poison body? Ancestor Ba Yao carefully observed and found that Fong Chun did not have the so-called innate poison body. He was even more puzzled. It's just a coincidence that I swallowed a fake Poisonous Calamity Divine pill from the Poisonous Calamity Pill Association. Fong Chun explained. Poisonous Calamity Pill Association? Ancestor Ba Yao had naturally heard of the Poisonous Calamity Pill Association, and even more so of the famous Poisonous Calamity Divine Pill. Even a fake Poisonous Calamity Divine Pill was not to be underestimated. No wonder. Looks like I found the right person. Ancestor Ba Yao laughed heartily. He was in a very good mood. After rejoicing, Ancestor Ba Yao handed the ring to Fong Chun and said, "From today onwards, you are the great benefactor of my Ba Yao tribe. Once you leave, the Ba Yao tribe will definitely obey your orders." "Aren't you going out?" Fong Chun asked. The transparent gem sunk into silence. After a long time, it sighed and said, "All that's left of me is a strand of remnant consciousness. After experiencing the baptism of time, it's about to collapse. If not for this tyrant demon gem, my body and soul would have long been destroyed. I set up a demon clan formation in this cave, so I can barely survive. If I leave this place, I will definitely die. Tell me the core technique of the demon clan's array formation. I'll set up a demon clan array formation, and you'll be the array foundation. Won't we be able to leave then? Who knows? He might even be reborn in the future," Fong Chun said disapprovingly. This ancestor tyrant demon was somewhat hesitant. After all, the Fey race's array formations could only be set up by a non-Fey. Fong Chun was just a human cultivator. How could he set up an array formation just because he wanted to? This Fong is not talented. I've already clearly seen the trajectory of the demon clan's array formation. I'm just a little confused about the method of setting it up. If you tell me, perhaps I really can set it up, Fong Chun continued. In fact, he had his reasons for wanting to bring Ancestor Ba Yao out. By bringing the latter along, he could control the Ba Yao tribe and also obtain some secrets about the immortal Divine Mountain. This was killing two birds with one stone. All right, at this point, I have nothing to hide. Little brother, if you want to give it a try, feel free to do so. After saying this, Ancestor Ba Yao told Fong Chun in detail about the method of setting up the demon clan's array formation. After digesting it for an hour, a smile appeared on Fong Chen's face. No matter how many changes there are, it's still the same. Whether it's a human clan's array formation or a demon clan's array formation, it's still a part of the array Dao. Fong Chun suddenly came to a realization. His mind shook, and his array Dao aura suddenly rose. Xiao! Inspiration flashed through his mind as he seemed to have comprehended something. His hands continuously formed seals. Using the existing demon clan array as a foundation, he began to set up the Great Demon Clan Array. This, within the transparent gem in the air, Ancestor Ba Yao was tongue-tied when he saw this scene. Is this a legendary genius? Ancestor Ba Yao murmured. Anything could be learned with a single glance. Even in the ancient era, this would surely shake the primordial chaos, right? Wave after wave of array Dao aura burst out from Fong Chen's body. Fong Chun combined his own array Dao concept with Ancestor Ba Yao's and easily set up a majestic array. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Within the formation, a vast amount of energy whizzed past. Array rise. Fong Chun lightly shouted. With a suction force from his palm, the transparent gem was immediately sucked over and placed in the center of the array. How is it? After doing all this, Fong Chun clapped his hands and asked, "Wonderful, simply wonderful beyond words. After seeing you, I feel like I've lived my life in vain. Ancestor Ba Yao praised. Fang Chun had only listened to his explanation once, and he was already able to set up a demon race formation. Although it was just a formality, it was already sufficiently powerful. Can this array take you away? Since it was set up by Fang Chun, he could naturally control it as he wished. Yes, it can, but while Ancestor Ba Yao was still hesitating, he discovered that he had appeared in a mysterious space. This is, sensing the sharp aura in the air, Ancestor Ba Yao cried out involuntarily, "The aura of the Cavern Ruins Emperor." You know of the Cavern Ruins Emperor too? Fang Chun smiled. Of course. Who doesn't know of an expert who once stood at the peak of the primordial chaos? Ancestor Ba Yao said, I really didn't expect you to be the successor of the Cavern Ruins Emperor. I've misjudged you. Although you can't escape from this array, you can slowly recover in Immortal Cave Mountain. Fang Chun said, as long as I don't die, you'll be fine. I'll never forget your kindness. Ancestor Ba Yao said solemnly. Big brother, what's this? Xiaohua, who was playing with the pure-blooded beast cub, suddenly ran over. His body was filled with powerful flames. Don't. Ancestor Ba Yao hurriedly stopped Xiaohua from entering the array. He couldn't stand the flames on his body. Fire Seed? Is this the descendant of the fire demon True Lord? Ancestor Ba Yao was incomparably shocked. However, when he saw the pure-blooded beast cub, he was speechless. The descendant of a pure-blooded beast from the ancient era? At this moment, Ancestor Ba Yao didn't know how to describe Fang Chun. The successor of the Cavern Ruins Emperor, the descendant of the fire demon True Lord, and the pure-blooded beast cub. This guy had given him too much shock. Don't cause trouble, you two, Fang Chun said. Big brother, I can sense the aura of the demon race within the array. Xiaohua said, waving his little hand. A scorching flame surged into the sky. Xiaohua, the aura of the demon race you're sensing belongs to Ancestor Ba Yao. He's our friend, not our enemy. Fang Chun explained. Oh, Xiaohua kept his fire seed. Why you care so much? Eat it, Tuntin. The pure-blooded beast cub spoke in human language. Your lord here loves to eat the ancestors of the various races. They're great tonics. Fang Chun was speechless. To think that this little thing would take the initiative to speak in human language right now, even though it couldn't be bothered to talk to him earlier on. In the depths of the mountain range, the members of the Ba Yao race were resting. All of a sudden, a deafening sound rang through the sky. Suddenly, the face of the Ba Yao race's leader changed as he snorted coldly. That reckless human. To think that he would dare to mess around within the forbidden grounds of our Ba Yao race. He's courting death. Leader. The members of the race rushed over and looked at the cave with some wariness. Don't worry. The human is courting death. He can't do anything, the leader of the Ba Yao race said indifferently. However, at this moment, the door of the cave suddenly opened and a ray of light shot out from within. What's that? The leader of the Ba Yao race was the first to discover that something was wrong. When he saw that the figure in the ray of light was the human warrior from before, he was instantly enraged. Damn human. In a huge mountain range, a vast power swept over. The leader of the Ba Yao race immediately stopped Fang Chun. The latter slowly appeared and looked at the former with a smile. Human, you've broken into my race's forbidden grounds. Your crime is unforgivable. Kill yourself here, or don't blame me for being impolite. The leader of the Ba Yao race exuded a terrifying aura as he threatened. Leader of the Ba Yao race. Fang Chun called out, I'm the benefactor of your Ba Yao race. Bullshit. See if I don't twist your head off. The leader of the Ba Yao race was enraged and was about to attack. However, at this moment, a reprimand came from the Dark Cave Mountain. Chapter 2877. As soon as his voice fell, a powerful ripple appeared in the void. Seeing this, the tyrant demon clan leader's face suddenly changed. What's going on? At this moment, he was shocked to find that the tyrant demon bloodline in his body was rapidly solidifying. No one knew better than him what this meant. Once the tyrant demon bloodline solidified, it meant death. Impossible. The tyrant demon tribe leader shook his head frantically, his eyes rolling rapidly. He did not believe that a human martial artist could silently suppress him to such an extent. Crash! Just as the tyrant demon tribe leader was about to cut off all means of retreat, the powerful pressure suddenly disappeared, and the void returned to normal. The tyrant demon tribe leader's heart trembled as he looked at Fang Chun in horror. The dark cave mountain opened, and a powerful demon race aura was released. He is the benefactor of my tyrant demon tribe. How dare you attack him? The voice of Ancestor Tyrant Demon shocked the tyrant demon tribe leader. Ancestor! The tyrant demon tribe leader's eyes widened as he stared at the dark cave mountain. He could clearly feel that the demon race aura coming from the dark cave mountain was definitely the aura of his tyrant demon tribe. Moreover, this aura was extremely familiar. It was exactly the same as that of his fallen ancestor. Is it really you? The tyrant demon tribe leader's heart raced as he asked anxiously. It's me. Ancestor Tyrant Demon snorted. Ancestor is not dead? That's great. The tyrant demon tribe leader was very excited. He was sure that Ancestor Tyrant Demon was not dead. If I didn't appear, my benefactor would have been killed by you. Ancestor Tyrant Demon said in a deep voice. Ancestor, The tyrant demon tribe leader was very confused. How did Fang Chun suddenly become the ancestor of the tyrant demon tribe? It was too unbelievable. However, even though he was very puzzled, he forced himself to suppress it. He respectfully invited Fang Chun to the cave residence and entertained him with good wine. During this time, Ancestor Tyrant Demon told the tyrant demon tribe leader about the ins and outs of the matter. The latter was enlightened and was filled with admiration for Fang Chun. Thank you, benefactor, for saving my tribe. Tyrant Monster Patriarch cupped his fists and thanked him. It was my fault before. I am willing to bear all the consequences. Fang Chun waved his hand. It's fine. Do you understand now? If it weren't for Brother Fang, I wouldn't have been able to leave the cave, let alone bring out the inheritance ring. Ancestor Ba Yao said, I have already sworn a martial oath. Within the territory of the immortal Divine Mountain, my Ba Yao clan will be fully responsible for the safety of Brother Fang. Do you understand? Understood. Don't worry, Ancestor. As long as our tyrant monster tribe is not exterminated, nothing will happen to our benefactor. Ancestor Ba Yao patted his chest and guaranteed. Voila! Fang Chun handed the inheritance ring to Patriarch Ba Yao and said, This is your clan's inheritance ring. After receiving the inheritance ring, clan leader Ba Yao was incomparably excited. Ha ha ha! From now on, my tyrant monster clan will rise. The tyrant monster clan leader laughed wildly. However, at the same time, he admired Fang Chun even more. If it weren't for Fang Chun, he wouldn't have been able to refine the poison on the inheritance ring. That damn tiger monster clan. How dare they plot against my clan's ancestor? This grudge must be avenged. Patriarch Ba Yao said coldly. In the following time, Patriarch Ba Yao began to wholeheartedly accept the ancestor's inheritance. As for Fang Chun, he was also cultivating in seclusion within the tyrant monster clan's territory, absorbing the energy within the heavenly talisman pearl. Last time, he had already absorbed 10% of the energy within the heavenly talisman pearl, and his talisman Tao had clearly improved by a lot. This time, he wanted to break through to a higher level of talisman Tao, so he had made ample preparations. Brother Fang, when I was traveling through the immemorial chaos, I obtained a special, after investigating it, I found that it was a talisman type, and I have kept it until now. Now, I am giving it to you. Ancestor Ba Yao said. After receiving the ore, Fang Chun carefully observed it. The ore looks ordinary on the outside, but it contains an extremely strong talisman aura. Fang Chun was a little surprised. He activated the talisman power within his body and injected it into the ore, instantly activating it. In the next moment, a strange scene occurred. The absorption speed of the heavenly talisman pearl was originally very slow, but at this moment, it suddenly increased by 30%. Fang Chun was stunned for a moment, but soon understood. Thinking about it, this talisman type, or should have been refined by a powerful talisman master. Whoosh whoosh. The energy within the heavenly talisman pearl continuously flowed into Feng Chen's body. When the latter absorbed half of the energy, his speed increased again. At this moment, the talisman was also exhausted. 3 years passed, as if it was just yesterday. In the Tyrant Monster Clan's territory, a black ray of light suddenly shot into the sky, and wild laughter could be heard from the void. Patriarch Ba Yao had broken through, and he was extremely excited. In 3 years, he had completely accepted the inheritance of the ring, and his strength was incomparable to before. Too strong. After a moment of excitement, Patriarch Ba Yao landed on the ground and muttered to himself, "If I were to face that idiot now, I would definitely be able to crush him." The inheritance of the ring was extremely powerful. If he continued to comprehend it, the rise of the Tyrant Monster Clan would not be a problem. At this moment, Patriarch Ba Yao was bursting with confidence. With a leap, he arrived at the place where Feng Chen was cultivating in seclusion. Coincidentally, Feng Chen also came out of seclusion. In front of him, there were some or fragments, and his body was surging with a vast amount of talisman power. Crack! When he stood up, the heavenly talisman pearl shattered and turned into ashes, drifting away with the wind. He looked inside his body, and the talisman power was boundless to the extreme, as if there was a vast ocean in his body. Is this the talisman Tao? After 3 years, he had completely absorbed the energy within the heavenly talisman pearl and completely mastered Yunling, talisman Tao. Whoosh! With a wave of his hand, a beautiful flower appeared in his palm. This was a talisman flower, and its attack power was comparable to a star venerable. Phew! Feng Chen spat out a mouthful of turbid air, and with a flick of his finger, the talisman flower collapsed. Congratulations, benefactor. You succeeded. Patriarch Ba Yao cupped his fists and congratulated him. Feng Chen nodded. You've done well too. Your strength has improved a lot in 3 years. I can't compare to you. After interacting with Feng Chen for some time, the Tyrant Monster Clan's clan leader knew very well how terrifying Feng Chen was. In just 3 years, this guy had cultivated from a weak talisman master to such a realm. Now, he could easily kill an early star venerable with just the talisman Tao. If he went all out, his combat power would definitely be off the charts. It's time. As early as 3 years ago, Feng Chen had decided that after Patriarch Ba Yao's strength improved, he would go to the Tiger Monster Clan to explore the secret of the lotus. I've been waiting for this day for a long time, Patriarch Ba Yao said excitedly. The territory of the Tiger Monster Clan was adjacent to that of the Tyrant Monster Clan. The two clans had always been at odds, but the patriarchs of the two clans were equally powerful, so no one could do anything to the other. As a result, the relationship between the two clans was relatively peaceful. Feng Chen and Patriarch Ba Yao soon arrived above the territory of the Tiger Monster Clan. Patriarch, that's the lotus of the immortal calamity life lotus, but it was stolen by a human. That's right. Our Tiger Demon Clan went through a lot of hardships to get a lotus petal. What should we do? Should we just give up like this? The immortal calamity life lotus is too important to our clan. Without the lotus, how can we compete for the immortal calamity life lotus? Many clansmen of the Tiger Monster Clan gathered together to discuss a plan. The lotus of the immortal calamity life lotus was extremely important to the Tiger Monster Clan, as it was related to the rise of the clan. However, it was stolen by a human warrior, which was unacceptable. Many clansmen were discussing, but Patriarch Ba Yao was silent. At this moment, a thunderclap resounded through the sky. A mighty voice reverberated throughout the entire Tiger Demon Clan. Stupid tiger, your grandpa is here. Why don't you come out to greet me? This voice was extremely arrogant and instantly angered the entire Tiger Monster Clan. Who dares to be so arrogant in the Tiger Monster Clan? He's too arrogant. Patriarch Ba Yao raised his head and looked at the void with his dark eyes. Ba Yao, our clans have nothing to do with each other. What are you doing in my clan? While speaking, Patriarch Ba Yao's huge body floated in the air and looked at Patriarch Ba Yao from a distance. What am I doing? What do you think I'm doing here? Patriarch by Yao sneered. Do I need to remind you of what your Tiger Monster clan has done? Huh? Chapter 2878. Seeing Fong Chun, it meant that there was still a chance to get the Lotus Fragment back. However, the Tiger Demon Patriarch's heart trembled. The Tyrant Demon Patriarch and this human martial artist came together. Could it be that he had given the Lotus Fragment to the Tyrant Demon clan? Thinking of this, the Tiger Demon Patriarch had a bad feeling. Boy, you still dare to show up. Hand over the Lotus Fragment or my Tiger Demon clan will kill you. The Tiger Demon Patriarch threatened. No matter what, even if the chance was slim, he had to give it a try. After all, the Lotus Fragment was too important to the Tiger Demon clan. The Lotus Fragment is indeed with me, but I don't intend to hand it over. Fong Chun smiled and said, I came here today for two things. The first is to take revenge for the time when you tried to kill me, and the second is to ask for some information about the Lotus Fragment. If you don't hand over the Lotus Fragment, even the Tyrant Demon clan can't save you. The Tiger Demon Patriarch roared angrily. Stupid tiger, this man is the benefactor of my Tyrant Demon clan. If you're disrespectful to him, you are disrespectful to my Tyrant Demon clan. The Tyrant Demon Patriarch said, I don't mind declaring war on your Tiger Demon clan. Tiger Demon Zhang was very angry. He stared at the Tyrant Demon Patriarch with his big eyes. The latter did not show any weakness and emitted a terrifying aura. My Tyrant Demon clan and your Tiger Demon clan are natural enemies. Moreover, I am here to avenge my ancestor. The Tyrant Demon Patriarch said in a deep voice, Back then, your Tiger Demon clan's ancestor plotted against my clan's ancestor. How can I forget such a deep hatred? Ha! The Tiger Demon Patriarch's face darkened completely. So, you are determined to be enemies with my Tiger Demon clan? The Tiger Demon Patriarch asked. Haven't I always been like this? The Tyrant Demon Patriarch spread out his hands and said, Good, very good. Since you are here to seek death, don't blame my Tiger Demon clan for not showing mercy. The Tiger Demon Patriarch said domineeringly, Since you are here today, none of you can leave. I will show you the means of my Tiger Demon clan. As soon as he finished speaking, the Tiger Demon clan soared into the sky and emitted a terrifying aura. At the same time, the clan members spread out and formed a huge battle formation. Rumble. Vast fighting spirit soared into the sky. The Tiger Demon clan came out in full force, wanting to kill clan leader Bai Yao in one fell swoop. Kill Patriarch Bai Yao first. The Tiger Demon clan leader commanded the battle formation while attacking. Stupid tiger, you miscalculated. When the attack of the Tiger Demon clan leader was about to land on the body of the Tyrant Demon clan leader, the latter sneered and clawed at the void. Voila! A powerful force shot out. The Tiger Demon Patriarch felt the void distorting as his body was being squeezed. Not good. At this time, the Tiger Demon Patriarch shouted in his heart. His figure flashed, and he dodged the attack of the Tyrant Demon Patriarch. Your strength? After stabilizing himself, the Tiger Demon clan leader widened his eyes and looked at the Tyrant Demon clan leader. Is your understanding of me still the same as before? You're too naive. The Patriarch of the Tyrant Demon tribe and Fong Chun looked at each other. Then, they soared into the sky and fought with the Patriarch of the Tiger Demon tribe. Humph! The Patriarch of the Tiger Demon tribe snorted. The two patriarchs engaged in a fierce battle. The combined attack formation below surrounded Fong Chun. Kill the human for me and search for the lotus pieces. The Patriarch of the Tiger Demon tribe transmitted his voice while fighting. Kill! Many members of the Tiger Demon clan roared crazily and launched an attack at the same time. The combined attack formation is useless against me. It was unknown when the hidden star sword had appeared in his palm. He only lightly waved his palm, and an unimaginable sword light burst out from the hidden star sword. Swoosh! The sword light penetrated the layers of space and hit the combined attack formation hard. Crack! In the past 3 years, the attack power of the illusory sword had increased tremendously. With just one sword, it blasted a hole in the combined attack formation that the Tiger Demon clan was so proud of. If it were all holy venerables joining forces to arrange the combined attack formation, I wouldn't be able to do anything. But you. Fang Chen's face was full of sarcasm. The hole in the combined attack formation caused a commotion. Many members of the Tiger Demon clan roared angrily. However, what greeted them was the powerful sword light. Every time a beam of sword light struck the joint attack formation, it would kill a member of the Tiger Demon clan from a distance. Crash! Fang Chun stretched out his finger and tapped the sky a few times. Suddenly, a powerful talisman burned. Buzz! The talisman exploded and a vast force came, instantly engulfing the entire Tiger Demon clan. In the blink of an eye, many members of the Tiger Demon clan began to be defeated. In the sky, the patriarch of the Tiger Demon clan was also retreating. Damn it! How can he be so strong? The patriarch of the Tiger Demon clan was bitter and furious. Originally, his strength was comparable to that of the patriarch of the Tiger Demon clan, but now his opponent had completely crushed him. This can't go on. The patriarch of the Tiger Demon clan thought. If he didn't use his trump card, the entire Tiger Demon clan would be destroyed. Tyrant Demon, you forced me to do this. The patriarch of the Tiger Demon clan suddenly raised his head and laughed wildly. At the same time, he took out a black pill from his chest. Crack! He crushed the pill. Suddenly, a black aura escaped and shot toward the patriarch of the Tyrant Demon clan. Not good. Although the patriarch of the Tyrant Demon clan was prepared, he was still hit. After the black aura invaded his body, his lips turned black, which was a sign of poisoning. It's useless. This is a poison pill left behind by my clan's ancestor. Even a tribulation supremacy can't break it. Don't waste your energy. The patriarch of the Tiger Demon clan sneered. I didn't want to use it, but you forced me. After today, the Tyrant Demon clan will no longer exist in the immortal Divine Mountain. Seeing that the patriarch of the Tyrant Demon clan was pale and his aura was weak, the patriarch of the Tiger Demon clan laughed. His gaze fell on Fang Chun, who was slaughtering his clansmen below. Die! He stretched out his hand and grabbed at Fang Chun. Crash! Suddenly, thousands of phantoms appeared in the void. The patriarch of the Tiger Demon clan grabbed at them, and the phantoms all shattered. Fang Chun came behind the patriarch of the Tyrant Demon clan. He placed his hands on the patriarch's back and continuously injected the poisonous calamity divine pill into his body. You want to break my clan's poison? Seeing Fang Chen's actions, the patriarch of the Tiger Demon clan sneered. This, clan leader by Yao's heart, was filled with shock. He had finally witnessed how terrifying Fang Chun was with his own eyes. The power of the poison has eroded my inner core and almost killed me. However, my benefactor was able to completely refine the poison in my body in such a short time. After a few breaths, the patriarch of the Tyrant Demon clan felt that the poison in his body had been completely refined. His complexion gradually recovered, and his strength soared. The patriarch of the Tiger Demon clan saw that something was wrong and attacked. All of you go to hell. Get lost. At this time, Fang Chun had already retracted his hands and looked coldly at the patriarch of the Tiger Demon clan. I'll leave the rest to you. Is there a problem? Fang Chun asked. Don't worry, if I can't even deal with a stupid tiger, how can I face my benefactor? As soon as his voice fell, the patriarch of the Tyrant Demon clan was full of fighting spirit and fought with the patriarch of the Tiger Demon clan. Dong! After a collision, the patriarch of the Tiger Demon clan retreated. How is it possible? You were poisoned by my clan's poison? The patriarch of the Tiger Demon clan couldn't believe it. Your clan's poison is nothing. With my benefactor here, no matter how strong the poison is, I have nothing to fear. The patriarch of the Tyrant Demon clan sneered. Him? The patriarch of the Tiger Demon clan was shocked. In a few breaths, he refined the poison left by his ancestor. Who is this human martial artist? However, the patriarch of the Tyrant Demon clan did not give him any more time. After a fierce battle, the patriarch of the Tyrant Demon Clan severely injured the patriarch of the Tiger Demon Clan with a punch. Bang! The latter's body fell to the ground and was instantly paralyzed. Benefactor, what about the other clansmen? The patriarch of the Tyrant Demon Clan asked. It's up to you, Fong Chen said. He kept the patriarch of the Tiger Demon Clan to ask about the lotus. As for the other clansmen, he could deal with them at will. Okay. The patriarch of the Tyrant Demon Clan went on a killing spree. Miserable screams were incessant, and the patriarch of the Tiger Demon Clan fainted. After a long while, the smell of blood filled the air. The patriarch of the Tyrant Demon Clan smiled and returned to Fong Chen. These stupid tigers have ulterior motives towards my benefactor. They all deserve to be killed. Fong Chen nodded gently and kicked the patriarch of the Tiger Demon Clan. It suddenly woke up from its coma. Chapter 2879. The Tiger Demon Patriarch's face was full of bitterness. He could not accept the fact in front of him. The Tiger Demon Clan was powerful, but now it was destroyed by the Tyrant Demon Patriarch and this human warrior in front of him. Damn it! The Tiger Demon Patriarch's heart was full of anger and guilt. He had never thought that the Tiger Demon Clan would be destroyed in his hands. Where did the lotus fragment come from? Fong Chen asked in a deep voice. The Tiger Demon Patriarch did not answer. Seeing this, the Tyrant Demon Patriarch kicked the Tiger Demon Patriarch's body, causing the latter to grit his teeth in pain. Speak, the Tyrant Demon Patriarch threatened. Don't think you can get any information from me. The Tiger Demon Patriarch roared. Really? The Tyrant Demon Patriarch grinned and immediately waved his big claws, constantly ravaging the Tiger Demon Patriarch. Miserable screams came from the void. After a while, the Tiger Demon Patriarch surrendered. The Tyrant Demon Patriarch's means were too cruel, even he could not resist. I got the lotus fragment from the Tiger Demon Clan. The Tiger Demon Patriarch hurriedly said. He really could not stand the Tyrant Demon Patriarch's means. It was simply too painful. The Tiger Demon Clan and my Tiger Demon Clan have some connections. A long time ago, I helped the Tiger Demon Patriarch with something. The latter was very excited, so he rewarded me with a lotus fragment. Tiger Demon Clan? Hearing this, the Tyrant Demon Patriarch's face changed and asked in surprise. The Tiger Demon Patriarch hurriedly nodded and said, Yes, the Tiger Demon Clan has a complete immortal calamity lotus, but they value it very much. You can't get it. After learning about the immortal calamity lotus from the Tiger Demon Patriarch, Fong Chen's face showed a faint smile and immediately nodded. The Tyrant Demon Patriarch saw this and understood tacitly. He slapped the Tiger Demon Patriarch's head. Kacha! A crisp sound was heard, and the Tiger Demon Patriarch's head instantly exploded. A miserable scream came out from his mouth. I'm not reconciled. After the death of the clan leader of the Tiger Demons, the entire Tiger Demon race was considered to have been annihilated. The clan leader of the Tyrant Demon race had found a lot of treasures from their territories. However, these treasures were of no use to Fong Chen. Benefactor, do you really intend to go to the Divine Tiger Clan? Tyrant Demon Patriarch asked. Fong Chen nodded and said, That's right. One of my goals in entering the immortal Divine Mountain was to obtain the eternal tribulation life lotus. However, the Tiger God Clan is not something that the Tiger God Clan can compare with. If the Tiger God Clan is compared to a child, then the Tiger God Clan is an adult. The gap between the two clans is huge. If the Tiger God Clan's patriarch takes action, you will undoubtedly die. The patriarch of the Tyrant Demon Clan said worriedly. Although they were both demonic beasts, the Godly Tiger Clan was many times stronger than the Tyrant Monster Clan. The Godly Tiger Clan is the absolute ruler of our region. Even if we, the Tyrant Monster Clan, put in all our effort, we still can't fight against them. I hope that Benefactor can consider this carefully. The Tyrant Monster Clan leader continued. Fong Chen had weighed the pros and cons before making this decision. I have made up my mind. I will leave today, Fong Chen said. As for you, stay in the Tyrant Monster Clan and cultivate well. Against the Godly Tiger Clan, even the patriarch of the Tyrant Monster Clan would not be able to help. Therefore, Fong Chun did not plan to bring the patriarch along. The tyrant monster clan leader wanted to say something, but hesitated. Looking at Fong Chen's back, the tyrant monster clan leader sighed. The godly tiger clan's territory was far from the tyrant monster clan's territory. With Fong Chen's speed, it took him about a month's time to fly. Is this the godly tiger clan's territory? Fong Chen murmured, looking at the winding mountain range in front of him. His face revealed a touch of indifference. This time, he came to the godly tiger clan to look for the immortal calamity life lotus. It was inevitable that he would go against the godly tiger clan. He must be careful, otherwise there would be the threat of death. After thinking for a moment, Fong Chun entered the godly tiger clan's territory. Human, stop right there. Suddenly, a beast roar sounded. Then 2 tiger-type demonic beasts blocked Fong Chen's path. Fong Chen's heart tightened. He was ready to take action, but after hearing the 2 demonic beasts' words, he gradually relaxed. Human, what are you doing here? One of the tiger-type demonic beasts asked. Are you here to participate in the clan meeting of the godly tiger clan? The other demonic beast asked in a deep voice. Clan meeting? Fong Chen's heart slightly moved. He beat them at their own game and said, That's right. I heard that the godly tiger clan is holding a clan meeting, so I'm here to participate. You can only participate in the clan meeting after passing the test. One of the demonic beasts said slowly. Then, he suddenly threw out a punch, hitting Fong Chen's body. Dong! A deafening sound rang out. Fong Chen's body stood quietly, motionless. Seeing this, the tiger-type demonic beast's face changed. Then, his attitude suddenly changed. Human, you passed the test. You can participate in the clan meeting. Follow this direction and continue to go to the godly tiger city to register. Okay. Fong Chen nodded and quickly left. Although he did not know what the clan meeting of the godly tiger clan was, he still quickly went to the godly tiger city. Along the way, Fong Chun encountered many different races of monster beasts. These were all participating in the clan meeting of the godly tiger clan. There's a human? Finally, he met a human cultivator. Fong Chun was a little surprised. Brother, are you also participating in the clan meeting of the godly tiger clan? The white-robed man walked up to Fong Chun and asked with a smile. Fong Chun nodded and looked at the white-robed man. My name is Huawen. How should I address this brother? Huawen asked. Fong Chun. Brother Fong came alone to participate in the clan meeting. You must have heard something, right? Huawen asked. Fong Chun looked at Huawen calmly and did not speak. Huawen waved the folding fan in his hand and grinned. In fact, the clan meeting of the godly tiger clan is the grandest event in this area. So all the cultivators in this area know about it, but only a few dare to participate. From Lu Xingxing, he knew that there were many cultivators who entered the immortal divine mountain a long time ago, but were unable to leave. They were trapped here and gradually turned into natives. Thinking about it, this cultivator named Huawen should be like this. The clan meeting of the godly tiger clan is a competition between the younger generation of the clan on the surface, but in fact, it is to destroy all the human cultivators in this area. Huawen said in a deep voice. Fong Chun was a little surprised. Since it was to destroy the human cultivators, why would there be people participating in the clan meeting? Seeing Fong Chen's surprised face, Huawen explained, Those who dare to participate are all powerful cultivators. They are not afraid of the godly tiger clan. Of course, the most important thing is that they are all here for the immortal tribulation life lotus. It is said that the immortal tribulation life lotus takes 9 epochs to mature, and it has been nearly 9 epochs since the last time it matured. The winner of this clan meeting will be able to try to communicate with the immortal tribulation life lotus. If they succeed, they can take away the immortal tribulation life lotus. Huawen said, Although they know it is a bait set by the godly tiger clan, there are still many who want to participate. I am one of them. The immortal tribulation life lotus was too important for cultivators. Rather than being mediocre for the rest of their lives, it was better to struggle. What if they obtained the immortal tribulation life lotus? This is a dead end. After listening for a while, Fong Chun understood that this clan meeting of the Godly Tiger Clan was a dead end for human cultivators. So what? Trapped in the immortal Divine Mountain, unable to leave, and unable to find the legendary Heaven's Path. Will we always be like this? Huawen said with some excitement. Rather than that, we might as well struggle. Brother, since we met, it must be fate. Why don't we travel together? Huawen asked. Fong Chun nodded and walked side by side with Hua when towards Godly Tiger City. The clan meeting of the Godly Tiger Clan attracted a lot of attention. Everyone in the area had heard the news, but very few had come to participate. Inside Godly Tiger City, Patriarch, the news has spread throughout the territory. I think all the human cultivators have heard about it. A clansman whispered. Beside him, the Godly Tiger Patriarch stood quietly, exuding a powerful aura. He nodded slowly. This clan meeting, we must annihilate all the human cultivators in the Godly Tiger territory. Those who dared to participate in the clan meeting were all geniuses of the human race. As for those who dared not show themselves, the Godly Tiger Clan was not afraid. Right? Has there been any movement from Lu Xingxing? The Godly Tiger Patriarch's eyes flashed as he asked in a deep voice. We haven't heard anything about Lu Xingxing for the time being, but... The clansman whispered. But what? The Godly Tiger Patriarch asked. Lu Xingkong is a lone wolf. He is a man of his own temperament. Our God Tiger Clan has no grudges with him. Given his character, as long as we don't provoke him, he shouldn't be an enemy of our God Tiger Clan, said a clansman. The Godly Tiger Patriarch nodded. That may be the case, but we have to be careful. Lu Xingxing's strength is strange and unpredictable. In a lush valley, Lu Xingxing sat on a blue stone and gulped down a mouthful of spirit-quenching wine. Gently wiping the wine from the corner of his mouth, his dark eyes looked through the void in the direction of Godly Tiger City. The Godly Tiger Clan wants to use the clan meeting to annihilate the human cultivators in the territory. I don't care, but if they dare to attack my brother, I, Lu Xingxing, will not agree. Lu Xingxing murmured. He and Fong Chun had similar temperaments and called each other brothers. He was quite optimistic about Fong Chun. However, I believe in Brother Fong. With his potential, if the Godly Tiger Clan doesn't use any tricks, he will definitely stand out in the clan meeting. Maybe he can get first place and have a chance to communicate with the immortal Calamity Lotus. Lu Xingxing said. For him, the immortal Calamity Lotus was not very useful, but for Fong Chun and the others, it was still very useful. Brother, come on. At the same time, Fong Chun was already close to Godly Tiger City. He raised his head and looked ahead. In the sky above the magnificent city, there was an illusory image of a divine tiger, protecting the entire city and emitting a powerful aura. What a strong pressure. The Godly Tiger Clan is really not comparable to the Tiger Demon Clan. Fong Chun murmured. He also knew that it would be very difficult to get the immortal Calamity Lotus. It was over. Chapter 2880. The Divine Tiger City was majestic and gave off an extremely oppressive feeling. However, Fong Chun sensed a bit of the Tiger Demon Clan's aura. It seems that the Divine Tiger Clan and the Tiger Demon Clan are of the same origin. The God Tiger Clan is the strongest dominating force in this territory. They're most likely up to no good, said Huawen. Fong Chun nodded and did not say anything. Since he dared to come to the Divine Tiger Clan, he naturally came prepared. No matter what, I must obtain the immortal Calamity Life Lotus. Wong. Just as Fong Chun was thinking, the lotus in the immortal cave mountain suddenly vibrated rapidly. Fong Chun was startled. Could it be that the lotus had sensed the aura of the immortal Calamity Life Lotus? Thinking of this, Fong Chun's face revealed a faint smile. Brother Fong, let's go in and have a look. Hua Wen and Fong Chun entered the Divine Tiger City together. The Divine Tiger Clan's clan meeting was huge. Many monster clans came to participate. In addition to Hua Wen, there were also other human clans. In the center of the Divine Tiger City, in the largest square, the Divine Tiger Clan Patriarch stood with his hands behind his back. Looking at the swaying heads in the square, a trace of coldness flashed in his eyes. When everyone had arrived, the Divine Tiger Clan Patriarch finally opened his mouth. This clan meeting of the Divine Tiger Clan has two purposes. The first is to let the younger generation exchange pointers with each other. The second is to give the younger generation a chance to try to communicate with the immortal Calamity Life Lotus. Hearing this, the square below was in an uproar. Many human warriors clenched their fists and were extremely excited. Immortal Calamity Life Lotus. Even Fong Chun was a little excited. The rules of the clan meeting are very simple. The younger generation will fight with each other, and the final winner will be able to communicate with the immortal Calamity Life Lotus. The Divine Tiger Clan Patriarch briefly explained the rules of the competition. The Divine Tiger Clan is indeed worthy of being called the Divine Tiger Clan. Huan couldn't help but sigh. It is said that among the younger generation of the Divine Tiger Clan, there are descendants who have the strongest bloodline of the Divine Tiger Clan and have cultivated the Divine Tiger Eye. Oh, Fong Chen's brow furrowed slightly as he made a mental note of the God Tiger Clan that Huawen mentioned. His gaze landed on the martial arts arena. The rules of the clan meeting were simple. Every visiting member of the younger generation could challenge any member of the younger generation of the Divine Tiger Clan. The winner could continue to challenge, while the loser would be eliminated. The clan meeting began. As the voice of Patriarch Shunhu fell, the entire square was filled with exclamations. Boom! A vast aura filled the air as the younger generation of the Godly Tiger Clan stepped onto the martial arts stage. I, Hu Tian Xiao. Who will fight me? Hu Qian Xiao's Qi. Everyone looked at each other. All of a sudden, a figure leaped onto the arena. The Divine Tiger Clan Battle. Hu Tian Xiao is considered average among the younger generation of the Tiger God Clan. It's said that he's cultivated a peerless divine ability of the Tiger God Clan. It's very terrifying. Huawen whispered. Fong Chun rolled his eyes and looked at the battle on the martial arts stage. In just a few breaths, Hu Tian Xiao had completely suppressed the human martial artist. Trash! Following Hu Qianxiao's roar, he gathered his strength on his fist and punched the human warrior. With a bang, the human martial artist was sent flying. Seeing this, everyone sucked in a breath of cold air and was shocked. The human martial artist fell to the ground, lifeless. Targeting the primordial spirit, Fong Chen frowned. He seemed to have discovered something. Hu Qianxiao's last punch contained a move that targeted the primordial spirit. It shattered the human martial artist's primordial spirit and killed him. I'll challenge you. Perhaps they were angered by Hu Tianxiao's arrogance. One after another, the human martial artists rushed to the martial stage to challenge Hu Tianxiao. However, Hu Tianxiao's strength was too strong. They couldn't resist at all. Crack! After a few battles, all the human martial artists who fought with Hu Tianxiao died. At this time, Fong Chen finally realized that something was wrong. This was a death trap. The Divine Tiger Clan used the clan meeting as an excuse to gather many human martial artists to kill them all. What a Divine Tiger Clan! Fong Chun sneered in his heart. Soon after, he quietly left the square. Buzz! He could feel that the lotus leaf was constantly trembling and emitting a strange aura. It seemed to be guiding him forward. Following the lotus leaf's guidance, Fong Chun soon arrived in front of the back mountain of the Divine Tiger City. There are guards. Fong Chun was a little surprised. He didn't expect the two guards in front of the back mountain to be Saint Venerables. It seems that the Divine Tiger Clan values the immortal Calamity Lotus very much. After thinking for a while, Fong Chun used the space-time escape technique to hide his body in the void. At the same time, he used the stellar transposition and quietly entered the back mountain. The two guards looked at each other and immediately looked around. They didn't find anything unusual. Are our eyes playing tricks on us? I have a feeling that someone just passed by us. One of the guards said, but I didn't find anything. What about you? I didn't find anything either. Maybe we are too nervous. This is the back mountain of the Divine Tiger Clan. With the two of us guarding, no one dares to come close. Moreover, the clan leader is here, in the back mountain. After arriving here, Fong Chun felt that the lotus leaf was trembling more and more violently. Where is it? Fong Chun quickly located the exact location of the immortal calamity lotus, according to the aura emitted by the lotus leaf. With a leap, he arrived in front of the cliff. Just as he was about to search, he suddenly discovered a gorgeous and colorful lotus. Its roots were growing on the cliff, and it was slowly unfolding. There were many lotus petals on its body, each of which was similar to the lotus petals Fong Chun had obtained. The immortal calamity lotus? Fong Chun opened his eyes wide, and his heart raced. He could feel that the immortal calamity lotus in front of him contained great power. Fong Chun observed carefully and found that there was a strong restriction around the immortal calamity lotus. What kind of restriction is that? Fong Chun was shocked. He had never heard of such a restriction. After thinking for a while, Fong Chun decided to give it a try. Using the lotus leaf as a guide, he jumped and came to the cliff. At the same time, he stretched out his hand, emitting a powerful aura, and rushed directly to the restriction. Buzz! When his palm came into contact with the restriction suddenly flashed with five-colored light, and at the same time, it let out a thunderous sound. Oh no! Fong Chun shouted inwardly. Without any hesitation, he disappeared into the void and flew away. Whoosh! 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 Soon, the two guards came to the cliff. Seeing the immortal calamity lotus blooming, they were relieved. What happened? Did someone break in? I don't think so. Did you see it? The root of the immortal calamity lotus is emitting a soft light, which is a sign that it is about to mature. The other guard thought that the restriction just now should be the result of the immortal calamity lotus's impending maturity. In the square, the battle was still going on. In just a short while, dozens of human warriors had died at the hands of the younger generation of the Divine Tiger Clan. Seeing this, the Divine Tiger Clan leader's face was full of smiles. At this moment, the guard transmitted a message to him. Clan leader, the immortal calamity lotus is about to mature. It touched the restriction, but everything is normal. After hearing the guard's message, the smile on the Divine Tiger Clan leader's face became wider. Everything is ready. Only the east wind is missing. And the east wind he spoke of was the blood of human martial artists. Their blood was used as a sacrifice to the immortal calamity lotus. At the moment of maturity, it would absorb new blood and mutate. Quietly, Fong Chun returned to the crowd. He saw Hua Wen's figure on the martial arts stage. This guy hid his strength well. How could he force Hu Tianxiao to this extent? Fong Chun was a little surprised. He originally thought that Hua Wen was just an ordinary life ancient realm warrior. Who would have thought that his battle strength was so strong? No, Hua Wen's bloodline is a little special. Is he burning his blood essence? Fong Chun was even more puzzled. It was just a competition, but he was burning his blood essence? Did Hua Wen have a grudge against Hu Tianxiao? Did he have to kill Hu Tianxiao? Crack. Chapter 2881. Everyone was shocked. No one thought that Hua Wen would be so powerful as to tear off Hu Tianxiao's head in front of the God Tiger Clan. This was not an ordinary exchange of pointers, but a meeting of the God Tiger Clan. Hua Wen's action was tantamount to slapping the God Tiger Clan in the face. Everyone's hearts were filled with shock as they stared at the platform, wanting to see the expression of the God Tiger Clan leader. The God Tiger Clan leader's face instantly turned gloomy, but soon returned to normal. Originally, everyone thought that the God Tiger Clan leader would be furious, but unexpectedly, he smiled at Hua Wen. The purpose of our clan's meeting is to sharpen the younger generation. Life and death are up to fate. Hu Tianxiao's death can only be blamed on his lack of skill. Crash. Everyone below nodded. With the God Tiger Clan leader's words, they could use some special means in the following battle. Fong Chun narrowed his eyes and looked at the God Tiger Clan leader, thinking to himself, as expected of the God Tiger Clan leader. Even in the face of danger, he can still be so calm. Fong Chun's primordial spirit was very strong. It had already reached the level of an emperor. Moreover, he was terrified of the Tao of time and space. Although the change in the expression of the clan leader of the Shenhu clan was fleeting, it still caused changes in the surrounding void, which was captured by Fong Chun. Sure enough, in the following battle, the casualties suddenly increased. Kacha. After killing 3 of the younger generation of the God Tiger clan, Huawun encountered the greatest crisis. With a loud bang, Huawun's body flew out in an instant. He struggled to stabilize his body, and just as he was about to speak, a fierce and overbearing aura roared. He was shocked to find that his body had been imprisoned in the void. Damn it! Huawun roared in anger. He was bound to lose this battle, but he could not admit defeat. Pucci, a shocking giant claw swooped down and directly grabbed Huawun's head, then fiercely squeezed. Blood splattered everywhere, and Huawun died. Whoosh! Down below, many warriors wore solemn expressions. After experiencing so many battles, they were no longer surprised by the deaths of human warriors. However, this made them even more cautious. If they wanted to participate in the clan meeting, they had to consider the consequences. Time passed by bit, and the battle on the martial arts stage continued. As the battles continued, the younger generation of the Divine Tiger clan took complete control of the situation. The death rate of the human martialists had reached 80%. As long as they stepped onto the martial arts stage, there was a high chance that they would be killed by the younger generation of the Divine Tiger clan. In the blink of an eye, 3 days passed. During these 3 days, the martial arts stage was completely occupied by the Divine Tiger clan's powerhouses, and the human martial artists did not have any power to resist. The greater the waves, the greater the number of geniuses left. At this moment, there was a malevolent-looking man on the training ground. His name was Hu Mietian, and he was one of the top 5 geniuses of the younger generation of the Godly Tiger clan. His strength was unparalleled, and no one could match him. He usually liked to transform into his human form and kill human warriors with his own hands. Bang! He suddenly punched out and killed a human warrior. After that, his body exuded a powerful aura. His pitch-black eyes were filled with disdain as he looked down. Human martial artists are just SOSO. Hu Mietian sneered. What? There are so many human martial artists here, but no one dares to come up and fight with me? Hu Mietian's attitude was very arrogant. He did not put any of the martial artists in his eyes. Damn it! Many human martial artists were enraged. They wanted to attack, but they were afraid of Hu Mietian's powerful attack. Humans are cowards. My Divine Tiger clan is the strongest clan. Hu Mietian spread out his hands and said arrogantly, If you don't dare to challenge me, then get out of the Divine Tiger City. Clowns like you are not qualified to step into the Divine Tiger City. Hu Mietian's words were very unpleasant. Even Fong Chen's face gradually turned gloomy. He looked around. Many human martial artists' eyes flickered with fear when they saw Hu Mietian. Fong Chen sighed and took a step forward. Even if it was not for the immortal Calamity Lotus, he had to fight. After all, he was a member of the human clan. Crash! Fong Chen jumped onto the martial arts stage and looked at Hu Mietian calmly. Look, someone is challenging Hu Mietian. Hu Mietian is too arrogant. I support this brother. Kill Hu Mietian. It's ridiculous to think that there is no one in the human clan. Since ancient times, the unparalleled experts who controlled the immemorial chaos were all from the human clan. Among the 10,000 Archean clans, the human clan had the deepest foundation. Even if they had been in a slump for a long time, they were not something that could be ignored. You want to challenge me? Hu Mietian sneered after sensing Fong Chen's aura. I can kill you with a punch. Fong Chen shook his head. Human martial artists are not as weak as you say. Fong Chen smiled. On the contrary, your Divine Tiger clan is arrogant and self-centered. One day, your clan will be exterminated because of your ignorance. Of course, before that, I will kill you first. Fong Chen's words completely enraged Hu Mietian. You're courting death. Hu Mietian roared. His body flickered and shuttled through the void. Get lost. The thing that Fong Chen was least afraid of was void travel. From an outsider's point of view, Hu Mietian's figure was erratic, and it was difficult to track him down. However, to Fong Chen, it was too easy. He didn't even need to look. Boom! A simple punch was enough to force Hu Mietian to retreat. Dang! Dang! Hu Mietian's body kept retreating. In the end, his face was hideous, and his veins were bulging as if he had been severely injured. Roar! Hu Mietian roared. He clenched his fists and activated the strongest force in his body to attack Fang Chen again. I'm going to tear you into pieces. However, when Hu Mietian came to Fang Chen's side, he was still sent flying with a punch. Gotcha! On the surface, there was no change in the punch. However, Hu Mietian knew that his internal organs were damaged and his combat strength was decreasing. How is this possible? Hu Mietian's eyes widened and he cried out. At the same time, he could not maintain his human form because he had used up too much energy. Eventually, he reverted to his original form, a huge tiger demon, and roared at the sky. Hu Mietian could feel his combat strength decreasing sharply. He was a little anxious. At the same time, his heart was filled with rage. Go to hell. Hu Mietian unleashed his strongest attack, wanting to injure Fang Chen in a mutually destructive manner. However, his wishful thinking was wrong. His strongest attack could not even capture Fang Chen's tracks. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Fang Chen showed him what the real space-time doctrine was and what the real void shuttling was. How is this possible? Even many human ancient martial art practitioners in the square cried out involuntarily. The strength that Fang Chen had displayed was too shocking. Just this void travel technique alone was enough to challenge a star venerate. Ha! The human tribe has a supreme talent. Hu Mietian is an idiot. Let's see how he fends it off. Kill Hu Mietian. For a moment, the square was filled with thunderous voices. Everyone was excited. On the rostrum, the senior members of the God Tiger clan, including the clan leader, squinted their eyes and stared at Fang Chen. Where did this guy come from? The clan leader murmured. Crack! While he was hesitating whether to make a move, Fang Chen had already launched his fiercest attack. A sword light fell from the sky and split Hu Mietian into two. Even someone as strong as Hu Mietian was destroyed in front of Fang Chen. The whole square was dead silent. Everyone was staring at Fang Chen with their mouths agape. Many members of the God Tiger clan were glaring at him. Crash! The clan leader of the God Tiger clan stood up. His powerful aura instantly spread out. Everyone in the square felt extremely suppressed. Fang Chen met the clan leader's gaze and said apologetically, I'm sorry. I was a little too harsh. Boy, you're too arrogant. The younger generation of the God Tiger clan was ready to fight. The clan leader of the God Tiger clan laughed. It's good that young people are hot-blooded. However, it's not good if they can't recognize their own strength. Fang Chen did not speak. He could hear the threat in the clan leader's words. However, he did not care. Chapter 2882. As the patriarch of the God Tiger clan, he naturally wouldn't lose his temper on the spot. Although he had already sentenced Fang Chen to death in his heart, he still had to maintain his demeanor. He turned his head and glanced at the younger generation, nodding slightly. His meaning was obvious. He wanted them to act and kill Fang Chen. Sure enough, in the next second, a tiger beast covered in red aura rushed onto the stage. Hu Mietian is my brother. If you kill him, I'll kill you. Seeing this red tiger beast, everyone trembled. Red demon tiger. Everyone present knew how powerful the red demon tiger was. His name had long been forgotten. People only knew that he had a terrifying nickname, Red Demon Tiger. The Red Demon Tiger was the second strongest expert in the younger generation of the God Tiger clan. His strength was many times stronger than Hu Mietian's. More importantly, he was a star venerable expert. The gap between a venerable god and an ancient god was too big. It was an insurmountable gap. No matter how strong Fang Chen was, even if his fighting prowess was off the charts, facing a star venerate Red Demon Tiger, he would only die. Damn it! Everyone clenched their fists. Their hearts were filled with helplessness, but there was nothing they could do. The Red Demon Tiger's attack meant that the God Tiger clan was completely enraged. They wanted to kill Fang Chen as fast as lightning. Early star, venerable, Fang Chen said softly when he saw this. What? Are you afraid? The Red Demon Tiger sneered. His whole body emitted a terrifying aura. Blood-red light shrouded his body. The whole world became abnormally oppressive. I once killed an early star venerable, Fang Chen said calmly. However, the Red Demon Tiger treated his words as a joke. Ridiculous. You're just a weak-life, ancient realm cultivator. How could you know the strength of a star venerable? In my eyes, you're like an ant. Too weak. The red demon tiger said, I only need a finger to kill you. As soon as he finished speaking, the red demon tiger opened his palm. Then, a finger gently pointed at the void. Suddenly, a vast red light burst out, drowning the whole sky. Red death. The red demonic tiger roared. The red aura that filled the sky quickly condensed into a boundless finger light. This finger light was too vast, causing the hearts of all the cultivators in the square to palpitate. Too strong. The red devil tiger has used its trump card. This brother can't withstand it at all. It's said that the red death is the red demon tiger's most powerful trump card. He once used this secret technique to pierce through the head of a martial artist at the same level as him. It's extremely terrifying. Perhaps a miracle will happen. In the square, everyone's eyes widened as they waited for Fong Chen's counterattack. Seeing that Fong Chen was motionless, they were all anxious for him. Why aren't you fighting back? Have you really given up? With his exquisite movement technique, even if he can't win, he can still escape unscathed. It's too late. There's no time. Everyone sighed as they watched the red demon tiger's finger glow land on Fong Chen's body. On the rostrum, the divine tiger patriarch also sneered. So what if you're fast? As long as you have blood flowing in your body, you won't be able to dodge this attack. No one knew better than him how powerful the penetrating power of the Red Death was. Once it touched the body of a human cultivator, it could definitely penetrate through in an instant and completely destroy their Yuan spirit. Whoosh, whoosh. A wild wind blew past Fong Chen's body. He raised his head and looked at the red demon tiger with a smile that wasn't a smile. You're dead. Seeing Fong Chen's smile, the red demon tiger was incomparably furious as it roared wildly. At the same time, the red finger light whizzed over with lightning speed. Fong Chen opened his palm, and the hidden star sword appeared in his palm. I said, before it could finish its words, Fong Chen slashed out with the sword. The inside of the hidden star sword issued a loud and clear sword cry. Suddenly, the entire world seemed to be filled with sword chi. The wild sword chi condensed into a solid sword light in the void. The sword light contained an incredible power. Invincible sword principle, blood soul sword. The power of more than 50 special bloodlines in his body quickly circulated and poured into the hidden star sword. At the same time, Fong Chen's emperor-level soul Dao power also erupted one after another. When this move was first created, it was a combination of special bloodline power and powerful soul Dao power. After a long period of tempering, the attack power had reached the pinnacle. With one sword, the world turned cold. The dazzling sword light, under everyone's gaze, quickly collided with the red finger glow. An egg striking a stone. The red demon tiger sneered. It was very confident in its attack. Crack! As soon as the sword light collided, a crack appeared on the sword light. This scene made the red demon tiger even more arrogant, constantly mocking Fong Chen. However, what it didn't know was that through the dazzling sword light, a powerful sword principle power quickly entered the red finger glow and was wantonly destroying its attack. I hope you can still laugh like this later. Fong Chen said indifferently. As soon as his voice fell, the powerful red finger glow exploded. The terrifying power dissipated in all directions, turning the whole square into a mess. The dazzling sword light passed through the exploding red finger glow and shot straight at the red demon tiger. The red demon tiger, who had a smile on its face, saw this sudden scene, and its face suddenly changed. Its body kept retreating. Crack! The dazzling sword light pierced the red demon tiger at a speed invisible to the naked eye. Buzz! A layer of red halo appeared on the red demon tiger's body, blocking the sword light and preventing it from going any further. Haha! Your attack can't even break my defense. The red demon tiger laughed loudly, extremely arrogant. However, the square was dead silent. Everyone stared at him with their mouths agape. Even the many clansmen of the Divine Tiger clan focused their gazes on him. After a few seconds, the red demon tiger finally felt that something was wrong. Suddenly, pain spread throughout his body. The red demon tiger wanted to reach out, but found that there was no strength in his arm. What's going on? Pulling one hair would affect the whole body. His body only moved slightly, but his internal organs instantly shattered. Blood flowed out of his 7 orifices, and he felt dizzy. Impossible. A hoarse voice came from his mouth as he tried to open his eyes, but he couldn't do it. In the end, he was in so much pain that his head was about to explode. Wisps of soul, Tao, power, gradually dissipated in the void. Bang! The red demon tiger's huge body fell on the martial arts stage. Other than bleeding from his 7 orifices, he didn't have any external injuries, but his body and soul were destroyed. Too strong. Heavens! The red demon tiger was killed by this brother? Isn't this too exaggerated? The red demon tiger was a star venerable, and he was killed just like that? Could it be that this brother said that he once killed an early-stage star venerable? It seems that he wasn't lying. Only now did everyone realize how powerful Fang Chun was. On the martial arts stage, sword light raged. Fang Chun was in the center of the sword Qi, holding the hidden star sword, like an undefeatable god of war. His gaze fell on the number 1 clansman of the younger generation of the Divine Tiger Clan. His intention was self-evident. If he could defeat him, he would be the number 1 of the younger generation. Hu Tun gently rubbed a black dagger in his palm, his face gloomy. Whoosh! His figure flashed, and he arrived on the martial arts stage. At this moment, the Divine Tiger Clan's patriarch's face was extremely gloomy. Fang Chen's appearance had disrupted all the plans of the Divine Tiger Clan. Now, the human clan's martial artists hadn't been completely destroyed, but his clansmen had suffered countless casualties. Even a genius like the Red Demon Tiger had died at the hands of Fang Chun. This made the Divine Tiger Clan's patriarch very angry, but he knew that many experts were secretly watching. At this time, if he attacked Fang Chun, it would be tantamount to announcing to the world that the Divine Tiger Clan couldn't afford to lose. He couldn't afford to lose face, so even if he was angry with Fang Chun, he had to wait until after the clan meeting. Interesting guy, the Divine Tiger Clan's patriarch murmured. His heart was filled with killing intent. However, on the martial arts stage, Fang Chun and Hu Tun were already fighting. Hu Tunyu's cultivation had reached the late stage of the Star Venerable realm. His attack power was extremely strong, many times stronger than the Red Demon Tiger's. Chapter 2883. Perhaps it was because he had seen the battle between Fang Chun and the Red Demon Tiger and feared Fang Chen's exquisite swordsmanship. Therefore, the moment the battle began, the moon-swallowing tiger unleashed a fierce and overbearing killing move. Every move was enough to kill his opponent. This was the rhythm of wanting to end the battle quickly. Roar! A roar reverberated throughout the world. The moon-swallowing tiger opened his bloody mouth, and a powerful suction technique instantly emerged, enveloping the entire martial arts arena. His intention was obvious. He wanted to suck Fang Chun into his mouth and then chew him to pieces. However, how could Fang Chun give him such a chance? He sneered, stomped his foot, and used the space-time escape technique. Thousands of phantoms instantly appeared, covering the entire martial arts arena and surrounding the moon-swallowing tiger. At the same time, he used the invincible swordsmanship, his strongest move. An illusory sword. When he brandished his sword, the entire world seemed to be filled with illusory sword light. The sword light that seemed real, yet illusory, contained invincible power. The overbearing power of the sword way was perfectly displayed at this moment. Pucci, the illusory sword light crushed all the suction force at a speed invisible to the naked eye and appeared in front of the moon-swallowing tiger. Scram! The moon-swallowing tiger roared. He clawed at the void, but when he touched the illusory sword light, his body was forced to retreat. Damn it! The moon-swallowing tiger's head released a powerful force of the Divine Tiger Clan. This force gradually condensed into an all-shaped weapon in front of his chest. The moon-swallowing tiger's claws suddenly rotated, and the all in front of him also spun rapidly, as if it was going to annihilate the entire earth. Everyone trembled. This was the moon-swallowing tiger's strongest trump card, and also the famous all-light talisman of the Divine Tiger clan. Yes, it was a talisman. The biggest difference between the moon-swallowing tiger and the red demon tiger was that the moon-swallowing tiger had a very powerful talisman technique. It was said that it was left behind by an expert in the ancient times. Until now, he had not fully comprehended it, and could only activate a small part of its power. However, this was already enough for him. His claws controlled the cone-light talisman as he continued to close in on Fang Chun. At the same time, a vast amount of power pressed down on Fang Chun's body. Talisman. Originally, Fang Chun had thought that there would be a bitter battle. But when he saw Hu Yu activate the all-light talisman, a faint sneer appeared on his face. Competing with him in the Tao of Talismans was simply a colossal joke. In the territory of the Tyrant Monster Clan, it took him a total of 3 years to completely absorb the energy within the Heavenly Talisman Pearl. As for his symbol master level, it steadily rose. You want to fight me with your half-baked Tao of Talismans? Fang Chun had seen through the flaw in the all-light talisman with a single glance. Before Moon-Swallowing Tiger could go all out to kill him, he had already taken the first step. Whoosh! Fang Chun flicked his finger, and the terrifying power of the talisman instantly erupted. It turned into a ray of light and shot into the cone-light talisman. Crack! The all-light talisman suddenly emitted a crisp sound. Then, it shook as if it was about to shatter. Hu Yu's face suddenly changed. He forcibly controlled the all-light talisman to attack Fang Chun. However, before he could get close to Fang Chun, the all-light talisman suddenly exploded. Countless fragments filled the sky. Many martial artists below kept retreating, their hearts filled with fear. The power of the explosion of the all-light talisman was too strong. They were somewhat unable to withstand it. Whoosh! Whoosh! In just a breath's time, the power of the all-light talisman had completely dissipated. The martial arts arena once again regained its calm. Fang Chun and Hu Yu looked at each other as if nothing had happened. Who won? After everyone steadied themselves, they looked curiously at the martial arts arena and asked aloud. On the platform, the God Tiger clan leader rubbed his fists. His heart was filled with coldness. He stared unblinkingly at Fang Chun. If he dared to kill him, he would definitely act immediately. Pucci! Suddenly, Hu Yu's body trembled. He knelt on one knee and spat out blood. He lost. Hu Yu lost. Everyone could not believe it. Their hearts were in turmoil. Even someone as strong as Moon-Swallowing Tiger had lost to this human martial artist in front of him. Just how strong was this human martial artist? Fang Chun had once again refreshed everyone's understanding of him. He broke records again and created miracles. Now, he had defeated the strongest of the younger generation of the God Tiger clan, Hu Yu. Amidst the shock of countless people, Fang Chun seemed unusually calm. He did not take advantage of the victory to pursue and kill Hu Yu. He had thought for a long time before making this choice. First of all, Hu Yu was the strongest of the younger generation of the God Tiger clan. The Red Demon Tiger could not compare to him. Secondly, he wanted to communicate with the immortal Calamity Life Lotus. If he killed Hu Yu in front of everyone and completely enraged the God Tiger clan leader, he would be the one to suffer. On the square, everyone was shouting Fang Chun's name. On the rostrum, everyone looked at each other with gloomy faces. No one would have thought that the carefully planned trap would be destroyed by Fang Chun, who appeared out of nowhere. Moreover, the Red Demon Tiger had died because of this. Clan leader, let me kill this guy. An elder secretly transmitted his voice, but was stopped by the God Tiger clan leader. In this clan meeting, in front of the world, if we kill him now, the world will definitely say that our God Tiger clan is too cruel and untrustworthy. This will not be good for our God Tiger clan to dominate this region in the future. After thinking for a long time, the God Tiger clan leader said, "Don't touch him for the time being. In front of everyone, let him communicate with the immortal Calamity Life Lotus, and then quietly kill him." All of this was for the world to see. Cough, cough. The God Tiger clan leader coughed lightly and waved his hand, indicating for the clan members to carry the injured Hu Yu away. Then, His dark eyes fell on Fong Chun. Little guy, you are very brave and courageous. The God Tiger Clan leader asked, I'm very curious, in this region, which expert can teach a disciple like you? On the surface, it seemed like he was sighing, but in fact he was trying to find out whether Fong Chun had the support of a strong expert. My master is more low-key and doesn't like to be known by outsiders, Fong Chun said. Hearing this, the expression of the patriarch of the Shunhu clan clearly changed, but he still smiled and said, You defeated Hu Tunyu, so I want to elect you as the champion of the Shunhu clan. No one will object, right? There was silence below. Object? What a joke. They still wanted to live a little longer. Since no one objects, then you're the first. My God Tiger Clan can't say anything, so you have one chance to communicate with the immortal Calamity Life Lotus. Of course, if you fail, you must leave God Tiger City. The God Tiger Clan leader said. Fong Chin's eyes were burning, and he couldn't wait to try to communicate. Under the gaze of many warriors, the God Tiger Clan leader took Fong Chun to the forbidden area in the depths of God Tiger City. This is the forbidden area of my God Tiger Clan, and the immortal Calamity Life Lotus is here. The God Tiger Clan leader said. You can enter the forbidden area now and look for the immortal Calamity Life Lotus. Fong Chun nodded. With a leap, he entered the forbidden area. In the void, a smooth mirror flashed, and everyone's eyes were fixed on it. So what if I find it? How can you communicate with the immortal Calamity Life Lotus? The God Tiger Clan leader looked at the mirror and sneered. At this moment, Fong Chun turned and looked at the void. Clan leader, there is such a strong seal on the immortal Calamity Life Lotus. I can't get close at all. Can you remove the seal? If the seal is removed and I can't communicate with the immortal Calamity Life Lotus, then it's my problem, and I will retreat. Fong Chun stood on the moral high ground and said these words. In front of the forbidden area, many warriors were discussing. The God Tiger Clan leader waved his hand, and the seal gradually collapsed, and a beautiful lotus appeared in front of everyone. Is this the immortal Calamity Life Lotus? It's so beautiful. Heavens, it's really the immortal Calamity Life Lotus. If I can get it, I might have a chance to reach the legendary Tribulation Supremacy or even the World Deity level. Stop dreaming. The immortal Calamity Life Lotus is the most precious treasure of the God Tiger Clan. Who can get it? I wonder if this little brother can awaken the immortal Calamity Life Lotus. Everyone's voices reached the ears of the God Tiger Clan leader, but he didn't move. It is said that the immortal Calamity Life Lotus has intelligence, and if you can't get its approval, you can forget about awakening it. Along the way, this little brother has created countless legends. Maybe this time a miracle can happen again. Chapter 2884. The immortal Calamity Lotus was a cultivation treasure that even Tribulation Supremacies could not refuse. Right now, everyone outside the forbidden area was looking a lotus flower on the cliff that was untainted by the mud with fervent gazes. This lotus had several lotus petals, each of which seemed to form its own space. It was exactly the same as the lotus petals Fong Chun had obtained. The gorgeous lotus contained unimaginable martial comprehension. If one could cultivate beside it, it would definitely be twice the result with half the effort. The last time Fong Chun had snuck into the forbidden area, he had been forced to retreat by the immortal Calamity Lotus. This time, at his request, the Divine Tiger Patriarch had generously removed the immortal Calamity Lotus. The complete immortal Calamity Lotus was revealed in front of Fong Chun. The tip of a mature immortal Calamity Lotus is yellow, but the tip of the lotus petals in front of me is yellow with a little red. Fong Chun murmured. This meant that this immortal Calamity Lotus was not mature yet, but it would be soon. Fong Chun leaped up and came in front of the immortal Calamity Lotus. Immediately, his divine sense spread out and shrouded it. Buzz! The immortal Calamity Lotus had its own consciousness. It directly blocked Fong Chun's divine sense and blocked his nascent spirit outside. Fong Chun smiled bitterly, put his hands on the roots of the immortal Calamity Lotus, and immediately secretly activated the aura of the lotus petals in Immortal Cave Mountain to converge with it. If it was so easy to communicate with the immortal Calamity Lotus, I wouldn't have waited so long, the God Tiger Patriarch sneered. It was obvious that Feng Chun could not communicate with the immortal Calamity Lotus. Although the Red Demon Tiger had fallen, the final winner was still his God Tiger clan. After destroying all these humans, we'll gather all our forces and launch a strong attack on Lu Xingxing. Although we can't completely destroy him, we'll let him know how deep the foundation of my God Tiger clan is. The God Tiger Patriarch thought secretly. As long as Lu Xingxing was intimidated, he could avoid future troubles and devote himself to the cause of hegemony. Everything seemed so beautiful. There's a time limit for communicating with the imperishable Calamity Life Lotus. Suddenly, the rumbling voice of the Shunhu Patriarch came from the sky above the forbidden area. If you can't succeed within a month, then it'll be considered a failure. In the crowd, some martial artists retorted, but the Divine Tiger Patriarch directly ignored them. Could it be that Feng Chun is unable to communicate with us for the rest of our lives, and we have to wait for him for the rest of our lives? Everyone looked at each other and didn't know what to say for a moment. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days. Half a month passed in the blink of an eye. Nothing happened in the forbidden area. Feng Chun sat cross-legged next to the deathless Calamity Life Lotus, still communicating with it. Many clansmen of the Divine Tiger clan shook their heads. Feng Chun was most likely going to fail. I'll let you live for another half a month, the God Tiger Patriarch said sinisterly. When the 1-month period was about to end, Feng Chun still didn't move. His face was expressionless. As for the human martial artists outside the Forbidden Zone, they couldn't help but feel sorry for Feng Chun. It wasn't easy to suppress everyone and get the opportunity to communicate with the deathless Calamity Life Lotus, but it was wasted like this. However, some people expressed their understanding. After all, it was a cultivation treasure. How could it be so easy to communicate with it? The happiest were the clansmen of the Divine Tiger clan. Their faces were full of sarcasm. Failure meant that Feng Chun was about to die. However, what they didn't know was that Feng Chun had already secretly communicated with the deathless Calamity Life Lotus. Is what you said true? A thought came from the deathless Calamity Life Lotus. Of course it's true. If you agree, I'll transplant you into Dark Cave Mountain to continue to grow, Feng Chun said. In fact, as early as when he activated the Lotus, the deathless Calamity Life Lotus had reacted, and then he tried to send a message to it. He told it that the Patriarch of the Divine Tiger clan was eyeing it covetously, and he was here to help it. Dark Cave Mountain is the treasure of the great Emperor of the Cave Ruins. It contains his understanding of the heavenly Tao, and I naturally want to grow there. However, you have to promise me one thing. What's the condition? Feng Chun asked. If you want the deathless Calamity Life Lotus to cultivate, I can give you my lotus. As for my main body, you can't destroy it, the deathless Calamity Life Lotus said. The main body was its source of power. Once it was destroyed, it would be completely destroyed. In history, there were countless examples of medicinal herbs used for cultivation. It seemed that the deathless Calamity Life Lotus also wanted to transcend. No problem. Feng Chun agreed without thinking. After the discussion, Feng Chun began to move. Outside, everyone was waiting for the time to come. However, at this moment, the deathless Calamity Life Lotus changed. Whoosh! The deathless Calamity Life Lotus emitted a dazzling light. The lotus swayed as if it was repelling Feng Chun. Haha, he's finished. The repelling force of the deathless Calamity Life Lotus is very strong. The slightest carelessness will destroy his body and soul. The clansmen of the Divine Tiger clan laughed, gloating. The Patriarch of the Divine Tiger clan also nodded gently, thinking that Feng Chun would undoubtedly die. You should be proud to die at the hands of the deathless Calamity Life Lotus. However, as soon as the Patriarch of the Divine Tiger clan finished speaking, there was a sudden change in the forbidden area. Feng Chun suddenly opened his eyes, and the next moment, the deathless Calamity Life Lotus disappeared into thin air. It disappeared? The patriarch of the divine tiger clan spread out his consciousness in an instant, but he could not find any trace of the deathless calamity life lotus. He awakened it? Impossible, absolutely impossible. The patriarch of the divine tiger clan did not believe that Feng Chun had awakened the deathless calamity life lotus. He glared at Feng Chun and roared to the sky. However, before he could do anything, Feng Chun jumped into the bottomless abyss in the forbidden area behind the mountain. Go to hell. The patriarch of the divine tiger clan punched out like thunder, heavily hitting Feng Chun's body. The latter's falling speed increased, and in the blink of an eye, he disappeared without a trace. How could this be? The sudden change made many warriors outside the forbidden area completely dumbfounded. Damn it, all of you deserve to die. The patriarch of the divine tiger clan stared at the bottomless abyss and roared angrily. Even he did not dare to enter the abyss, but Feng Chun jumped in. He was simply courting death. Hateful. He originally thought that everything was under control, but now that the deathless calamity life lotus had disappeared, how could the patriarch of the divine tiger clan not be angry? He vented his anger on the warriors of the human clan. With a wave of his hand, a large number of them were killed or injured. Miserable screams could be heard incessantly. Whoosh! Just as the patriarch of the divine tiger clan was about to attack again, in the distant void, an arrow passed through layers of space and blocked the former's attack. Kacha! The patriarch of the divine tiger clan smashed the arrow with a punch, and his dark eyes stared into the distance. Lu Xingxing, do you want to go against the divine tiger clan? The patriarch of the divine tiger clan roared. A figure floated over. It was Lu Xingxing, who once drank with Feng Chun. Lu Xingxing, you and I have minded our own business. My divine tiger clan did not provoke you. Why are you doing this? The patriarch of the divine tiger clan said angrily. Is it because of these weak humans? Lu Xingxing looked calmly at the patriarch of the divine tiger clan and said in a deep voice, Feng Chun is my brother, but you threw him into the bottomless abyss. Your brother? Hearing Lu Xingxing's words, the patriarch of the divine tiger clan was a little stunned. Boom! An earth-shattering battle broke out in an instant, and the warriors of the human clan fled. Even from a distance, one could hear the deafening sound of the battle and the soaring flames. Lu Xingxing and the patriarch of the divine tiger clan. One was the patriarch of a large clan, and the other was the wine sage. The strength of the two was about the same, and their destructive power was very strong. In the darkness, Feng Chun's body fell, and he felt some pain in his body. Damn the patriarch of the divine tiger clan. Feng Chun gritted his teeth and cursed. He had already jumped into the bottomless abyss, and the patriarch of the divine tiger clan still attacked him. Fortunately, I was prepared and removed part of the power, otherwise I would have been crippled by this guy. Feng Chun said with lingering fear. According to his speculation, he had fallen for a long time. Feng Chun hurriedly contacted the immortal calamity lotus. Are you sure your information is correct? Feng Chun asked worriedly. Don't worry, I grew up on the cliff all year round, and know the bottomless abyss very well. The immortal calamity lotus said. Then why does the divine tiger clan regard the bottomless abyss as a taboo, and never dare to explore it? Feng Chun asked puzzledly. Chapter 2885. After a short conversation with immortal calamity lotus, Feng Chun stopped talking. I'll leave the rest to you. Feng Chun curled his lips and said, Don't worry, just control your body and leave the rest to me. Immortal calamity lotus said confidently, the so-called bottomless abyss is much more complicated than you think. Rumble. The sound of battle above the abyss reached Feng Chun's ears. The sound of battle? Feng Chun sensed carefully and instantly found a familiar aura. That's Brother Lu's aura? After thinking for a moment, Feng Chun understood that Lu Xingxing must have been secretly watching him and came to save him as soon as he found out that he was in trouble. Unfortunately, he had fallen into the bottomless abyss. Therefore, he fought with the god tiger patriarch. Only the battle between these two powerhouses could erupt with such tyrannical majesty. Brother Lu, I'm fine. Fang Chun transmitted his voice to Lu Xingxing and then fell into the endless darkness. In the sky above the forbidden area of God Tiger City, the two powerhouses' earth-shattering battle directly caused the entire forbidden area to turn into ashes, which angered the God Tiger Patriarch even more. Lu Xingxing. The God Tiger Patriarch roared angrily to the sky and at the same time increased his attack power, trying to suppress Lu Xingxing. However, no matter what, the latter could easily break his attack. I don't believe you can hold on for long. The God Tiger Patriarch waved his hand, and the God Tiger City shook. Under the ground, the majestic Earth-Lung Real Fire erupted. Earth-Lung Real Fire, Invincible God Tiger. The God Tiger Patriarch used the Earth-Lung Real Fire to refine Lu Xingxing. Buzz! Lu Xingxing was about to counterattack when a message suddenly appeared in his mind. His heart trembled, and a smile immediately appeared on his face. Since you're fine, I'll take my leave first. Thinking of this, Lu Xingxing made a powerful move, smashing the Earth-Lung Real Fire of the God Tiger Patriarch with one blow and then flew into the sky. Shenhu, I won't bicker with you today. Lu Xingxing's voice came from the void. The God Tiger Patriarch retracted the true fire of Earth-Lung, and the God Tiger City regained its peace. He stared at the sky, his heart cold. Not long after, a piece of news quickly spread. Wine sage Lu Xingxing came out of seclusion and fought the head of the Tiger God tribe for his brother. In the end, he defeated the head of the Tiger God tribe. After the news spread, it caused a lot of discussion. Everyone once again witnessed wine sage Lu Xingxing's strength. Lu Xingxing was a very special expert. Normally, he would only hear about good wine. However, after so many years, he was still so powerful. After hearing this news, the God Tiger clan remained silent. In fact, when Lu Xingxing forcefully broke through the true fire of Earth-Lung and left the godly Tiger City, the godly Tiger Patriarch already knew that he had lost. If Lu Xingxing fought with his life on the line, he would only be seriously injured and he would die. After Lu Xingxing returned to the valley, he immediately contacted Fang Chun. However, he was surprised to find that he couldn't get in touch with his brother. This time, Lu Xingxing was even more anxious. Could it be that he has found a safe place? The bottomless abyss blocks divine sound transmissions? All kinds of guesses appeared in his mind. Although he was very anxious, Lu Xingxing chose to believe in his brother. Since he said that he was fine, then he must be fine. Brother, if anything happens to you, I will definitely massacre the God Tiger clan. Lu Xingxing murmured. At the same time, Fang Chun was falling in the darkness. The bottomless abyss was too deep. No one had explored how deep it was. It took a full 3 months for Fang Chun to successfully land. Dong! The powerful force of the fall made Fang Chun's body dive down like a cannonball. However, when he approached the bottom of the abyss, the petals of the immortal calamity lotus floated out and forcibly dragged Fang Chun's body. It let him slowly fall to the bottom of the abyss. Standing at the bottom of the abyss, dust was stirred up. Fang Chun flicked his finger and a flame lit up the dark bottom of the abyss. What is this place? Fang Chun was a little puzzled. The voice of the immortal calamity lotus came. In the world, this is called the bottomless abyss, but its real name is the abyss of God burial. God burial, because it has existed since ancient times, and many gods were buried in the battle of gods. The immortal calamity lotus's words caused Fang Chun's heart to tremble. The battle of gods in ancient times? For a long time, Fang Chun had been very curious about this. He didn't expect this bottomless abyss to exist in ancient times. No wonder they regard the bottomless abyss as a taboo, even though it's in their forbidden area. Before the battle of gods, there were countless peerless experts. After the battle of gods, there were only a few peerless experts left. Heaven and earth changed because of this, and the supreme rules changed greatly. The chaos realm entered the age of chaos, and the resources of heaven and earth were gradually exhausted. It was as if it would be destroyed at any time. Whoosh! Fang Chun sat on the ground. 3 months of falling had drained his energy, and he urgently needed to replenish his energy. In the immortal cave mountain, the immortal calamity lotus had taken root in the ground, and the lotus petals obtained from the tiger demon clan had returned to its body. The faint aura in the air was absorbed by the immortal calamity lotus. According to it, the aura contained the immortal calamity lotus understanding of the heavenly law. As expected of the treasure left by the immortal calamity lotus, it's really powerful. The immortal calamity lotus said excitedly. At the same time, it was also very surprised that Feng Chun had a pure-blooded beast cub. I didn't expect you to be so powerful. The descendants of pure-blooded beasts from ancient times are almost extinct now, but you still have them. The immortal calamity lotus said, judging from its bloodline, it should be very powerful, but I can't tell its specific race. The pure-blooded beast cub and Xiao Hua stared at the immortal calamity lotus curiously. Xiao Hua even burned the lotus petals with its fire seed, causing the immortal calamity lotus to cry out in pain. You seem to know the immortal calamity lotus very well. Feng Chen suddenly asked. In fact, he knew almost nothing about the immortal calamity lotus. He only knew that the immortal calamity lotus was the master of Immortal Cave Mountain and came from the ancient Saint Chaos. Who hasn't heard of an expert like the immortal calamity lotus? The immortal calamity lotus said. Then do you know who's more powerful, the immortal calamity lotus or the immortal calamity lotus? Feng Chun asked curiously. The immortal calamity lotus was silent. Feng Chun was a little confused. Is there a need to compare? After a long while, the immortal calamity lotus said slowly. Although they're both peerless experts, there's no comparison. The immortal calamity lotus was already the strongest expert in the ancient chaos era. The immortal calamity lotus was a rising star. Although he also reached the immortal calamity lotus, he was still too weak. Is the immortal calamity lotus that strong? Feng Chen murmured. How long have you cultivated? How could you know the glory of the immortal calamity lotus? The immortal calamity lotus said, let's just talk about the immortal divine mountain. The immortal calamity lotus only cultivated here and casually refined it, creating a divine mountain that countless people look up to. After the immortal calamity lotus became a peak expert, he personally established the immortal calamity lotus to cultivate peerless experts for the ancient chaos era. Immortal calamity lotus. Feng Chen's heart stirred. He was very curious. Many people come to the immortal divine mountain to search for heaven's path. Do you know what's at the end of heaven's path? The immortal calamity lotus asked. Feng Chen shook his head. The immortal calamity lotus continued. At the end of heaven's path is the immortal calamity lotus. When the immortal calamity lotus established the immortal calamity lotus, he opened up countless paths, and the heaven's path in the immortal divine mountain is one of them. The immortal calamity lotus doesn't exist in this world. If you want to enter, you can only enter through each heaven's path. It is said that almost all the immortal calamity lotus that rose to prominence after the Godfall War came from the immortal calamity lotus. What? Feng Chen cried out involuntarily in disbelief. In his mind, the names of the Chinese Sword Emperor, Reincarnation Sword Emperor, Bloodline Monarch, Void Primogenitor, and others flashed past. These familiar peerless experts were actually related to the immortal calamity lotus, and all of them came from the immortal calamity lotus. What exactly is the immortal calamity lotus? How can it cultivate immortal calamity lotus? Feng Chen couldn't help but ask. I don't know either. The eternal fortune hall has always been mysterious. Any expert who came out of it would never talk about it. That's why the people of the ancient chaos era don't know anything about it. They don't even know about its existence. Chapter 2886. The immortal Academy of Fortune had always been mysterious. Even world deities couldn't find any traces of it. There was only one way to enter, and that was to find the heavenly path. Entering through the heavenly path was the only way. Every martial artist dreamed of finding the heavenly path and entering the immortal Academy of Fortune. For this, even if they were trapped in the immortal divine mountain for countless years, they wouldn't hesitate. After listening to the immortal Calamity Lotus, Feng Chen instantly understood. Lu Xingxing must have been searching for the heavenly path, right? Otherwise, how could he have been trapped here for 80 million years? For Feng Chen, the Immortal Academy of Fortune had given him too much of a shock. He felt a sense of urgency in his heart, but he knew that the heavenly path was long and difficult to find. The greatest taboo on the path of martial arts was biting off more than one could chew. Forcefully suppressing the chaotic thoughts in his mind, he took a deep breath and calmed his excitement. At this time, Feng Chen changed the topic and began to ask about the abyss of God burial. The Immortal Academy of Fortune is too far away from me for now. Let's think about how to get out of here first. Feng Chen spread his hands. You seem to be very familiar with the abyss. The Immortal Calamity Lotus said, countless powerhouses have been buried in the abyss of God burial. Why do you think I took root on the cliff above the abyss? Feng Chen was stunned. The Immortal Calamity Lotus continued, because my roots are secretly absorbing the power of the dead. Power of the dead? The so-called power of the dead is the resentment of many powerhouses who died in ancient times. After their deaths, their resentment couldn't dissipate for a long time. In the end, they evolved into dead spirits that drifted in the abyss of God burial. But because the immortal divine mountain was built by the immortal emperor, the power of laws here is different from the outside world. Their dead spirits couldn't last for long and were all annihilated in the end. But the power of the dead remained in the soil forever. The Immortal Calamity Lotus said, the power of the dead isn't very useful to ordinary people, but to me, it's simply a great supplement. Over the years, the Deathless Tribulation Lotus said, I've been taking root in the cliffs, passing through the bottomless cliffs to absorb necromancy power. Otherwise, how could I have grown so quickly? Feng Chen was stunned. He didn't expect the Immortal Calamity Life Lotus to deliberately choose to take root here. Then, Feng Chen looked at the Immortal Calamity Life Lotus in surprise. Didn't this mean that it could leave at any time? Don't let your imagination run wild, kid. The only reason I'm going with you is because of the Great Emperor Cave Ruins' supreme treasure. Otherwise, do you think you'd be so respected? The Immortal Calamity Lotus said mercilessly. Feng Chen chuckled. He was already used to it and didn't say anything. Since you know this place so well, it's easy. Now, how do we leave this place? Feng Chen asked. Leave? Why do I want to leave? The Imperishable Tribulation Life Lotus was surprised. There are opportunities everywhere. Don't you want them? You actually want to leave? Opportunities? The abyss of buried gods is where countless powerhouses from the ancient war of gods are buried. Although they're dead, their auras still remain in the air. You can continue along this path and see if you can find any opportunities. Feng Chen understood what the Immortal Calamity Lotus meant. There's no danger here, right? Feng Chen asked. Danger? The Immortal Calamity Lotus said, to outsiders, this is a dangerous place with no chance of survival, but it's different for you. Me? Feng Chen pointed at his nose and asked doubtfully. The most dangerous thing in the abyss of buried gods is the necromancy power in the soil. Once a martial artist touches it, even if they don't die, they'll be seriously injured. It will also corrode your internal organs. The Immortal Calamity Lotus said, however, you have the black hole bloodline, which is all-inclusive and can absorb the necromancy power in the soil. Moreover what? Moreover, with Immortal Cave Mountain, I'm not afraid of the necromancy power and can absorb it without restraint. If the two of us work together, the abyss of buried gods is nothing more than this. The Immortal Calamity Lotus said confidently. Feng Chen didn't say anything after that. He just followed the information provided by the Immortal Calamity Lotus and carefully moved forward. The bottomless abyss was very deep, and the bottom of the abyss was pitch black. Feng Chen had a little light on his finger, which barely illuminated the dark void. There was no movement at the bottom of the abyss. Suddenly, Feng Chen saw a few strange footprints on the ground. These aren't the footprints of human martial artists. They should be left by demonic beasts, Feng Chen said with a serious expression. He looked up and saw footprints ahead. Demonic beasts seemed to have passed by here. Let's follow and see. Anyway, he didn't find anything here, nor did he see the skeletons of the legendary ancient powerhouses. Fang Chun followed the strange footprints and came to the bottom of the rock. After entering the rock, there was a universe inside. What a vast area! There seemed to be an independent space in the rock. At a glance, it was gray. Fang Chun was a little shocked. When he looked carefully, there were countless skeletons scattered in the soil. Each skeleton exuded a powerful aura. Fang Chun's body trembled. His eyes were burning as he looked at the scattered skeletons. A peerless expert from the ancient times? Fang Chun murmured. He quickly walked to the nearest skeleton and picked up an arm bone. Suddenly, a hot aura was transmitted from the arm bone to his palm. In his body, the fire origin bloodline instantly became restless, as if it wanted to rush out of his body. Hiss! In the blink of an eye, the fire origin bloodline completely enveloped the arm bone and completely absorbed the remaining power inside. Whoosh! After a while, Fang Chun could no longer feel the hot aura, and the arm bone gradually dimmed. Fang Chun knew that the remaining power in the arm bone had been exhausted. This powerhouse must have been a fire origin bloodline expert when he was alive, Fang Chun murmured. At the same time, he was shocked to find that his fire origin bloodline had changed. It was surging in his body like the water of a raging river. It was very shocking. Has the fire origin bloodline become stronger? Fang Chun was surprised. He didn't expect that the fire origin bloodline would become stronger just by absorbing a little fire origin bloodline. This was too exaggerated. Don't make a fuss. The skeletons here are all ancient powerhouses. Although they didn't reach the level of the immortal emperor, they were at least martial emperors. Although they died countless years ago, the power in their skeletons hasn't completely dissipated. The immortal Calamity Lotus transmitted a voice message to Fang Chun through Dark Cave Mountain. The latter nodded and was shocked. He let Xiaohua out and said, Xiaohua, some of the skeletons here contain fire origin bloodline power. Try to absorb it and see if it works. Xiaohua nodded and began to try. The pure-blooded beast cub followed Xiaohua out. Before Fang Chun said anything, it took a big stride and jumped onto a pile of skeletons. Little thing, don't run around, Fang Chun scolded. He was afraid that the pure-blooded beast cub would accidentally touch something and cause unnecessary trouble. The pure-blooded beast cub jumped happily and soon came to a pile of strangely shaped skeletons. It opened its claws, grabbed the skeletons, and gnawed on them. Fang Chun also saw this scene. He wanted to stop it, but he was stopped by the immortal Calamity Lotus. It's not eating the skeletons of human warriors, but the skeletons of beasts. The immortal Calamity Lotus said, if I'm not wrong, the owner of these skeletons should have been a real pure-blooded beast. Pure-blooded beasts were famous in ancient times. They were overlords that could compete with the human race. The real pure-blooded beasts were so powerful that it made people tremble. The skeletons of pure-blooded beasts. Fang Chun opened his mouth wide. He couldn't imagine what he had seen and heard today. Crack! The pure-blooded beast cub ate a skeleton in a few bites, then picked up another skeleton and continued to devour it. On the other side, Xiaohua also began to absorb the power in the skeletons. The fire origin in his body instantly appeared. Hiss! Hiss! The fire origin emitted a hot aura, which resonated with the fire origin in the skeletons. It's helpful. Chapter 2887. Hiss! Hiss! A subtle sound came from the soil. Fang Chun took a closer look and discovered an aura that seemed both real and illusory, slowly seeping out of the soil. This aura was filled with resentment. With one look, he could tell that it was the legendary undead energy. Is it the undead energy? Fang Chun murmured. Before he could finish, the undead energy drilled into his body. A strong corrosive force instantly spread all over his body, trying to corrode Fang Chun. But at this moment, the black hole bloodline that he had prepared was released. The violent black hole bloodline power spread to every corner of his body. Looking inside his body, Fang Chun was surprised to find that the powerful undead energy had no power to fight back in front of the black hole bloodline power. The undead energy in the soil kept rushing into Fang Chen's body and was quickly refined by the black hole bloodline power. The refined undead energy in the black hole vortex was much weaker. At this moment, the immortal calamity life Lotus spoke. "Boy, send the refined undead energy to Dark Cave Mountain." Fang Chun and the immortal calamity life Lotus had reached an agreement before. Hearing this, Fang Chun waved his hand and sent the immortal calamity life Lotus into Dark Cave Mountain. Whoosh! Whoosh! The immortal calamity life Lotus quickly absorbed the undead energy. "Ha, this is great." Although he'd been rooted on the cliff for countless years, the speed at which he absorbed the undead energy was very slow. But now, Fang Chun was using the black hole bloodline power to help him purify the undead energy. "This is great." The immortal calamity life Lotus's crazy cry came from Dark Cave Mountain. He was very excited and laughed wildly. Time passed little by little. In the blink of an eye, 7 days had passed. Stop! News came from Dark Cave Mountain. In just 7 days, the immortal calamity life Lotus's roots had grown 30% thicker and its lotus petals were close to maturity. It would have taken 300 years to mature, but now it will take 30 at most. The immortal calamity life Lotus said excitedly, "Boy, when I mature, I will give you my lotus petals." Hearing this, Fang Chun grinned. His gaze fell on Xiaohua. In the past 7 days, the latter had completely absorbed the pile of bones in front of him. The power of the fire Tao fused with the fire seed, unleashing an unprecedented power. Above Xiaohua's head, the dazzling fire seed emitted a terrifying aura. Fang Chun could even feel the fire origin bloodline in his body trembling. "The fire seed has become stronger," Fang Chun exclaimed. At the same time, Xiaohua's cultivation was rising steadily. Impressive, as expected of the flame seed left behind by a true monarch fire demon. Fang Chun couldn't help but sigh. Perhaps Xiaohua's fire seed was the most precious fire seed in the entire flame tribe. His intuition told him that Xiaohua's future achievements would definitely not be weaker than perfected Lord Fire Demon. Voila! Putting away the fire seed, Xiaohua opened his eyes and looked at Fang Chun with a bright smile. "Brother, the power of the fire Tao in these bones is too strong. After absorbing them, I feel that my strength has increased a lot." Fang Chun patted Xiaohua's head gently and smiled. "Xiaohua, it's dangerous here. Go back to Immortal Cave Mountain and cultivate. When we encounter such bones again, I will call you out." "Okay." Xiaohua nodded and entered Immortal Cave Mountain. Roar! Not far away, the pure-blooded beast let out a roar. There was a terrifying halo around its body. Fang Chun was surprised to find that the pure-blooded beast's eyes were scarlet. When he looked at it, he could feel his primordial spirit trembling. What a terrifying gaze. The pure-blooded beast swaggered to Fang Chun's side and raised its head. "These bones are not enough to fill the gaps between my teeth. Help me get more." Having said that, it ignored Fang Chun and entered Immortal Cave Mountain. Fang Chun was speechless. The bones of pure-blooded beasts were rare. How could they be so easy to find? These bones are very hard. If they're used to refine weapons, they will definitely be very good materials, the immortal Calamity Lotus reminded. The strength of the peerless experts of the ancient times had reached a peak level, and their physical bodies were unparalleled. Even if they died, the bones left behind were extremely hard. If they were placed in the outside world, they would definitely be fought over. Yeah, why didn't I think of it? Fang Chun chuckled. Then he waved his hand and put away all the fire Tao skeletons. Then he continued to move forward. The power of the dead in the soil was useless to him, so he was not worried at all. In the following time, Fang Chun would occasionally encounter the bones of the peerless experts of the ancient times in the vast soil. These skeletons contained many kinds of power. Fang Chun absorbed all of them into his body. Every time he absorbed a power, his special bloodline power would mutate. 3 months later, Fang Chun had reached the center of the vast soil. During this time, he had absorbed countless skeletons. There were more than 50 special bloodline powers in his body. Apart from the black hole bloodline, all of his other bloodlines had been strengthened. Even if they were not as strong as the first generation, they were close. If the news spread to the outside world, it would definitely cause a stir in the immemorial chaos. After all, there had never been a person who could have so many special bloodlines and cultivate them to the peak state. If the fire demon perfected Lord was here, he would also be amazed. Fang Chen's fire origin bloodline was almost as strong as his. And with the help of the fire seed, Xiaohua's fire origin bloodline was almost as strong as the fire demon perfected lords. During this time, all the bones were naturally collected by Fang Chun in a mortal cave mountain. There were fewer bones of the pure-blooded beasts. There were only a few pieces, and they were all eaten by the pure-blooded beast cubs. So many bones. All of them have been refined into weapons. Fang Chun already had a plan. After leaving the immortal divine mountain, he would refine a sword array for himself. Imagine how powerful would a long sword refined from the bones of a peerless powerhouse be after being arranged into a sword array. Perhaps even a peak star venerable or an extreme powerhouse could be killed instantly. The more Fang Chun thought about it, the happier he was. At the same time, he was also scanning the surroundings. Do you see the steel standing in the center of the soil? The immortal calamity Lotus asked. Fang Chun looked up. A stone steel was faintly discernible. It was emitting a strong light that completely covered the whole area. That steel is called the sealed sky steel. The reason why so many peerless powerhouses died in the battle of gods in the ancient times was because of this steel. The immortal calamity Lotus continued. Sealed sky steel. Rumor has it that the sealed sky steel has existed since the beginning of the Chaos Realm. No one knows where it came from or how it appeared. We only know that it has great power. The immortal calamity Lotus said, the sealed sky steel, as its name suggests, can seal heaven and earth. The heaven and earth here is not an independent space, nor is it just the immemorial Chaos Realm, but the entire Chaos Realm. I don't know the details, but I heard a secret. When the sealed sky steel was at its peak, it could seal the entire Chaos Realm with a thought. Fang Chun was shocked. This was too terrifying. Sealing the entire Chaos Realm with a thought? How much power did it require? Who was the owner of the sealed sky steel? Was it born naturally, or evolved from the supreme laws? Fang Chun muttered to himself. A martial emperor accidentally obtained the sealed sky steel. His battle prowess instantly soared, and he was able to fight against the immortal emperor. However, the sealed sky steel was damaged, and there were internal problems, causing its power to decrease sharply. In the battle of gods, the sealed sky steel used up the last of its power to suppress all the powerhouses here. The immortal calamity Lotus said, in fact, the most precious thing in the abyss of god burial is the sealed sky steel in front of you. If you can obtain it, you will be like a tiger that has grown wings. Fang Chun slowly walked to the sealed sky steel and gently touched it with his hand. He immediately felt an ancient power enter his body. There's no movement. The sealed sky steel didn't move at all. It was like an ordinary steel standing in the middle of the soil. If he hadn't come here, no one would know about the sealed sky steel's existence. Should I just pull it out? Fang Chun asked. The immortal calamity Lotus said, although the sealed sky steel is damaged and exhausted, it can't be easily obtained. You need to comprehend the Tao. After comprehending the mysteries recorded on the sealed sky steel, you can put it away. Comprehend the Tao? Chapter 2888. Upon closer inspection, he discovered that there were some inscriptions carved on the sealed sky monument. They were complex and profound, and Fang Chun couldn't understand them. These are inscriptions from the ancient times. They're almost lost now, so of course you can't understand them. The immortal calamity Lotus said, fortunately, I learned inscriptions back then. Otherwise, I wouldn't be able to help you. You know inscriptions? Fang Chun asked excitedly. He had also read about inscriptions in the history books. The ancient times were a glorious era, and emperor realm powerhouses were like bamboo shoots after the rain, constantly rising. That era was unprecedentedly glorious. However, it also led to the battle of gods, which caused the immemorial chaos to fall behind by countless eras. In the ancient times, inscriptions were not only a kind of language, but also a kind of secret technique. Some powerhouses could carve inscriptions into various powerful methods and use them to attack. The beginning of heaven and earth. The immortal calamity Lotus began to translate the inscriptions on the sealed sky monument for Feng Chun. It was actually very simple. It mainly introduced the sealed sky monument, and then carved a secret technique called the sealed sky secret technique. Only by cultivating this secret technique could one control the sealed sky monument. However, it also said that if one wanted to take it away, they had to comprehend the true origin of the sealed sky monument. This is a bit difficult, Feng Chun muttered. He was very unfamiliar with inscriptions and didn't understand it at all. How could he comprehend its origin? Forget it, I'll give it a try. Sitting cross-legged in front of the sealed sky monument, Feng Chun immersed himself in it and began to comprehend the origin of the sealed sky monument. In the mysterious valley, Lu Xingxing muttered to himself, wondering how Feng Chun was doing. Gulp! After drinking a mouthful of wine, Lu Xingxing said, "That's a bottomless abyss. Even I don't dare to enter it. I wonder what my brother is relying on." He shook his head hard to get rid of the mess in his mind, took a sip of wine, and then smiled. "Forget it. Let's not think about this." His gaze fell on the center of the immortal divine mountain, and his eyes flashed with a complicated expression. In the outside world, the Nile continent, Mingwest City. In the palace of the city lord, the Mingwest city lord was wearing a long purple dress. Her beautiful eyes twinkled as she looked at the place where the divine altar was. She looked worried. It's been so long, but there's still no movement. Beside him, Yitsong and Lin Hai comforted him. "Don't worry, city lord. Brother Feng is both brave and intelligent. He's also so strong. As long as he's careful, he shouldn't be in any danger." That's right. Brother Feng will definitely be able to bring the immortal calamity life, Lotus, to the city lord. Now, Yitsong and Lin Hai had both broken through to the Star Venerable realm. They had become the future of Nethermoon City and were highly valued by the city lord. "I hope so," Mingwest city lord said. Immemorial chaos, a mysterious place. The old man sat on the boulder and looked down with a smile. In a space where time was accelerated, there were a few figures cultivating. Not bad. All of a sudden, the old man flicked his finger, causing time to accelerate and space to disperse. Several figures appeared in front of him. Crash! Feng Chen's doppelganger opened his eyes. Terrifying sword light shot out from his eyes. His body was enveloped by an unparalleled power. Beside him, Tianxin, Kangjiu, and Feng Shi also opened their eyes. "How is it?" the old man asked with a smile. "Thank you for your guidance, senior." Feng Shi knew very well how terrifying the old man in front of him was. He could casually create such a huge space where time was accelerated and maintain it for such a long time. Even more frightening was that even though the old man hadn't given him any guidance, he found that as he stood on the ground, he felt as if all the questions in his mind had been resolved. The four of them were able to achieve so much because of the old man. "Dare I ask for senior's name?" Feng Chan asked, cupping his fist. "Ha ha, this old man likes to travel the world. Even more, I like to nurture geniuses. The four of you happen to have good talent, so I brought you here." The old man smiled. "As for my name, you will know in the future." The four of them looked at each other. "Your cultivation has reached a bottleneck. From today onwards, you can leave the mountain." The old man said, "Train more in the mortal world, and you will be able to become the best of the best. Remember, follow your heart." As soon as the old man finished speaking, he disappeared without a trace. Even Feng Chun couldn't catch a trace of him. "Father, Master," Feng Shi, Kangjiu, and Tianxin greeted Feng Chun. They were brought here in a daze, and then endlessly cultivated. Now, the old man told them that they could leave the mountain. Feng Chun nodded, bowed deeply to the mountain, and then left. "Father, where are we going?" Fong Shi asked. "To find your mother and the other two," Fong Chen said. After he left the mountain and recovered his memory, he connected with his original body. He learned that Star and Moon had disappeared after entering the heavenly Venerate Sea. It was suspected that they had come to the ancient chaos. "Master," Tianxin wanted to say something but stopped. "What is it?" Fong Chen asked. "I want to go out alone with Junior Brother." "We don't want to be flowers in a greenhouse," Tianxin said. Kong Jiu nodded. Fong Chen pondered, then said, "All right, then we will part here. I hope that I can hear your names in the ancient chaos many years later." "Master, don't worry. Junior Brother and I will not disgrace Master's dignity," Tianxin said confidently. "Father, I also want to go out with them," Fong Shi said. "Go." Time passed slowly. Immortal Divine Mountain, bottomless abyss. Fong Chun had been comprehending here for more than 300 years, but he still couldn't comprehend the origin of the Sealed Sky Monument. One day, his body was in chaos, and blood flowed out of his 7 orifices. The Sealed Sky Monument emitted a crystal-clear light. Poochie. His throat moved, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. His face was pale to the extreme. "Stop. You will go mad if you continue like this." The Immortal Calamity Life, Lotus advised. The inscriptions on the Sealed Sky Monument were very profound. The slightest carelessness would cause one to go mad. And now, Fong Chun had finally reached a critical point. If he continued to forcefully comprehend, he would definitely suffer a backlash. Huff! Fong Chun gasped for breath, and his eyes were filled with determination. "I have been comprehending here for more than 300 years, and I still can't comprehend the profound meaning of the inscriptions." Fong Chun was a little unwilling. His potential couldn't be said to be unprecedented, but at least he could be ranked in the ancient chaos. But now, there was a sense of powerlessness in his heart. "What is going on?" Fong Chun was very conflicted, and he roared loudly. Rumble! Suddenly, a deafening sound resounded in the silent world. Then, a dazzling light appeared in the sky. After the light spread, it seemed as if time had stopped. "That is Heaven's Road." The Immortal Calamity Life, Lotus shouted crazily in Immortal Cave Mountain, forgetting himself. "Heaven's Road!" Fong Chen's heart trembled, and he suddenly stood up. At this moment, the Sealed Sky Monument underwent a strange change. It kept shrinking, turning into a stream of light and shooting into the sky. The Sealed Sky Monument entered Heaven's Road. The Immortal Calamity Life, Lotus said. It must have sensed the aura of the Immortal Academy of Creation and followed the Immortal Emperor. Whoosh! In just a few seconds, the azure sky became gorgeous and colorful. Every corner of the Immortal Divine Mountain could feel the shocking aura in the sky. Under everyone's gaze, a rainbow appeared out of thin air and gradually formed a bridge. This bridge went straight into the clouds, and the end couldn't be seen. Heaven's Road has appeared, huh? It really is Heaven's Road. I have been cultivating here for tens of thousands of years. Heaven will not let down those who work hard. Heaven's Road has appeared. Could it be that the Immortal Academy of Creation has also appeared? I must enter the Immortal Academy of Creation. For a time, the entire Immortal Divine Mountain was shaken. All the races hiding in the dark came out one after another, and they fought to be the first to step on Heaven's Road. The appearance of Heaven's Road meant that the Golden Age had come again. Perhaps soon, many Emperor Realm experts would step out of the Immortal Academy of Creation. Fong Chun, who was in the bottomless abyss, also couldn't suppress the excitement in his heart. That was the legendary Heaven's Road. No matter how difficult it was, he had to give it a try. Let's go. Let's leave this place. The Immortal Calamity Life, Lotus said urgently. Chapter 2889. The place that connected to Heaven's Road was the highest peak in the center of the Immortal Divine Mountain, known as Mount Laojun. At this moment, all the races were madly rushing towards Mount Laojun. Stepping on Heaven's Road meant that they had a chance to become Emperor Realm powerhouses. Everyone went crazy for it. This kind of opportunity was hard to come by. A few days later, Fong Chun successfully broke out of the bottomless abyss. Phew, I finally got out of that damn place, Fong Chun said while panting. If it weren't for the immortal calamity lotus, it would be harder to get out than to reach the heavens. He raised his head and looked. Heaven's road had officially stabilized. His eyes were full of passion as he whispered, I wonder how many skeletons will be buried when Heaven's road opens. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The sound of something breaking through the void came from the void. Lu Xingxing appeared. Brother, you finally came out. Lu Xingxing smiled and walked to Fong Chen's side. Brother Lu. Fong Chen cupped his fists. Amazing. Lu Xingxing gave Fong Chen a thumbs up. To be able to walk out of the bottomless abyss unscathed, it was enough to see how amazing Fong Chen was. I said that I didn't misjudge you. My brother is the chosen one, destined to reach the peak in the future. Lu Xingxing was very happy to see Fong Chen again. He hugged Fong Chen's shoulder and said, Brother, you must have found Heaven's road. Fong Chen nodded. I'm preparing to go to Heaven's road to try. I wonder if Brother Lu wants to go with me? Heaven's road's appearance is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. I naturally have to try and see if I can enter the legendary Immortal Academy of Fortune. Lu Xingxing said, but Heaven's road is full of dangers. You must not let everything in front of you go to your head. You must always maintain a calm state of mind. Don't worry, Brother Lu. Fong Chun and Lu Xingxing walked together towards Mount Laojun. At the same time, the entire primeval chaos was shaken. There were many paths in the Immortal Academy of Fortune. The moment the heavenly road appeared in the immortal divine mountain, several heavenly roads appeared in the outside world as well. The sovereigns who stood at the peak of the primordial chaos all appeared and worked together to stabilize the heavens path. After that, the various large clans began to make preparations. They selected the most outstanding geniuses of the younger generation and sent them into the heavens path, hoping that they would be able to obtain great opportunities in the Eternal Academy of Fortune. In fact, for these powerhouses who stood at the peak of the primeval chaos, the higher their cultivation level, the lower their chances of obtaining opportunities in the courtyard of eternal fortune. The imperishable Academy of Creation's original intention was to nurture experts for the immemorial primal chaos. Hence, the younger generation of geniuses had a greater chance. It affected the entire primordial chaos. All the geniuses of the various races ascended the path of heaven at the same time. The heavenly path has appeared. The Deathless Institute of Fortune has appeared once again in the primordial chaos. Chaotic times have arrived. The experts are all fighting for supremacy. Maybe this time, there will be immortal emperors emerging from the Deathless Institute of Fortune. In a certain sea, an old monster emerged from the waves. He stood with his hands behind his back, looking at the heaven's path as he muttered, The immortal emperor is truly generous. Every time the Deathless Institute of Fortune appears, it consumes a huge amount of energy. In the extreme south, an old woman leaned on a walking stick and said faintly, However, he is willing to exhaust his source to nurture experts for the immemorial primal chaos. He is worthy of respect. At the same time, hidden experts emerge from seclusion in every corner of the immemorial primal chaos. Their focus was on the heavens path, as well as the Deathless Institute of Fortune hidden behind it. They knew that every time the Deathless Institute of Fortune appeared, it was also the time of chaos. This was the saying that heroes were born in troubled times. I wonder if the Deathless Institute of Fortune will be able to restore the glory of the golden age of the ancient era. Some old monsters who had survived from the ancient era muttered to themselves. At the core of the immemorial divine mountain, Mount Laojun, looking at the majestic Mount Laojun, Fong Chen's heart trembled. So many people. Fong Chen couldn't help but sigh. Almost everyone in the immemorial divine mountain had gathered here. We can't stay here for long. Let's go up first, Lu Xingxing said, and led Fong Chen up Mount Laojun. Along the way, Mount Laojun was littered with corpses and rivers of blood. Seeing this, Fong Chen frowned slightly, as if he was a little puzzled. Why did these people start fighting before they even stepped onto the heavens path? It's normal. Everyone is selfish and wants to monopolize the heavens path. Where there are people, there will be fighting. Lu Xingxing said indifferently. Lu Xingxing. Suddenly, a furious roar reverberated throughout the area as a burly man shot over at high speed. Whoosh! A dart shot out from his palm, shattering the void and instantly arriving in front of Lu Xingxing. Whoosh! Lu Xingxing reached out with one hand and accurately caught the dart. Then, he sneered, "This thing is useless against me. Damn it, do you dare to fight me?" The burly man said angrily. "You're not my opponent," Lu Xingxing said simply and directly. Fang Chun could feel that the burly man's aura was very tyrannical. It didn't seem to be much weaker than Lu Xingxing. "I spent 800 years researching a killing move. If you can block it, I won't bother you anymore and admit that you're stronger than me," the burly man said. "Okay, I'd like to see what you, Lung Biao, can do. Watch carefully." Suddenly, a vast aura exuded from Lung Biao's body. Then, he clenched his fists and flames spewed out from between his fingers. Following Lung Biao's roar, the flames quickly condensed into a thumb-sized ball. What a great technique! To be able to squeeze such a powerful flame energy into such a small space in such a short period of time. And Fang Chun said in surprise, "He has mastered the fusion of the darts and flames. I can even see the shadow of a talisman in it." Fang Chun was able to tell that Lung Biao's attack was actually a combination of many different kinds of powers. Array Dao, Talisman Dao, Fire Dao, etc. Interesting. How can so many kinds of power not repel each other? This was a question worth pondering. Whoosh! Lung Biao gathered all the power in his body and performed this killing move. When the flaming dart was shot out, the entire world seemed to have fallen into a state of paralysis. Even Lu Xingkong's expression changed abruptly. "Let's see how you block it," Lung Biao roared. Crack! The flame dart shattered the void and arrived in front of Lu Xingxing. Gulp! At this critical moment, Lu Xingxing did not feel any pressure. Instead, he took out the spirit-tempering wine and drank a mouthful. After drinking, he slowly stretched out 2 hands. Just as the flame dart was about to hit him, 2 fingers magically appeared on the left and right sides of the flame dart. "I told you, you're no match for me." A lazy voice came from Lu Xingxing's ears. How is this possible? Lung Biao could not accept the fact that the killing move he had painstakingly studied for 800 years had been caught by Lu Xingxing with his bare hands. All things in the world reinforce and counteract each other. Your so-called killing move is not much of a threat to me. After Lu Xingxing finished speaking, he ignored Lung Biao and led Fang Chun up Mount Laojun. Puchi! After walking a long distance, Lu Xingxing's throat moved and he spat out a mouthful of blood. "Big Brother Lu, are you injured?" Lu Xingxing waved his hand and said, "It's just a small injury. It doesn't matter." I underestimated Lung Biao's means. I didn't expect him to develop such a killing move. If he was given more time, he would be even stronger. Fang Chun nodded inwardly. Since coming to Mount Laojun, he had encountered all kinds of experts. He was even more shocked. The more it was like this, the more he could not wait to step on the Heaven Road and enter the legendary Immortal Academy of Creation. Although I can already kill Star Venerables, I am still too insignificant in the immemorial chaos, Fang Chun sighed. "We're here." After a while, Lu Xingxing spoke. Fang Chun looked up and suddenly found a rainbow bridge connecting the end of the sky to the peak of Mount Laojun. In front of the rainbow, there was a void gate that seemed real and illusory. Countless warriors rushed into it. Crack! Some martial artists had just taken one step into the void door when their bodies directly disintegrated. It was a tragic sight. The pressure of the Heaven Road is very strong. If your body is too weak, you can't resist it at all. You will only be crushed, Lu Xingxing explained. Fang Qin nodded and looked at the Heaven Road with a burning gaze. With the arrival of chaos and the appearance of the Heaven Road, his blood was boiling. Chapter 2890. At this moment, Mount Laojun was overcrowded with people. As far as the eye could see, it was a dark mass. Of course, this was only a part of it. There were many experts who had already entered the Heaven's Road before Fang Chun and Lu Xingkong arrived. Let's go. In a short period of time, more than a dozen ancient gods died tragically in front of the Heavenly Road. They didn't even have time to say their last words before they were completely annihilated. The strength of the Heavenly Road exceeded everyone's expectations. Their hearts were filled with shock. For a time, many experts stood in front of the Heavenly Road, looking at the void gate in front of them with fear. Lu Xingxing looked around, and finally his gaze fell on the void gate. Once you step on the Heavenly Road, I won't be able to take care of you. After entering the immortal Academy of Fortune, we won't be together. Be careful then. Fang Chen nodded heavily and followed Lu Xingxing into the void gate. Look, isn't that wine sage Lu Xingxing? He also entered the Heavenly Road. This is a chance to enter the immortal Academy of Fortune. Even wine sage can't refuse it, right? I wonder how much wine sage's strength has improved over the years. Wine sage Lu Xingxing was still very famous in the immortal Divine Mountain. His appearance naturally caused a lot of discussion, but soon everyone forgot about his existence. Everyone was thinking about how to step on the Heavenly Road and successfully pass it. One had to know that at the end of the Heavenly Road was the legendary Immortal Academy of Fortune. For the Immortal Academy of Fortune, let's go. Yes, if we can enter the Immortal Academy of Fortune in this life, everything will be worth it. Even if we die, we will die on the Heavenly Road. After a short silence, many voices sounded again. A large number of warriors rushed forward and rushed into the Heavenly Road. The void gate flashed, and Fang Chun stepped onto the rainbow bridge in an instant, completely isolated from the outside world. Is this the Heavenly Road? Fang Chun looked around and muttered to himself. Suddenly, a powerful pressure descended. Caught off guard, Fang Chun's body was almost pressed to the ground. He knelt down on one knee and used all the strength in his body to forcefully stabilize his body. Finally, he stood up bit by bit. Sword chi surged around his body as he pushed his chaotic origin sword body to its limits. His defense was raised to the maximum, allowing him to resist against the powerful pressure that came crashing down on him from all directions. What a powerful pressure! If not for the fact that my chaotic origin sword body has already reached the pinnacle and is just a step away from the primal chaos sword body, my fleshy body would have exploded from the pressure. Fang Chun felt a lingering fear. At the same time, he became even more fearful of Heaven's Road. Plop! Just as he took a few steps forward, a man covered in blood suddenly fell to the ground. A powerful pressure had squeezed his body out of shape. His face was pale, and his aura was weak. His life force was disappearing. Save me. The man raised his hand with difficulty and asked Fang Chun for help. But before he could finish speaking, there was a loud boom. His body was unable to resist the powerful pressure of the Heavenly Road and instantly exploded. Flesh and blood splattered everywhere, and the scarlet aura was blown away by the wind. Fang Chun was stunned for a moment. Soon after, a complicated expression appeared on his face. This was a world where the strong were respected. The weak were not qualified to step on Heaven's Road. Who? After adjusting his state of mind briefly, Fang Chun continued on his journey. The pressure of Heaven's Road was too strong. Even for him, if he was not careful, his life would be in danger. Let's not talk about whether he should save that person or not. Even if he wanted to save that person, he did not have the strength to do so. Along the way, Fang Chun met many experts from various big clans. Some of them were struggling to move forward, and some had fallen to the ground. Their bodies would explode at any moment. At the same time, Fang Chun also saw the various experts plotting against each other. After walking for about an hour, Fang Chun felt the pressure of Heaven's Road getting stronger. Every step he took, he would feel his breathing becoming faster. Could this be the test of Heaven's Road? If I can't pass the test, I won't be qualified to enter the Immortal Academy of Creation? Fang Chun murmured. His heart was filled with shock. Even with his physical strength, it was difficult for him to resist, let alone those ordinary warriors. As expected of the Immortal Academy of Creation, the threshold is so high that it's amazing. As soon as Fong Chen's voice fell, a deafening sound suddenly came from behind him. Oh no! When Fong Chen felt a powerful force coming from behind him, he cursed inwardly and hurriedly controlled his body to dodge. However, this was Heaven's Road. Even his space-time escape technique had no effect here. Dong! Although he moved his body, he was still hit by the fist radiance. Fong Chen's body immediately staggered, and he took many steps back. His qi and blood were tumbling inside his body, and his internal organs were shaking. He struggled to stabilize his body. His eyes were full of anger as he turned around. Kid, you're really lucky. The person who came was a star venerable realm elder of the Divine Tiger Clan. When he saw Fong Chen, he was also a little surprised. The immortal Calamity Lotus of the Divine Tiger Clan had been snatched away by Fong Chen. The two had long been enemies. Meeting in this place, they naturally wanted to kill each other. Trash like you is qualified to step on Heaven's Road. The star venerable realm elder of the Divine Tiger Clan sneered and immediately attacked. There was a layer of light purple halo on the surface of his skin. It was this halo that resisted the pressure of Heaven's Road, allowing him to attack Fong Chen without restraint. Oh! The two fists collided, and a powerful force rushed out. Fong Chen's body kept retreating. At the same time, he felt that the pressure of Heaven's Road on him was getting stronger. How could this be? Fong Chen was a little puzzled. Why was he restrained by the pressure of Heaven's Road, but the other party could move forward so calmly? It's his body. Looking over, Fong Chen finally realized that something was amiss. He carefully sensed that the faint purple halo around the star venerate realm elder of the Divine Tiger Clan contained a special power. A defensive halo formed from the power of the Divine Tiger Clan's bloodline. Soon after, Fong Chen's eyes rotated as his mouth parted into a smile. Kid, you should be proud to die in Heaven's Road. The elder of the Divine Tiger Clan roared and attacked Fong Chen. Lu Xingxing. Suddenly, Fong Chen shouted and stared at the back of the elder of the Divine Tiger Clan. After hearing the three words Lu Xingxing, the elder of the Divine Tiger Clan's attack obviously stopped. He turned his head to look. However, at this moment, Fong Chen launched a fierce and overbearing attack. The hidden star sword whizzed out, and an illusory sword was forcefully displayed. Pucci! By the time the elder of the Divine Tiger Clan reacted, the hidden star sword had already pierced the light purple halo. At the same time, the black hole, bloodline power emerged and penetrated the elder of the Divine Tiger Clan's skin, and the light purple halo was broken. Crack! Under the powerful attack of the black hole bloodline, the light purple halo was unable to resist. Not good. The light purple halo was the defensive halo condensed by the Divine Tiger Clan's bloodline. It was also the biggest reliance to enter Heaven's Road. Now that it was broken by Fong Chen, the elder cried out involuntarily. At the same time, a series of explosion sounds came from his body. Bang! Blood mist gushed out. Without the light purple halo, he was unable to resist the pressure of Heaven's Road. Condense. The elder of the Divine Tiger Clan hurriedly urged the bloodline power to condense the light purple halo, but it was useless. Without the protection of the defensive halo, his body was far inferior to Fong Chen's. Crack! The pressure of Heaven's Road descended and instantly crushed his body, turning him into a pool of blood mist. Miserable screams could be heard endlessly. You brought this upon yourself, Fong Chen said indifferently, then put away the hidden star sword and continued to move forward. After this battle, Fong Chen was even more afraid of Heaven's Road. I don't know where Brother Lu went, Fong Chen murmured. With Lu Xingxing's reputation, no one should have any ideas about him. Rumble. After Fong Chen continued to move forward for 6 hours, the weather suddenly became bad. Above the Rainbow Bridge, rolling thunder clouds appeared. The deafening sound of thunder resounded through the sky. Thunder dragons danced, turning the world in front into a sea of thunder. The terrifying sound of thunder made everyone tremble. Many people stopped in front of the sea of thunder. They were a little afraid. Of course, there were some warriors who thought they could withstand the attack of the sea of thunder and rushed forward. What a terrifying sea of thunder. Chapter 2891. Is this the legendary heavenly road, lightning tribulation? A voice came from the crowd. What? Is there really a heavenly road, lightning tribulation? It's over. We actually encountered a heavenly road, lightning tribulation. Damn it. When many people heard the words heavenly road, lightning tribulation, their faces turned pale and they were very afraid. However, there are also some demons who were very arrogant. They thought that the heavenly road, lightning tribulation was exaggerated by the outside world and was not as powerful as they imagined. Humph, it's just a heavenly road, lightning tribulation. The strongest thing about us Thunder Barbarians is our physical body, and we mainly cultivate the thunder element, a Thunder Barbarian said disdainfully. That's right. The heavenly road, lightning tribulation is just a dispensable test for us, another Thunder Barbarian said. Many people shook their heads when they saw this. The Thunder Barbarians had always liked to boast, and they did not believe them. You Thunder Barbarians are so powerful. Why are you stopping here? A mocking voice came from the dark. The clansmen of the Thunder Barbarian Beast Tribe sneered. Fine, I'll let you ants see how powerful we are. The Thunder Barbarian who had spoken earlier turned into a stream of light and was extremely fast. Everyone exclaimed. They did not expect the Thunder Barbarians to be so fast in the heavenly road. It was very shocking. In a flash, the Thunder Barbarian was infinitely close to the Thunder Sea. At this time, a layer of dense thunder patterns appeared on the surface of his huge body. These thunder patterns contain the power of thunder. Roar! With a furious roar, the lightning barbarian charged into the sea of lightning bolts with an indomitable will. Did he make it? Many people widened their eyes and looked in the direction of the Thunder Sea. I said that the heavenly road lightning tribulation is nothing to us Thunder Barbarians. Many of the Thunder Barbarians sneered. Boom! However, just as he finished speaking, there was an explosion. Flesh and blood flew everywhere, and thunder element blood sprayed out from the Thunder Sea. Someone recognized that the flesh and blood came from the Thunder Barbarian just now. Humph! The Thunder Barbarians are just so. They said that they were so disdainful of the heavenly road, lightning tribulation, but they died in the Thunder Sea. How sad. The Thunder Barbarians are just an undeserved reputation. Countless mocking voices came from the dark. Stupid humans. How can one person represent the entire Thunder Barbarian tribe? The Thunder Barbarians were still arguing, and at the same time, they wanted to intimidate many human warriors. As time went by, more and more barbarians, one after another, the Thunder Barbarians rushed into the Thunder Sea. Rumble. The Thunder Barbarians, no matter how strong the physical bodies of the Thunder Barbarians were, they could not pass through the Thunder Sea and died one after another. For a moment, even the Lightning Barbarian clan fell into silence. They did not care about the mocking voices in the dark. Yes, it is said that the heavenly path's lightning tribulation will appear at any time. Once it appears, it will become the biggest obstacle for people to enter the Academy of Eternity. Many people were filled with helplessness towards the heavenly road's lightning tribulation. Among the crowd, Fongchen carefully observed the sea of lightning. During this period of time, the Thunder Barbarians had a rough understanding of the Thunder Sea. The thunder dragons in the sky can be traced. Inside the Thunder Sea, there are complicated rules. Although the Thunder Barbarians have strong bodies, they are simple-minded and can't see through the rules in the Thunder Sea. They deserve to die, Fong Chun thought to himself. At this moment, countless exclamations came from the crowd. Ha ha, you ants, did you see that? The Thunder Barbarians have passed the heavenly road, lightning tribulation. Just now, an expert of the Thunder Barbarian tribe had successfully passed the heavenly road, lightning tribulation. This made the Thunder Barbarians, who had been quiet, even more arrogant. The Thunder Barbarian tribe is not something that you idiots can imagine. Fong Chun shook his head and ignored the boasting of the Thunder Barbarians. He walked straight to the Thunder Sea. What does he want to do? All eyes fell on Fong Chun. Humph, stupid human. Your body is not half as strong as mine. How dare you pass the heavenly road, lightning tribulation? You're courting death. That's right. Humans always overestimate themselves. Just wait to collect your corpse. The Thunder Barbarians were disdainful of Fong Chun. Rumble. The vast power of thunder filled the sky. When Fong Chun arrived at the Thunder Sea, he felt a strong pressure. Wong. He activated the chaotic origin sword body and stood in front of the Thunder Sea, waiting quietly. When the Thunder Barbarians saw this, a new round of mockery began. He's just playing to the gallery. Now, he's showing his true face? He doesn't even dare to step into the Thunder Sea. Why does he have to be compared with the Thunder Barbarians? Humph. I like to see how long he can pretend to be mysterious. Maybe he's just trying to attract our attention. Drip. Time passed. Fong Chun stayed in front of the Thunder Sea for 15 minutes. At a certain moment, he suddenly looked up. The thunder dragons in the sky swooped down and exploded in the Thunder Sea. The explosion of tens of thousands of thunder dragons was a critical point. Fong Chun was waiting for this moment. When the explosive power of the thunder dragons in the Thunder Sea spread out, he jumped into the Thunder Sea. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The violent power of thunder kept pressing down on him. However, Fong Chun's body skillfully avoided the trajectory of the Thunder Sea and quickly passed through the Thunder Sea. Boom! When he arrived at the center of the Thunder Sea, he stopped and looked at the Thunder Barbarians outside the Thunder Sea with his dark eyes. His eyes were full of sarcasm. Damn it! The Thunder Barbarians were furious. This was a provocation to their Thunder Barbarians. Then, Fong Chun's eyes fell on the thunder clouds in the sky. The thunder calamity in the heavenly road was a death barrier to everyone, but at the same time, it was a holy place for cultivation. The thunder calamity in the heavenly road existed to prevent the weak from entering the immortal academy of creation. On the other hand, it was to temper the physical body of martial artists. Of course, Fong Chun didn't know all this. It was the immortal calamity Lotus who told him. It had lived in the immortal divine mountains for countless years and had seen countless experts. He learned about this from their mouths. Everyone thinks that the thunder calamity in the heavenly road is a disaster, but they don't know that the thunder dragons in the center of the thunder calamity are very pure. It's amazing to use them to temper the physical body, the immortal calamity Lotus said calmly. At the same time, he directed Fong Chun to the right place. Stay in this circle. Don't go out, or you'll be blasted to pieces by the thunder dragons, the immortal calamity Lotus warned. Fong Chun nodded and pushed his physical strength to the extreme. He opened his arms to welcome the thunder dragons. Rumble. Several shocking lightning dragons struck Fong Chun's body, resulting in a shocking shockwave. However, Fong Chun looked as if nothing had happened. At the same time, everyone was shocked to find that the power of thunder was absorbed by his body. Layers of lightning patterns had appeared on his skin. He's using the thunder calamity in the heavenly road to temper his physical body, the Thunder Barbarian expert cried out. Is he crazy? That's the thunder calamity in the heavenly road. I've never heard of anyone who dared to bathe in it to temper their physical body. At this moment, not only the Thunder Barbarians, but all the human warriors gathered here were dumbfounded. Looking at him, it seems that the Thunder Dragons can't affect him at all. On the contrary, they're tempering his body. Is the center of the Thunder Sea a safe zone? Someone suddenly said. It must be so. Otherwise, how can a warrior of the life ancient realm resist the powerful pressure of the thunder calamity in the heavenly road? The purpose of the thunder calamity in the heavenly road is definitely not just to stop weak warriors. For a moment, everyone's eyes were filled with passion. Think about it, using the thunder calamity in the heavenly road to temper one's physical body. This was definitely a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Everyone was eager to rush into the center of the Thunder Sea and bathe in the baptism of the heavenly road's thunder calamity. Several members of the Thunder Barbarian tribe rushed straight into the Thunder Sea. Boom! The Thunder Dragon swooped down and exploded. The Thunder Barbarians' flesh and blood instantly flew everywhere. A basin of cold water was poured on everyone's heads. They retracted their steps. What's going on? The Thunder Barbarians were puzzled and roared in anger. A helpless voice came from the crowd. Chapter 2892. Everyone was enlightened. That's right, without strength, how could one reach the center of the lightning sea? Thinking of this, everyone took in a breath of cold air. Especially the Thunder Barbarian tribe that mocked Fang Chun previously, their faces turned ashen. Just now, their tribe looked down on Fang Chun and mocked Fang Chun, thinking that Fang Chun was courting death. But the latter used his actions to slap them in the face. The Thunder Barbarians felt their faces burning. Although one of their tribe had successfully withstood the heavenly road lightning tribulation, he did not reach the center of the lightning sea. How can one reach the center of the lightning sea? Someone asked. Since he can do it, he must have a way. Let's work together and find the flaw. We will definitely find a way to break it. For a moment, everyone fell silent and began to rack their brains. And in the center of the lightning sea, Fang Chen's fleshly body had been tempered to a certain extent. Boom! Above the lightning sea, a thick lightning dragon swooped down. The entire sky turned dark as if the end of the world had arrived. It was very terrifying. Fang Chun raised his head and looked at the lightning dragon swooping down. His body trembled and sword chi surrounded his skin. In history, there have only been 9 heavenly road lightning tribulations. Only a few could withstand it. The immortal Calamity Lotus said, those who successfully withstood the 9 heavenly road lightning tribulations eventually became Emperor Realm experts. Hearing this, Fang Chen's heart trembled slightly. At the same time, the first lightning tribulation bombarded his body. Kacha! The first lightning tribulation was not too strong. Fang Chen easily withstood it with his chaotic origin sword body. Crackle, crackle. The lightning dragon bombarded his body. Lightning runes flickered and the lightning energy was absorbed by his body. Following that, the second lightning tribulation swooped down. Fang Chun could easily withstand the first few lightning tribulations. But from the 5th lightning tribulation, Fang Chun felt a trace of pressure. He had to go all out to deal with it. The 6th and 7th lightning tribulations. The 2 lightning tribulations struck down one after another. The power of the chaotic origin sword body was raised to the maximum, allowing its defense to reach its peak. After barely withstanding the 7th lightning tribulation, Fang Chen's face was a little pale. His forehead was full of sweat, and his body looked like it would collapse at any moment. 2 more. Meanwhile, the 8th tribulation descended from the sky. The power of this lightning tribulation had already exceeded the total power of the previous 7 lightning tribulations. Its attack power was so strong that it was daunting. What should we do? Fang Chen's eyes flashed with determination. Soon after, he closed his eyes and continuously formed seals with his hands. When the 8th bolt of tribulation lightning struck down, he stretched out his right hand to block it. Crack! In the blink of an eye, Fang Chen's left hand suddenly slapped his right shoulder. A crisp sound rang out as his right arm was instantly broken, blood and flesh splattering everywhere. Veins were squirming on Fang Chen's forehead. He forcefully endured the pain coming from his severed arm. The energy of the chaotic origin sword body filled his entire body. Seeing this, the immortal Calamity Life Lotus sighed. Why are you doing this? Fang Chun had bet his future on the 9th tribulation lightning. He hoped that the 9th tribulation lightning could transform his chaotic origin sword body. Otherwise, not only would he lose his arm, he would also lose his life. I have no other choice. Fang Chun gritted his teeth and said in a deep voice. The 9th tribulation lightning struck down. Fang Chun did the same thing. His left arm absorbed the energy of the tribulation lightning and automatically severed his left arm. The difference was that his eyes were scarlet. He had pushed his chaotic origin sword body to the extreme and crazily absorbed the energy of the tribulation lightning. He wanted to use this to break through. Hiss, hiss, hiss. After the tribulation lightning destroyed his left arm, it soon dissipated in the sea of lightning. Fang Chen was disappointed when he saw this. Did I fail? Fang Chen murmured. His heart was filled with unwillingness. Severing his arm was tantamount to severing his cultivation path. His eyes were scarlet as he entered a savage state. "Be careful!" The voice of the immortal calamity life, Lotus, suddenly sounded. Fang Chun sensed something and immediately raised his head. He was shocked to find that the tribulation lightning that had ended had gathered again. Dense thunderclouds covered the entire heavens road. Under the dark thunderclouds, a terrifying lightning vortex rapidly appeared and spun crazily. Within the vortex, a shocking lightning dragon slowly poked its head out. That is, seeing the lightning dragon, Fang Chen's heart trembled and his breathing became hurried. The 10th tribulation lightning? The immortal calamity life, Lotus cried out. He had never heard that there was a 10th tribulation lightning in the heavens road. What was going on? When the Sky One-Sword Emperor, Void Primogenitor, and other peerless experts entered the Immortal Academy of Fortune and experienced the tribulation lightning, only 9 tribulation lightning appeared. The immortal calamity life, Lotus's words were filled with shock. Not far away on the heavens road, many human and demon race cultivators were racking their brains to come up with a countermeasure. Suddenly, there was an uproar among the crowd. Following that, everyone was attracted by the vast, lightning dragon in the sky. What is that? Is it the legendary ultimate tribulation lightning? Someone exclaimed, and the others' breathing became hurried. The tribulation lightning in the heavens road was already terrifying enough. They did not expect that this person could attract the ultimate tribulation lightning, a powerful tribulation lightning that only existed in legends. It's too terrifying. There is actually such a powerful tribulation lightning in the world. I can feel that the aura emitted by the ultimate tribulation lightning will destroy my primordial spirit. He's dead. No one can resist the power of the ultimate tribulation lightning. Everyone was discussing animatedly, unable to hide the shock in their hearts. Many of the Thunder Barbarians looked at Fang Chun with jealousy, wishing that he would be killed by the ultimate tribulation lightning. Dong, dong, dong. An ancient sound came from the thunderclouds. It was as shocking as the sound of a bell. The 10th tribulation lightning did not disappoint and swooped down. Roar. The lightning dragon opened its bloody mouth, and a dragon's roar resounded through the sky. At the same time, it spewed out a terrifying dragon's breath that directly enveloped Fang Chun. Damn it! Fang Chun cursed when he saw the situation. He had severed his arm, and his strength was greatly reduced. It was almost impossible for him to resist the 10th tribulation lightning. What should I do? Fang Chen's mind was thinking rapidly. He did not want to give up. There were still many things that he had not done. He did not want to leave this world with regrets. He gritted his teeth and said in a deep voice, "Even if I die, I will die standing." At this moment, sword chi swept across the sea of lightning. The raging sword chi surrounded Fang Chen's body, and he circulated his chaotic origin sword body to the maximum. Fang Chun had unleashed all the power that he could muster. If he could not even block this, he would have no regrets. Come on, let me see how strong the so-called 10th tribulation lightning is. Fang Chun shouted. The lightning dragon in the sky seemed to be moving slowly, but it was actually extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, it arrived in front of Fang Chun. Boom, boom, boom. The dragon breath that the lightning dragon breathed out enveloped Fang Chun. The latter's body was instantly destroyed. I can't die. Fang Chen's will supported him as he continued to resist. The sword chi in his body soared to the sky. The invincible sword Dao and chaotic origin sword body circulated rapidly and fused together. However, following a loud explosion, the last layer of protection was shattered, and the 10th tribulation lightning arrived. Kacha! Fang Chen's body did not have any strength to resist and was instantly shattered. His flesh and blood splattered everywhere. In the distance, the lightning barbarians sneered. The other human martial artists were dumbfounded, and their hearts were filled with shock. Is it over? Someone asked after the shock. How can a human martial artist withstand the strength of the ultimate tribulation lightning? He is courting death. He can't blame anyone. That's right. Under such a tribulation lightning, his body and soul would have been destroyed. Many members of the Thunder Barbarian tribe mocked. The human martial artist had different expressions, and were speechless for a long time. The rolling thunder sea regained its calmness, as if nothing had happened. However, the lightning dragon formed by the 10th tribulation lightning was still hovering above the thunder sea. Drip! In the thunder sea, blood and qi were surging. Fang Chen's body was completely shattered. Dongming Mountain also left Fang Chen's body and floated in the thunder sea. What a pity. The immortal calamity Lotus sighed. If it were not for the 10th tribulation lightning, Fang Chen's name would definitely go down in history, and he would be comparable to those Emperor Realm experts in the future. Dong! A voice suddenly rang out from the calm sea of lightning. Although the sound was soft, it attracted the attention of many people. Chapter 2893. He's not dead. The immortal calamity Lotus was the first to react. It was rooted in Immortal Cave Mountain, which was closely related to Fang Chun. The moment the thunder sea rolled, Immortal Cave Mountain reacted, and the immortal calamity Lotus naturally discovered it. It was extremely shocked. It originally thought that Fang Chun would be turned into ashes under the 10th thunder tribulation. Who would have thought that there would be such a big turnaround? What's going on? At this moment, even the immortal calamity Lotus didn't understand. The martial artists on the heaven road in the distance widened their eyes and looked at this scene in disbelief. Then a miracle happened. Roar! The thunder dragon roared as if it wanted to completely strangle Fang Chun, but the thunder sea shook and seemed to show signs of shattering. Blood mist spewed out and gathered together. Under everyone's gaze, a ball of primordial spirit light floated out of the blood mist. I see. A cheerful voice came from the ball of primordial spirit light. After experiencing the crisis of life and death, Fang Chun finally understood that this was the true meaning of destruction and reconstruction. Whoosh! The ball of primordial spirit light suddenly moved, and the blood mist gathered. All the sword intent in the heavens was added to his ball of primordial spirit light. A brand new physical body was being reconstructed at lightning speed. Reconstructing a physical body. The immortal calamity Lotus didn't understand. How did Fang Chun escape from the 10th thunder tribulation? Even if his primordial spirit was powerful, it was impossible, right? In a flash, Fang Chen's physical body was reconstructed. On the surface of his skin, the halo of sword qi flashed with shocking power. He gently raised his hand. Sword come. Whoosh! Whoosh! The sea of lightning surged, and dense sword qi rushed from all directions. These sword qi towered over the clouds, and their auras were unstoppable. Whoosh! When the sword qi penetrated the thunder sea, all the power in the thunder sea was dispersed. In the end, these sword qi drilled into Fang Chen's body. Fang Chen's body floated in the air, staring at the ferocious thunder dragon and grinning. The current him was not afraid of the 10th tribulation lightning, because the moment he reconstructed his fleshy body, his chaotic origin sword body had truly evolved into the primal chaos sword body. Is this the chaos sword body? Fang Chun murmured with an uncontrollable smile on his face. Now that he thought about it, it was the wisest decision to sever both his arms in order to attain the chaotic origin sword body. Now his whole body was unharmed, and his defense was at its strongest. Roar! The thunder dragon roared and swooped down. However, its power was no longer enough to make Fang Chun retreat. The latter gently raised his palm and slapped the thunder dragon's head. Crack! The powerful sword qi instantly pierced through the lightning dragon's head and detonated it. Rumble! The explosion of the lightning dragon caused the sea of lightning to tremble. And Fang Chun, from beginning to end, stood quietly in the middle of the sea of lightning, as if everything had nothing to do with him. The primal chaos sword body was the strongest sword body in history. After years of hard work, he finally succeeded. At this moment, Fang Chun felt that the heavenly road's lightning tribulation was insignificant. Ha ha! Good fella, the primal chaos sword body. The immortal calamity life Lotus was the happiest. He shouted excitedly. In the history of the heavenly road, 9 lightning tribulations was the limit. But Fang Chun attracted the 10th lightning tribulation. Eventually, Shui-Ing succeeded in evolving his chaotic origin sword body into the primal chaos sword body. Amazing! The immortal calamity life, Lotus's heart was filled with admiration. Crack! Finally, the Sea of Lightning could no longer withstand the impact of the Thunder Dragon's explosion and shattered. The thunderclouds in the sky also scattered with the wind. The Sea of Lightning collapsed, and the lightning energy rushed to the side of the heavenly road like a torrent. Many warriors were shocked when they saw this. Run! They no longer cared about being shocked by Feng Qin's strength. The most important thing now was to escape from the heavenly wheel. Otherwise, they would definitely die when the lightning energy rushed over. The densely packed figures scattered in an uproar. The torrent rolled and swept across the entire heavenly road. Voila! The immortal cave mountain returned to Feng Qin's body. The immortal calamity life Lotus sighed. Kid, you're too amazing. Feng Qin smiled. After evolving into the primal chaos sword body, his understanding of the sword Dao had reached a whole new level. His defense had reached the highest level. Even a Saint Realm expert would find it difficult to break his body. Let's go. Feng Qin took a step and disappeared at the end of the heavenly road. On the peak of Mount Laojun, many weak warriors were looking at the heavenly road with burning eyes. But they did not dare to step on the heavenly road. Damn it, the heavenly road is right in front of us, but we don't dare to step on it. It's all our fault for not cultivating hard. Now that the opportunity is here, we can't grasp it. Damn it, my physical strength is only one step away from a breakthrough. Time waits for no one. Many martial artists let out all sorts of sighs. Rumble. At this moment, the void door trembled and the rainbow bridge began to shake. What's going on? Did something happen to the heavenly road? Someone exclaimed. Their eyes widened as they stared at the void door. Whoosh! A moment later, a few figures escaped from the void door. Some of them were from the Thunder Barbarian tribe. Without exception, they were all in a sorry state. They were badly mutilated and had almost died. Crack! After they escaped, the void door finally could not withstand the impact of the thunder torrent and shattered. The moment the void gate collapsed, the entire heavens road shook. Cracks appeared on the heavenly road. The cracks spread, and in the blink of an eye, the heavenly road broke. The heavenly road broke? What the hell is going on? Someone exclaimed. They could not imagine that such a sturdy heavenly road would show signs of breaking. Could it be that our opportunity has been cut off? Dong! When the last deafening sound was heard, the heavenly road completely broke and the rainbow bridge dissipated. Mount Laojun regained its tranquility once again. Only the hearts of many warriors were in turmoil. The disappearance of the heavenly road meant that their path of cultivation had been cut off. What happened? Someone walked to the few people who had taken out their weapons and asked. Too powerful. The person shook his head frantically. He seemed to be overly surprised. What happened on the heavenly road? The person turned to look at the many Thunder Barbarian tribe demons. At this moment, their faces were also pale. After a long time, one of the Thunder Barbarian demons said in a hoarse voice, a human warrior withstood the ultimate thunder tribulation of the heavenly road. He shattered the thunder sea and broke the heavenly road. What? Hearing this, everyone was speechless. They did not dare to believe it. But when the other Thunder Barbarian demons and the remaining warriors said the news in unison, they finally believed it. How is that possible? How can there be such a powerful combat power in this world? He withstood the ultimate thunder tribulation, shattered the thunder sea, and broke the heavenly road by himself? At first, there were still people who did not know what the ultimate thunder tribulation was. But when others explained, they were dumbfounded. I once heard an expert say that there were at most 9 thunder tribulations on the heavenly road in history. But now there is a 10th. It's unbelievable. Who is this person? Is he more powerful than those Emperor Realm experts? This person's potential is really terrifying. If he comes out of the Immortal Academy of Fortune, the primordial chaos will change. On Mount Laojun, everyone was shocked. After countless years, he was the first person to draw out and withstand the 10th thunder tribulation of the heavenly road. Moreover, he shattered the thunder sea and broke the heavenly road. It was too unbelievable. Their minds were full of shock. After this news spread, the immortal divine mountain was shocked. After the shock, the many warriors on Mount Lao Jun were full of helplessness. Now, the heavenly road was broken. They did not even have the chance to find opportunities. The heavenly road is broken, and the immortal Academy of Fortune is closed. I don't know when it will appear again. Forget it. We might not be able to survive even if we go in. Some people were full of regret, while others felt a lingering fear. At that time, if they were a bit late, they might have followed in the footsteps of those people. The lightning torrent was too powerful. It was simply a killing machine. The Thunder Barbarian tribe originally had many clansmen, but now there were only a few left. Their faces were ashen. This time, they had taken a big tumble. The Thunder Sea was broken, and the heavenly road was broken. Everyone was shocked. Chapter 2894. The Immortal Academy of Creation was mysterious. Back then, the Immortal Emperor had established the Immortal Academy of Creation with his powerful means. His name was well known in the Chaos Realm. All of the great emperors were astonished. The Immortal Academy of Creation was built to cultivate experts for the Chaos Realm. The Immortal Emperor had spent his life perfecting the Academy of Creation. After that, Heaven's Path would appear every once in a while. Most of the martial artists who came out of the Immortal Academy of Creation had become unparalleled experts. It was as vast as the sea, with no end in sight. When Feng Chun passed through the light screen at the end of Heaven's Path, he found himself in a spacious square. There were white jade statues around the square, and a powerful aura shrouded the square. This is the Immortal Academy of Creation? Feng Chun murmured, puzzled. The rich heavenly energy in the air surged wildly. The chaos sword body operated on its own, quickly absorbing the heavenly energy. Feng Chun felt that this was a sacred place for cultivation. Suddenly, the origin spirit in his mind trembled. Immediately after, he discovered that something was amiss. The rules. The rules in the Immortal Academy of Creation were different from the rules in the outside world. Is the legend true? The Immortal Emperor changed the rules in the Immortal Academy of Creation? Feng Chen's heart raced. How powerful must a person be to be able to change the rules? Only the legendary sovereigns could control the supreme rules. Could it be that the Immortal Emperor had reached the level of sovereigns? According to the information he had received in the past, Feng Chun analyzed it carefully. Needless to say, the Immortal Emperor might have reached the legendary sovereign's level. So far, the Immortal Emperor was the strongest expert in the Chaos Realm. Even the Reincarnation Sword Emperor and the Sky One Sword Emperor were far inferior to the Immortal Emperor. The supreme rules have changed, and it's more suitable for cultivation. Comprehending the Tao in the Immortal Academy of Creation is twice the result with half the effort. Feng Chen grinned, feeling excited. No wonder so many people wanted to enter the Immortal Academy of Creation. This was a sacred place for cultivation. It was hard to imagine how the Immortal Emperor did it. Let's find a place to cultivate first. Feng Chen knew that he was too weak. Compared to other supreme gods, there was no way he could compare. It wasn't easy to enter the Immortal Academy of Fortune, so he naturally had to seize this opportunity. Hoo. Feng Chen's figure flickered and left the square. Not long after, he arrived at a mountain stream. A 10,000 feet tall cliff rose steeply from the ground. Lush flowers and plants grew on top of the cliff, making the entire mountain stream look much more youthful and vigorous. The powerful waterfall rumbled down. When it swooped down, it hit the stones on the ground with a deafening sound. What a powerful aura! Feng Chun stood not far away, gazing at the waterfall that flowed straight down. He was shocked. Perhaps only the imperishable Institute of Creation could emit such a powerful pressure from a mere waterfall. This place is relatively safe and well hidden. Most people would have a hard time finding this place, Feng Chun said with a nod. In fact, he had chosen this place after careful consideration, because the heavenly energy below the waterfall was denser. Furthermore, Fang Chun could vaguely feel that the supreme law here contained a stronger sword Tao energy. Who? Fang Chun leaped and sat cross-legged on a stone. Voila! Above the 10,000 feet tall cliff, the majestic waterfall swooped down and hit Fang Chen's body. Sword chi revolved around his body, and his sword intent soared to the 9 heavens. The primal chaos sword body automatically activated, raising his defense to the highest level, allowing the waterfall to hit him. If it was the chaotic origin sword body, I wouldn't be able to withstand the impact of the waterfall, Fang Chen said. But now, the primal chaos sword body could withstand it easily. From this point, one could see that the primal chaos sword body was many times stronger than the chaotic origin sword body. The strongest sword body since ancient times was indeed worthy of its reputation. The majestic waterfall hit Fang Chen's body and swept him into the water. This was equivalent to tempering Fang Chen's body while protecting Fang Chen at the same time. Fang Chen was confident that even star venerables wouldn't be able to barge into the waterfall and disturb his cultivation. This way, he would be able to cultivate in peace and tranquility. He took a deep breath and slowly closed his eyes. Wang. Amidst the surrounding supreme laws, traces of sword Tao power slowly penetrated into Fang Chen's mind. He was comprehending the supreme laws and sword Tao at the same time. Immortal Academy of Creation. Although it was an academy, its surface area was extremely vast. No one could walk through it. In a certain empty space, 2 men appeared out of thin air. Ooh, that was close. The man with dashing eyebrows heaved a sigh of relief after looking around. Yes, the Heavenly Road's lightning calamity is too strong. Fortunately, our chaotic origin sword body is strong enough. Otherwise, we would have died in the sea of lightning. The other man in golden armor said with lingering fear. The two entered Immortal Academy of Creation from other heavenly roads. They had also experienced the Heavenly Road's lightning calamity. But unlike Fang Chun, they didn't resist the ultimate lightning calamity. Instead, they went around the center of the sea of lightning and entered it. Immortal Academy of Creation is known as a cultivation holy land for martial artists. It truly lives up to its reputation. This is an opportunity that belongs to us. We must not miss it. The man with dashing eyebrows said, "Let's find a place to cultivate first. We'll look for opportunities after we've succeeded." The opening of Immortal Academy of Creation shook the entire immemorial primal chaos. Many experts from various clans entered. Although the 2 of them weren't weak, they didn't dare to become enemies with the entire world. There's a mountain stream in front. Let's go take a look. The man with dashing eyebrows suggested after hearing the majestic sound of the waterfall. The 2 of them quickly passed through the forest and saw the mountain stream. What a magnificent waterfall! The man with dashing eyebrows sighed. The impact of the waterfall is too strong. Even with my chaotic origin sword body, I can't resist it. When the golden-armored male looked at the waterfall, his eyes suddenly shrank. He frowned. Someone is under the waterfall? Hearing the words of the golden-armored male, the man with dashing eyebrows was startled. When he saw Fang Chun, he cried out in disbelief. How is this possible? How could he resist the impact of the waterfall? The 2 of them were in a mess. They thought that it was an unparalleled expert cultivating once again. But when they observed carefully, they were shocked to discover that the other party was actually an ancient god. Impossible. Even the strongest ancient god can't resist such a powerful impact. The golden-armored male shook his head and said solemnly, "This person must have a secret treasure on him." At this point, the golden-armored male chuckled. His face revealed a sinister expression. Seeing this, the man with dashing eyebrows licked his dry lips. He rubbed his palms and said, "If we can obtain the supreme treasure on him, we can cultivate under the waterfall. Who knows, our chaotic origin sword body might become stronger again. Let me try." After saying that, the man with dashing eyebrows waved the sword in his hand. Immediately, a black sword light shot out from the world. The black sword light contained a bloody sword Tao energy. It pierced through the void and appeared in front of the waterfall in an instant. Gotcha! When the black sword light collided with the waterfall, it instantly cracked. The man with dashing eyebrows was speechless. The power of the waterfall was too strong. His attack was blocked so easily. What should we do? That person has been cultivating under the waterfall. We have to think of a way to break through the waterfall. The man with dashing eyebrows said anxiously. The golden-armored male pondered for a moment before slowly saying, "Passing through the waterfall isn't too realistic. Since that's the case, we can attack from a distance." Saying this, the golden-armored male gave a sinister smile. Soon after, he opened his mouth and an ear-piercing eagle cry resounded through the sky. Wong! The eagle cry became louder and louder, forming a powerful sound wave attack in the void. It passed through the waterfall and landed in Fong Chen's ears. Amazing! The man with dashing eyebrows gave the golden-armored male a thumbs up and sighed. The golden-armored male was called Ing Wushuang. He was a genius of the Eagle Sword sect. He mainly cultivated the Sword Dao and also the sound wave attack technique. The Eagle Cry secret technique he executed was the legendary strongest sound wave attack of the Eagle Sword sect. Gotcha! The screeching of the eagle in the void gathered into circles of ripples and blasted towards Fong Chun. At this moment, within the waterfall, Fong Chun, who was sitting cross-legged, was comprehending the supreme law and Sword Dao when he suddenly felt his primordial spirit tremble. Chapter 2895. His sharp eyes looked into the distance. Ing Wushuang and Shao Li were looking over. Fong Chun frowned, very displeased. Anyone who was interrupted in the middle of enlightenment would be unhappy, not to mention that Fong Chun was at a critical juncture. He didn't know how long it would take for him to enter the state of enlightenment again. Seeing Fong Chun stand up, Ing Wushuang, who was also the golden-armored man, sneered, "Fellow Taoist, it's unfortunate that we also have our eyes on this place and want to cultivate here. Why don't you give this place to us? Also, hand over your treasures, or you'll die without a burial place." Shao Li said coldly, "Don't think we can't do anything to you just because you're hiding in the waterfall. As long as you're in the eternal courtyard of fortune, don't even think about escaping from us." Fong Chun was already very angry, but when he heard these words, he became even more furious. "Do you want to die? Ridiculous! You think you can kill us? Do you know who we are?" Shao Li said disdainfully. "There's no need for Ing Wushuang to do anything. I alone can kill you." Fong Chun had never heard of Ing Wushuang's name and didn't care who he was. He only knew that the two people in front of him were only in the life ancient realm. Fong Chun had never been afraid of anyone in the same realm. "Didn't you hear what we said? Hand over your treasures and get out of the waterfall, and we'll spare your life," Shao Li said coldly. Fong Chun frowned. Just as he was about to speak, Ing Wushuang beat him to it. "If you keep hiding in the waterfall, we'll keep harassing you. I'm afraid you don't want to waste time, right?" Ing Wushuang said indifferently, his words full of threat. Hearing this, Fong Chun stepped out of the waterfall and appeared in front of the two. Fong Chun looked down at the two and said coldly, "You two, cut off one of your arms and hand over all your treasures. Then I'll spare your lives." The way he saw it, the two of them were too weak and were not his match at all. "Once I make a move, all of you will definitely die." Wushuang Ying laughed. His laughter was very arrogant. As a genius of the Eagle Sword sect, he had never encountered such an arrogant life ancient realm martial artist. "Do you know who I am?" Ing Wushuang asked mockingly. Fong Chun shook his head. Shao Li sneered. "Ing Wushuang, Brother Ing, is a heaven's pride of the Eagle Sword sect. He's invincible in the life ancient realm. Originally, you had a chance to escape, but now I've changed my mind. You could die now." As soon as he finished speaking, Shao Li attacked. The long sword in his hand suddenly danced. In the air above the mountain stream, unimaginable sword light whizzed out. In the next moment, these sword lights circled around and finally gathered together. When all the sword lights gathered together and fused with the long sword in Shao Li's hand, he moved. With lightning speed, he arrived in front of Fong Chun. Then he stabbed the long sword in his hand at Fang Chun. Seeing this, Fang Chun didn't even lift his eyelids. His face was full of disdain. Pretentious. Seeing Fang Chun's expression, Ing Wushuang sneered and stood with his hands behind his back. Shaoli was completely enraged by Fang Chun's expression. He roared and the power in his body erupted again. The long sword in his hand trembled and directly pierced into Fang Chun's body. Kacha! However, the moment the long sword touched Fang Chun's body, it froze and couldn't move an inch. Despite Xiao Li's full strength, the long sword didn't move at all. What's going on? He was shocked to find that Fang Chun's body was surrounded by a dense halo of sword chi. His long sword was being looked down upon. I've said it before. In my eyes, you're just trash. Boom! Fang Chun's body trembled. The terrifying chaos sword body suddenly erupted with a powerful force, shattering Xiao Li's longsword. Pucci! Xiao Li felt his chest shake. He spat out a mouthful of blood and was sent flying. Dong! When Xiao Li's body hit the ground, Ing Wushuang hurriedly turned his head to look. When he saw Xiao Li's unfocused eyes, Ing Wushuang's face turned extremely gloomy. At the same time, a terrifying killing intent shot out from his eyes. You killed him? Ing Wushuang asked coldly. Reap what you sow, Fang Chun replied indifferently. Boom! Ing Wushuang's body erupted with a powerful force that went straight for Fang Chun. You've successfully enraged me. Now, you'll pay the price with your life. Ing Wushuang made his move. He roared and waves of sound waves came out of his mouth. The secret skill of sound waves was displayed. In the sky, waves of sound waves rapidly surrounded Fang Chun and attacked his primordial spirit. However, Fang Chun was still very indifferent towards this. He stomped his feet and the ground cracked. At the same time, a vast force rushed towards his mind. Break! When Fang Chun said this word, the sound wave attack that drilled into his mind shattered, vanishing without a trace. Ing Wushuang's face changed when he saw this. He immediately took out his long sword and displayed the powerful swordsmanship of the Eagle Sword sect. Swoosh! Under Ing Wushuang's control, a sharp sword light quickly pierced towards Fang Chun. Although they were in the same realm, Ing Wushuang was much stronger than Xiao Li. Therefore, after seeing Ing Wushuang display his swordsmanship, Fang Chun took out the Hidden Star Sword. Invincible Sword Principle, Illusory Sword. A powerful sword light descended from the sky, suppressing Ing Wushuang's sword light. Crack! Ing Wushuang's sword light was unable to resist and shattered instantly. Retreat! Ing Wushuang retreated rapidly when he saw this. His eyes were filled with fear. Buzz! However, no matter how he retreated, it was useless. The power of the illusory sword was too strong. Even a star venerable could not resist it, let alone Ing Wushuang. The sword suppressed Ing Wushuang, and the latter's defense was shattered. I am the genius of the Eagle Sword sect. My brother is the invincible eagle. You can't kill me. Ing Wushuang shouted at the critical moment. He wanted to scare Fang Chun with the name of the Eagle Sword sect and his brother, the invincible eagle. Are you threatening me? Fang Chun stood in the air. The huge hidden star sword pressed down on Ing Wushuang's body, making him unable to move. No. Sensing Fang Chun's killing intent, Ing Wushuang screamed miserably and tried his best to resist. Crack! Fang Chun pressed his wrist down. The hidden star sword carried an invincible power and split Ing Wushuang in half. Boom! Ing Wushuang's body exploded and his primordial spirit was completely destroyed by the powerful attack of the illusory sword. Whoosh! Whoosh! After a while, the wild power in the air gradually calmed down. Fang Chun put away the hidden star sword and stood with his hands behind his back. Looking at the bloodstains on the ground, he shook his head. As the saying goes, one can avoid the evils of heaven, but one cannot avoid the evils of one's own making. If Xiao Li and Ing Wushuang hadn't tried to snatch his supreme treasure and forced him out of the waterfall, he wouldn't have ended up like this. Whoosh! Fang Chun stomped his feet and returned to the waterfall. Far away in the forest, the trunk of a towering tree suddenly wriggled. Then, A chameleon raised its head and looked in the direction of the waterfall in horror. Then it quickly left. The chameleon was shocked when it saw how Fang Chun killed Ing Wushuang. On a mountain peak in the immortal institution of creation, a black-clothed man was sitting cross-legged. His robe was embroidered with a gorgeous eagle. Beside him was a huge sword that was emitting an extremely powerful aura. He was the chief disciple of the Eagle Sword sect and the strongest ancient god genius in the history of the Eagle Sword sect. His name was the Invincible Eagle. Whoosh! Suddenly, the cultivating Invincible Eagle opened his eyes. Soon after, his eyes were filled with bloody, killing intent. Boom! His body emitted a vast power that caused the sky to change color. Wushuang, he had Ing Wushuang's life slip. Now that it had shattered, it meant that Ing Wushuang had died. Who dares to attack my brother? Invincible Eagle roared in anger. A few days later, a piece of news spread in the immortal institution of creation. A mysterious warrior had killed Ing Wushuang with a single sword. A stone stirred up 1,000 ripples. Many warriors were shocked. Invincible Eagle immediately found the chameleon to ask for an answer. That day, when I was hiding in the forest, I saw it clearly. That guy was too strong. His sword skills were simply invincible. With one slash, Ing Wushuang couldn't resist at all and was split in half. Recalling what he saw that day, the chameleon felt a lingering fear. Chapter 2896. That day, Ing Wudi spread the news that he was going to tear his brother's murderer into pieces. When this news spread out, it caused a huge commotion. Even though the Immortal Academy of Creation had only been open for a short period of time, Ing Wushuang had already entered the Immortal Ancient God list and was ranked in the top 20. His strength was extraordinary. Have you heard? Ing Wudi is angry. This guy is dead for sure. I wonder who dared to kill Ing Wushuang. He's courting death. I heard from the chameleon that the person killed Ing Wushuang with a single strike. He must be very strong. He might not be afraid of Ing Wudi. For a moment, the crowd had all kinds of guesses about Fang Chun. In front of the waterfall, a simple and honest man hurried over with an anxious look on his face. After seeing the waterfall, he stopped and looked around. Brother, seeing that Fang Chun was cultivating, the simple and honest man called out. It just so happened that Fang Chun had gained some enlightenment. He stopped cultivating and wanted to digest these insights. When he heard the voice, he turned around. Brother, it's not good. The news of you killing Ing Wushuang has spread. Ing Wudi is furious. He said that he will tear you into pieces. You should leave this place quickly. The simple and honest man explained. Hearing this, Fang Chun's expression changed slightly. Then, with a leap, he landed in front of the honest-looking man. Why did you inform me? Fang Chun asked. He had never met this man before. He didn't believe that he would inform him for no reason. To tell you the truth, I have an irreconcilable enmity with the Eagle Sword sect. When he mentioned the Eagle Sword sect, a cold, murderous glint flashed across the man's eyes. Back when I was still weak, my family passed by the Eagle Sword sect territory and was attacked by shameless Eagle Sword sect disciples. In the end, my parents died tragically. Before they died, they sent me out of the Eagle Sword sect's territory. All these years, I've been thinking about revenge all the time. The simple and honest man said bluntly, the enemy of my enemy is my friend. My name is Hao Gu. How should I address you? Hao Gu asked. Fang Chun. Fang Chun nodded lightly. Regardless of whether what Hao Gu said was true or false, for him to come and inform him was already not bad. Unrivaled Eagle? Fang Chun murmured. Brother, Unrivaled Eagle is very strong. He's the strongest ancient god in the history of the Eagle Sword sect, and he's also the most monstrous genius. The upper echelons of the Eagle Sword sect think highly of Unrivaled Eagle, and they even say that he'll become a world deity in the future. Vast Ancient said, Brother, although you killed Ing Wushuang in one strike, you still have to be wary of Ing Wudi. He is not as simple as his younger brother. Fang Chun clasped his hand behind his back and sneered. So what if he's an unrivaled eagle? If he dares to come, kill him as well. Seeing this, Vast Ancient smiled bitterly. Clearly, Fong Chun did not realize how powerful the unrivaled eagle was. Ing Wudi is one of the top 20 experts on the immortal ancient god list. Brother, don't be careless. The geniuses on the immortal ancient god list are 1 in a million. They can fight above their level. Vast Ancient continued. To them, ordinary star venerables can be easily killed. Immortal ancient god list? Fong Chun was a little confused. What kind of list was that? Brother, you don't know? Vast Ancient asked. Fong Chun shook his head. After I entered the Immortal Academy of Fortune, I came here to cultivate in seclusion. I don't know anything about the Immortal Ancient God list. Vast Ancient explained the situation of the Immortal Ancient God list to Fong Chun, and Fong Chun finally understood. Is the Immortal Emperor using this to motivate the ancient gods? Fong Chun murmured. What surprised him even more was that there were actually 3 Immortal Academies of Fortune, and they were only in one of them. Immortal Emperor is so powerful. When he first established it, he thought of this problem. Naturally, he wanted to avoid it. If ancient gods, honor gods, and world deities were all in the same Immortal Academy of Fortune, it would be chaotic. The weak would have no chance of survival. Vast Ancient said, the Immortal Academy of Fortune we are in is called Ancient God Academy. Only ancient gods can enter it. The other 2 academies are Honored God Academy and the Strongest World God Academy. I see. Fong Chun nodded, and the corners of his mouth curled up, revealing a smile. The Immortal Ancient God list lists all the ancient gods in the Ancient God Academy. Only those who have reached a certain level of strength can enter the list. Vast Ancient said, the Immortal Ancient God list is in the square where we came in. If you want to enter the list, you have to go there personally and merge your aura with the list. Then, you will be able to enter the list. After knowing that he was in the Ancient God Academy, Fong Chun felt more relaxed. He was not afraid of anyone in the same realm. Since he wants to die, let him come, Fong Chun murmured. Vast Ancient was anxious and worried about Fong Chun. After all, the Invincible Eagle was an expert ranked 18th on the Immortal Ancient God list. He had once killed a middle-stage star venerable with his bare hands. His strength was too terrifying. Help me pass a message. Say that Ing Wushuang's death was his own fault. If the Invincible Eagle dares to come, kill him too. After saying that, Fong Chun leaped back to the center of the waterfall and continued to sit cross-legged to comprehend the sword principle. Seeing this, Vast Ancient opened his mouth and sighed helplessly in the end. Soon, Fong Chun's words were passed out through Vast Ancient's mouth. For a moment, many warriors in the Ancient God Academy focused their attention on the Invincible Eagle. Arrogant guy. I will take his life sooner or later. Not long after, the Invincible Eagle challenged across the sky. I have something very important to do now. After I finish, I will go to the mountain stream and smash his head. The Invincible Eagle's reply was very forceful, and it undoubtedly ignited the atmosphere of the Ancient God Academy. Everyone was looking forward to the battle between the Invincible Eagle and Fong Chun. They wanted to see how strong the mysterious warrior who could kill Ing Wushuang with a single strike was. They wanted to see if he could really withstand the Invincible Eagle's attack. Who is this guy? Why is he so arrogant? Openly challenging the Invincible Eagle? Is he out his mind? Maybe he is strong enough to not be afraid of the Invincible Eagle. Everyone had different opinions. Some supported Fong Chun, while others supported the Invincible Eagle. While the outside world was bustling, the main character, the Invincible Eagle, was hiding in a mysterious mountain range. He seemed to be waiting for something. Brother Eagle, that guy is too arrogant. He dares to challenge you in public. This is intolerable. A chubby man said in a deep voice, why don't you let me help you kill that guy? The Invincible Eagle shook his head and focused on the depths of the mountain range. I am very angry about Wushuang's death, but the dead cannot come back to life. We, the living, have to continue living. I will take care of that guy, but not now, the Invincible Eagle said. Compared to the Sky Treasure Chicken, revenge is nothing. Hearing the Invincible Eagle's words, the chubby man stopped talking. Indeed, they were going to kill Fong Chun, But midway, they received important news that the sky treasure chicken was suspected to have appeared in this mountain range. After receiving the news, the invincible eagle was so excited that he almost jumped up. As a genius of the eagle sword sect, he knew the value of the sky treasure chicken better than anyone else. If I could get the sky treasure chicken, I will definitely be able to break through the bottleneck and become a star venerable. The invincible eagle licked his dry lips and said, "Moreover, my comprehension of the way of the sword can be improved again." The sky treasure chicken was priceless in the outside world. It was a legendary tonic. The sky treasure chicken could help a warrior break through the bottleneck without any hindrance. It could even help a warrior break through from the life ancient realm to the star venerable realm. This was because the sky treasure chicken was born naturally. It was the embodiment of the power of rules, and its whole body was a treasure. A few days later, the chubby man came back from outside the mountain range, looking dejected. "What's wrong?" the invincible eagle asked. "There are rumors in the Ancient God Institute that you are afraid of that guy and do not dare to fight," the chubby man said in a deep voice. "They're all mocking you. I'm very angry. They're just a bunch of ants. Just ignore them. The sky treasure chicken is more important," the invincible eagle said calmly. He had encountered many things in his life. What did the mockery of ants mean to him? "No, I'm very angry. I have to kill that guy for you." The chubby man shook his head. The more he thought about it, the angrier he got. It was fine to insult him, but he would not allow anyone to insult the invincible eagle. The invincible eagle wanted to stop him, but he knew from the chubby man's expression that he would not listen to him. Be careful. Chapter 2897. In front of the verdant mountain stream, Vast Ancient looked at Fong Chun with a complicated expression. He did not hide his purpose of coming here. He wanted to borrow Fong Chen's hand to kill the Eagle Sword Sex people. Even if he could not kill Invincible Eagle, he would be happy if he could kill a few more Eagle Sword Sex people. With his strength alone, he would probably be killed by Invincible Eagle before he could even make a move. It wasn't easy for him to reach this point with his own efforts. He, Vast Ancient, could endure. After entering the Immortal Academy of Creation, he was not in a hurry to take revenge. "I hope I am not wrong," Vast Ancient muttered. At this moment, a rumbling sound came from outside the verdant mountain stream. Vast Ancient turned his head to look and shockingly discovered a formation descending from the sky, completely enveloping the entire green shade mountain stream. Outside the formation, there was a familiar fat man who was attacking the formation. Rumble. No matter how the fatty attacked the formation, he could not shake it. This scene made him furious. "Damn guy, do you only know how to hide in the formation like a turtle?" Right when he was cursing out, Vastgu arrived near the formation, exchanging looks with him from a distance. "Vast Ancient." Seeing Vast Ancient, the fatty said angrily, "You are here? Could it be that you are in cahoots with Wushuang's killer? Are you not afraid of Eagle Sword Sect's revenge?" "Eagle Sword Sect?" Vast Ancient sneered and shook his head. "Tell that guy to come out. I will tear him to pieces," the fatty threatened. However, Vast Ancient pointed at the formation between the two and said, "You can't even break his formation, and you want to kill him? What a joke. You're courting death." The fatty was completely enraged by Vast Ancient. He attacked fiercely. Sword Light rushed into the sky and bombarded the formation. However, no matter how he attacked, he could not shake the formation. The fatty came fiercely and attracted a lot of attention. At this moment, there were countless martial artists hiding in the dark. When they saw the formation, they also sighed. That formation's operation is completely different from the ones we usually set up." Someone exclaimed. "Did you see that? Fatty's powerful attack couldn't even shake the formation. Isn't this formation too strong?" "That's right. After all, Fatty is an expert ranked in the 30th place on the Immortal Ancient God list. His attack power is quite strong." Many people were talking about it. They were even more curious about Fong Chun. Not far away, some demons had also gathered. This array formation is somewhat familiar. Suddenly, a ray of light flashed through his mind. His expression changed drastically as he cried out involuntarily. the demonic clan's formation. It's our demonic clan's method of setting up formations. It's really the demon clan's great array. Could it be that the one who killed Ing Wushuang was a member of our demon clan? Many members of the demon race were overjoyed. That must be the case. Only our monster race would dare to kill the human race so recklessly. It's just the Eagle Sword sect. What does it count for? The members of the demon clan believed that the person who had set up the demon clan's formation must have been one of their own. In the Ancient God Institute, we monsters must be united. No matter what kind of monster we are a group. Now that our companions are being threatened, what should we do? Someone asked. I have long disliked those humans. Let's kill them all. Roar. The roar of a beast came from afar. Soon, a powerful monster rushed to the front of the formation. Puny human race, die. The powerful Yao beast opened its bloody maw and unleashed an unparalleled aura at Fatty. Courting death, the Fatty was already unhappy. Seeing the demonic clan take the initiative to attack him, he became even angrier. Whoosh! A bright sword light pierced through the head of the powerful monster, instantly killing it. In front of the green mountain stream, a complicated sword chi soared into the sky. Roar! When the other demons saw this scene, they were all enraged. They surrounded the Fatty. You dare to kill my demonic clan? You're dead. Inside the formation, when Vast Ancient saw this scene, he felt a bit of schadenfreude. Poochie! In the intense battle, one of the Fatty's arms was bitten off by one of the greater demons. Blood spurted out. A miserable cry came out of the Fatty's mouth. He activated all the strength in his body to counterattack, but it was useless. Hold on, the Fatty said in a low voice. He had already sent a message to the other members of the Eagle Sword sect. As long as they came, the demonic clan would retreat. As for the human race cultivators who were watching in the dark, they didn't make a move. This was the immortal academy of creation. Only by surviving would they have a chance of success. They didn't want the grudge between the demonic clan and the Eagle Sword sect to affect their own interests. Crack! Finally, in a chaotic battle, Fatty died tragically at the hands of the many great demons of the demon clan. Foolish human, you finally paid the price for your actions. Many greater demons gathered in front of the demonic clan's formation to discuss matters. The news of the Fatty's death quickly reached the ears of the invincible eagle. He clenched his fists, killing intent surging in his heart. However, he suppressed it in the end. The Sky Treasure Chicken was about to appear, and he couldn't ruin it at this critical moment. Greater demons of the demonic clan. The invincible eagle's face was ferocious. After I obtain the Sky Treasure Chicken, I will kill all of you. This time, the invincible eagle was truly enraged. His younger brother, unparalleled eagle, and the Fatty had died one after another. How could he not be enraged? Just you wait. When I, the invincible eagle, obtain the Sky Treasure Chicken, you will feel the arrival of the end of the world. Other than the invincible eagle, the other disciples of the Eagle Sword sect rushed to the Green Shade Mountain stream and fought fiercely with the greater demons. Hao Gu had been watching the battle outside the formation. At the same time, he admired Fong Chun even more. Just a formation was enough to make the demonic clan and the Eagle Sword sect fight each other. It was simply killing two birds with one stone. At this moment, Fong Chun was comprehending the invincible Sword Dao. The wild waterfall carried a terrifying force as it swooped down and poured on Fong Chen's body. If it weren't for the Chaos Sword body, Fong Chen's body would have been turned into meat paste. Rumble. Every time the waterfall hit, it was a test and tempering for Fong Chen's body. Over time, a layer of powerful sword chi shone on the surface of his skin. It was formed by the power of the Chaos Sword body and had a strong defense. Even a wholly venerate martial artist would not be able to break through his defense in a short time. Buzz. While Fong Chun was comprehending the invincible Sword Dao, the Chaos Sword body also provided him with a lot of help. Endless power of the Sword Dao drilled into his mind. At the same time, Fong Chen's body was also rapidly absorbing the rich heavenly energy and the power of the rules that had been changed by the immortal emperor. The Sword Dao was mainly about killing. However, It was a big problem to control the sword Dao that was filled with killing aura and make it gentle. In Fang Chen's mind, the sound of the sword lingered as if he was in a sea of sword Dao. The invincible sword Dao is made up of the invincible belief, the invincible physical body, and the invincible blood qi. None of them can be missing. Fang Chen mumbled to himself. The most important thing was the belief of being invincible. Without a courageous and invincible heart, it would be difficult to cultivate the invincible sword Dao. As Fang Chen had comprehended the sword Dao and created it himself, it was easier for him to cultivate it. Of course, it was also because of this that there were more limitations. He had to be careful and deliberate with every step he took. If he took a wrong step, the invincible sword Dao would never be truly invincible. The current Fang Chen had high requirements for the invincible sword Dao. Every step he took had to be truly invincible among those of the same level. Therefore, every move was refined from his painstaking comprehension. Beads of sweat dripped down from his forehead as Fang Chen formed a complicated seal with his hands. He was fully immersed in comprehending the sword Dao. He had no idea that the demon clan's formation that he had casually set up because he did not want to be disturbed by others had caused a chaotic battle between the demon clan and the Eagle Sword sect. It was no wonder that the demon clan treated Fang Chen as one of their own. The core of the demon clan's formation was formed by a trace of ancestor Ba Yao's remnant consciousness. Once the demon clan's formation was set up, it would automatically release the purest demon clan aura. The formation could deceive people, but the aura would never lie. The unique aura of the demon clan was difficult for humans to imitate. At the same time, the invincible eagle, who had been enduring, finally discovered the sky treasure chicken's movements. Is it finally going to appear? The invincible eagle was a little excited. After hiding here for so long, he was one step closer to his goal. At this moment, a chirp broke the silence of the mountain range. Chapter 2898. Although the sky treasure chicken wasn't a pure-blooded beast from the ancient era, its bloodline was still very heaven-defying. Fang Chen had once obtained an 8 treasures chicken and treated it like a treasure. But now, it seemed that the 8 treasures chicken and the sky treasure chicken couldn't be compared at all. Only the invincible eagle knew about the sky treasure chicken, so he could make the first move. Caw! The crowing of the chicken broke the silence of the mountain range. The invincible eagle's body trembled as he looked into the depths of the mountain range. Whoosh! A storm blew in the depths of the mountain range as the crowing of the chicken became louder and louder. In the end, it covered the entire mountain range. Through the wild wind, the invincible eagle could vaguely see the silhouette of a rooster. Let's go. The invincible eagle had long prepared everything. His figure flashed as he rushed into the depths of the mountain range. Time passed, but the invincible eagle didn't appear. Many people guessed that the invincible eagle knew that Fang Chen was too strong and didn't dare to fight him. Haogu looked at the tragic scene outside the monster race's formation and couldn't help but shake his head. Just a formation could cause a fierce battle between the monster race and the Eagle Sword sect. Fang Chen's methods were too strong. While thinking, he turned to look at Fang Chen, who was cultivating under the waterfall, and sighed in his heart. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he wouldn't have believed that this was all done by him. After half a month, the monster race's great monsters finally forced the Eagle Sword sect's disciples to retreat. The monster race will pay the price for this. The day senior brother Invincible Eagle comes out of seclusion will be the day you great monsters die. Although the Eagle Sword sect had retreated, they were still clamoring that the Invincible Eagle was their greatest support. Stay if you want to die. In this period of fierce battle, not only had the Eagle Sword sect's disciples died, but many of the monster race's great monsters had also died. So now, the monster race's great monsters had a belly full of anger. Boom! The monster race's great monsters wanted to take advantage of the situation and kill the Eagle Sword sect's disciples. But the Eagle Sword sect's disciples saw that the situation wasn't good and immediately fled. The Ancient God Institute was too vast. If they wanted to hide, no one would be able to find them. Not long after, the great demons gathered in front of the great demon formation. "Brother, we're here to help you. Please come out and meet us," one of the great demons said to the great demon formation. "Brat, quickly go and tell your master that we, the great Yao of the Yao clan, are waiting for him here." When the other great fiends saw vast goo, they loudly berated. Vast ancient's figure flashed, disappearing before everyone's eyes. Which clan do you think the great demon who set up the demon clan's formation belongs to? Many great demons were discussing amongst themselves. I once heard that this person was able to instantly kill unparalleled eagle with a single sword strike. Presumably, he can be considered a peak powerhouse within the life ancient realm. Most likely, it's the heavenly river demon race. It's possible. This time, countless geniuses of the demon clan from the heavenly river entered the ancient god institute. Maybe he is one of them. Do you think it's possible that before this great demon could finish his sentence, he was stopped by the other great demons? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. That's right. That person from the Sky River Demon race is extremely powerful. How could a mere Eagle Sword sect dare to challenge him? Time passed. Everyone in the Ancient God Institute had their eyes on the Green Mountain stream. One day, an exciting piece of news came from the Eagle Sword sect. Unparalleled Eagle had come out of seclusion. "Ah, senior brother Unparalleled Eagle has come out of seclusion. Great demons of the Yao clan, prepare to die. And the murderer who killed senior brother Unparalleled Eagle, all of you will die. Anyone who goes against the Eagle Sword sect will be killed without mercy." Once the news spread, the entire Ancient God Institute was shaken. On a spacious plain, Unparalleled Eagle stood proudly with a cold, killing intent on his face. The great demons of the Yao clan helped the murderer kill the disciples of the Eagle Sword sect. After hearing the accounts of the Eagle Sword sect disciples, Unparalleled Eagle finally understood that such a thing had happened while he was searching for the celestial treasure chicken. "Senior brother, the outside world is saying that you are afraid of that person and don't dare to appear. Moreover, senior brother Fatty also died because of this." Unparalleled Eagle's gaze swept across the crowd, and his expression became even gloomier. The Eagle Sword sect originally had many disciples, but half of them had died in such a short time. This was his responsibility. "Don't worry, I will avenge Fatty, my younger brother, and the dead disciples of the Eagle Sword sect." Unparalleled Eagle slowly said, "How dare they go against the Eagle Sword sect? They are courting death." Boom! Unparalleled Eagle's body emitted a vast aura that swept across the land. Many disciples couldn't help but retreat. "How long has it been since I felt this angry?" Even Unparalleled Eagle himself didn't know how long it had been since he felt this angry. This time, he was truly angry. After going through so much trouble, he finally obtained the legendary celestial treasure chicken, but he couldn't feel happy. His younger brother had been killed, and his good brother Fatty had also died at the hands of the enemy. In the end, half of the disciples of the Eagle Sword sect had died because of him. This was a great enmity, one that wouldn't rest until one of them was dead. Spread the news for me. 3 days later, I will personally head to the Green Shade Mountain stream and flatten the Yao clan. I will also kill the murderer of my younger brother. Unparalleled Eagle's lips curled into a sinister smile. In that smile, there was an extremely cold, killing intent. Soon, Unparalleled Eagle's words reached the Green Shade Mountain stream. The spectators in the dark were all shocked. The greater Yao clan gathered in front of the Yao clan's formation. After hearing the news, they were furious. However, they didn't lose their minds. Unparalleled Eagle is very strong. We can't fight him head-on. The elites of our clan haven't arrived yet. If we fight Unparalleled Eagle rashly, we will suffer losses. The greater Yao clan's greater Yao discussed with each other. Within the Yao clan's formation, Hao Gu's face was filled with worry. What was supposed to come had finally come. I don't know if he can withstand it. Hao Gu looked at Fong Chun in the waterfall and muttered. In a secret place, Unparalleled Eagle sat cross-legged. After the Eagle Sword sect's disciples retreated, he coughed lightly and spat out a mouthful of blood. "Who?" He took a deep breath, his face slightly pale. In order to obtain the celestial treasure chicken, I lost my strongest trump card. Unparalleled Eagle said in a deep voice. However, it's all worth it. The celestial treasure chicken is already in my hands. Thinking of this, Unparalleled Eagle's heart moved and the celestial treasure chicken appeared in front of him. Gaga. The celestial treasure chicken looked at Unparalleled Eagle with hatred. If it wasn't in a weakened state, how could it have fallen into the hands of this person? Unparalleled Eagle's hands pressed on the celestial treasure chicken, wanting to absorb its blood. Bang! Before he could even start, the celestial treasure chicken's body was hit by the energy from within, causing his body to tremble. Unparalleled Eagle frowned, but the celestial treasure chicken was somewhat proud. After thinking for a long time, Unparalleled Eagle gave up on the idea of absorbing the celestial treasure chicken's blood. Wait until my strength is fully recovered. I will definitely kill you, you bastard. After saying that, he put away the celestial treasure chicken and began to recover his strength. 3 days later, Unparalleled Eagle's face was flushed red. He slowly stood up and emitted an unparalleled power. He looked in the direction of the green shade mountain in the distance and said softly, "It's time for revenge." With a wave of his hand, he tore the space apart and took a step forward, disappearing into the void. At this moment, in front of the green shade mountain, the monsters had already set up an inescapable trap, waiting for Unparalleled Eagle's arrival. No matter how strong Unparalleled Eagle is, he won't be able to break our formation. That's right. As long as we can trap Unparalleled Eagle, we will win. Boom! Suddenly, a deafening sound came from the void. Following that, a thunderclap exploded in the clear sky. A dazzling crack appeared in the void, and a figure slowly walked out from it. It's Unparalleled Eagle. Is he finally here? 3 days have passed. Unparalleled Eagle is here. Unparalleled Eagle is here with an unparalleled power. He wants to flatten the green shade mountain. The spectators in the dark instantly became lively. Unparalleled Eagle's slender figure was reflected on the ground, giving off an incomparably shocking feeling. When the monsters below saw Unparalleled Eagle, they all frowned. The latter gave them a mysterious feeling. Do it! The greater demon controlling the spell formation roared, and the spell formation spread out to envelop the invincible eagle. Unparalleled Eagle, no matter how strong you are, what can you do? Unparalleled Eagle looked up and slowly uttered a word. Break! With a light stroke of his finger, the void trembled, and the demonic clan's grand formation shattered. Chapter 2899. After so many days, the invincible eagle finally appeared. As soon as he appeared, he destroyed the demonic beast race's formation with a single finger. This made many martial artists who were watching in the dark tremble in fear. Even the great beasts of the demonic beast race turned pale at this moment. Their hearts were filled with fear. Die! The invincible eagle said the second word. His finger pointed out once again. The finger that symbolized death gently pointed at the void. Suddenly, the void collapsed, and the great beasts that were charging towards him all died. Whoosh! The entire green shade mountain was filled with fear. All the martial artists looked at the invincible eagle with their mouths agape. His strength had already reached such a level. It was simply unbelievable. Destroying the formation with a single finger and killing the enemy with a single finger. What has the invincible eagle experienced these days? How did he become so strong? With his strength, he can definitely enter the top 10 of the immortal ancient god list. He's too strong. If we were to face the invincible eagle, he would kill us all with a single glance. The sound of discussion quickly spread out. The great beasts that had fought against the Eagle Sword sect were all dead. Not a single one was left alive. Those who go against the Eagle Sword sect will be killed without mercy. The invincible eagle stood in the air with his hands behind his back. His pitch-black eyes looked indifferently at Fong Chun, who was in the demonic beast race's formation. Corpses piled up below, and blood flowed like a river. Countless martial artists were terrified. Seeing this, Hao Gu's face changed drastically. His heart was filled with fear. The invincible eagle is so strong. Vasco couldn't help but cry out. He wanted to wake Fong Chun up. However, just as he turned around, he saw Fong Chun, who was in the waterfall, opening his eyes. In a daze, he felt that Fong Chun's gaze could shatter his primordial spirit. Did he break through? Hao Gu murmured. Still not coming out? The invincible eagle said proudly in the void. His face was filled with disdain. In his eyes, Fong Chun was just a piece of trash. His domineering entrance shocked everyone. There was no movement in the formation. The invincible eagle's face changed. The feeling of being ignored was unpleasant. Since you won't come out, I'll destroy the formation. As soon as Invincible Eagle finished speaking, he pointed his finger again. Hoo-hoo-hoo. Wild energy burst out from his body. Dazzling light appeared at the tip of his finger. In the blink of an eye, the dazzling light gathered together and formed a spatial storm. Go! The Invincible Eagle roared and pointed his finger. A vast amount of finger light shot out, bringing with it an invincible power. Dong! The finger beam hit the array and exploded. The array shook, but it managed to withstand the impact of the finger beam in the end. Seeing this, Invincible Eagle frowned and stared at the array. As for the many martial artists in the dark, their hearts were in turmoil. They had seen unrivaled Eagle's methods with their own eyes, yet they were unable to break through the array before them. Vast Ancient let out a sigh of relief. The array formation had finally blocked unparalleled Eagle's attack. The waterfall flowed downwards, constantly hitting Fong Chen's body. He slowly opened his eyes and looked at Invincible Eagle through the array formation. You finally can't hold it in anymore? Fong Chen muttered. He had been comprehending the Tao here in order to wait for the Invincible Eagle's arrival. Splash! Fong Chun flicked his wrist, and the demonic beast grand array shrunk until it disappeared into the void. Their eyes met, and sparks flew in all directions. The entire Green Shade Mountain stream was filled with an extremely oppressive aura. It was as if the entire stream was going to be crushed. Rumble! The waterfall swooped down from the cliff, and the impact was shocking. What a terrifying impact. I'm afraid even a star venerable martial artist wouldn't be able to withstand it. This guy's physical strength is too strong. He actually managed to withstand the impact of the waterfall. What a terrifying method. No wonder he could kill unparalleled Eagle with a single strike. The Invincible Eagle looked at Fong Chun from afar, and a cold, killing intent appeared in his pitch-black eyes. You kill my brother? The Invincible Eagle asked. Splash! Fong Chun stood up. His entire body was drenched by the waterfall. He deserved to die. Junior brother Fatty was also killed by you. The Invincible Eagle asked, suppressing his anger. He deserved to die too, Fong Chun said calmly. Boom! The Invincible Eagle's body emitted an extremely powerful aura. The powerful pressure in the air pressed down on Fong Chun. It's been a long time since someone dared to speak to me, the Invincible Eagle, like this. The Invincible Eagle wasn't angry. Instead, he laughed. There was a terrifying, killing intent in his laughter. The void seemed to freeze at this moment. What a joke. I was cultivating here. An unparalleled eagle disturbed me for no reason. He even forced me to hand over my supreme treasure. What's wrong with me killing him? Fong Chun said, You didn't kill an ordinary person. You killed a disciple of the Eagle Sword sect. Do you think a disciple of the Eagle Sword sect can do whatever he wants? If Ing Wushuang were to kill me, would you all go and blame him? Fong Chun refuted. The Invincible Eagle sneered, as if mocking Fong Chun's ignorance. This is a world where the strong are revered, the Invincible Falcon said. The fist is the only thing that matters. You're just an ordinary life, ancient realm cultivator. How could you possibly compare to the Eagle's Word sect? Your death won't affect the primeval chaos in any way. But my brother's death will cause the Eagle Sword sect to lose an elite disciple. So, when you kill my brother, you should have expected today's outcome. The Invincible Eagle continued. Today, you will die without a doubt. Eagle Sword sect. The corners of Fong Chen's mouth curled up, revealing a sinister smile. He spread his hands and said, "You're right. The fist is the only hard truth. I killed Unparalleled Eagle because he was too weak. I'm the reason. But in front of me, you're just a clown," the invincible eagle said arrogantly. Swords were drawn in the air, and the atmosphere was extremely oppressive. Fang Chun and the invincible eagle stood facing each other. Neither of them backed down. "Brat, who do you think you are? What qualifications do you have to point fingers at our Eagle Sword sect?" The Eagle Sword sect disciples below angrily berated. "Someone who's about to die dares to play to the gallery? What a joke. Senior brother Invincible is here. You'll die without a doubt. Cherish the good times you have now." Everyone chimed in one after another, mocking Fang Chun. However, the latter didn't care. He slowly walked out of the waterfall, and every step he took caused the air to tremble. In the blink of an eye, he arrived in front of the green mountain stream. He was very close to the invincible eagle. He stopped and looked at the invincible eagle. "Do you think you can beat me? Do you even need to ask? I think anyone should know." The invincible eagle sneered. "In front of me, the invincible eagle, no one dares to call themselves a genius. Even if you're 1 in 10,000, you'll still die at my hands. The invincible eagle is the strongest ancient god in the history of the Eagle Sword sect. His cultivation is world-shaking, and he once killed a late-stage star venerable." Fang Chun said slowly. "Such a resume is indeed shocking. If you were facing someone else, your fame alone would be enough to intimidate them." Fang Chun paused and raised his head to look at the invincible eagle. He continued, "However, in front of me, Fang Chun, you're worse than trash. You." The invincible eagle glared at Fang Chun, and his killing intent was pushed to the extreme. "I really want to know what the expressions of the Eagle Sword sect's upper echelons will be when I defeat the strongest ancient god in the history of the Eagle Sword sect, and what expression you'll have." "Invincible eagle," Fang Chun said. "There will never be such a day." The invincible eagle was completely enraged by Fang Chun. He roared and pointed his finger. Boom! Fang Chun didn't move in the face of the invincible eagle's finger. He smiled mockingly at the invincible eagle. "I've said it before. In my eyes, you're trash." When the finger collided with Fang Chun's body, it was instantly shattered by the sword light, and the tyrannical power disappeared without a trace. Fang Chun stood with his hands clasped behind his back, looking down at the invincible eagle with an extremely arrogant attitude. "You can't even break through my defense, and you dare to call yourself the strongest ancient god?" Fang Chun said word by word. The spectators who were watching in the dark felt their hearts churn. The defense Fang Chun displayed was enough to disappoint countless cultivators. Chapter 2900. Although the heavenly treasure chicken had not allowed him to break through to the star venerable realm as he had wished, Invincible Eagle's strength had made a major breakthrough. In the past, he had been known as the strongest ancient god of the Eagle Sword sect. Today, he wanted to borrow Fang Chun's hand to tell the world that he was qualified to be the strongest ancient god of the immemorial chaos. He wanted to kill this ant who dared to challenge him in a domineering manner. He wanted to let the world know that he was invincible. When Fang Chun had blocked his finger attack, Invincible Eagle's heart was filled with killing intent. Just as he had said, he would not give Fang Chun any chance in the following battle. Buzz! Suddenly, a powerful sound came from the void. The sound transformed into ripples that surrounded Fang Chun. "Oh no, it's the Eagle Sword sect's secret sound wave technique." Someone cried out. The spectators in the dark turned pale and retreated. "The secret sound wave technique is useless against me." Fang Chun's emperor-level primordial spirit shook violently and released a violent soul path power. Whoosh! Under Fang Chun's control, the power of the way of the soul quickly condensed into a spear of soul power. It carried an invincible force as it pierced towards the ripples around him. Crack! The soul power spear was so powerful that it pierced through the powerful ripples formed by the sound wave technique. Invincible Eagle's expression changed when he saw this. Then, a huge sword appeared in his hand. "You should be proud that you died under my heavenly eagle sword technique." There were very few people in the same realm who could force Invincible Eagle to use his heavenly eagle sword technique. Whoosh! As soon as the heavenly eagle sword technique was used, the void in front of invincible eagle showed signs of collapsing. The huge sword in his hand carried an unparalleled power as it danced in the void. In the blink of an eye, the powerful sword chi formed a terrifying vortex. Within the vortex, an illusory sword shadow appeared. That is, the spectators in the dark saw this scene and cried out involuntarily. Who would have thought that unrivaled eagle would actually use his strongest trump card, the heavenly eagle sword art? One could only imagine how far Fang Chun had pushed him. I wonder if that person can withstand invincible eagle's swordsmanship? Both of them are sword cultivators. This is the strongest battle between sword cultivators. No matter who wins, it will change the situation of the immortal ancient god list. I hope Fang Chun can defeat Invincible Eagle. Some people were already dissatisfied with the Eagle Sword sect, but they didn't dare to say it out loud. Among them, Hao Gu's hatred towards the Eagle Sword sect was even stronger. His pitch-black eyes reeked of blood as he stared fixedly at Invincible Eagle. He was waiting for an opportunity. Once he was confident enough, he would kill Invincible Eagle at all costs. Invincible Sword Principle, Sword of Blood Soul. This was the fourth move of the Invincible Sword Art. It was an overbearing sword move formed by the combination of the special bloodline power and the power of the Soul Tao. As soon as this move was used, Fang Chen's special bloodline power was pushed to the extreme. The special bloodline power at its peak spread out. The whole world was filled with colorful lights as it was enveloped by the power of the various bloodlines. Under the oppressive sky, an unimaginable sword light whizzed out, fiercely colliding with Invincible Eagle's sword light in front of everyone's eyes. Boom! A deafening sound resounded through the sky. Fang Chen's majestic bloodline power whizzed out his sword light and wrapped around Invincible Eagle's sword light. Crack! Invincible Eagle felt a crack appear on his sword light and his heart tightened. He didn't wait for the sword light to shatter and attacked again. Whoosh whoosh. Invincible Eagle's figure flashed as he used the heavenly eagle sword art. He pointed his finger out. The sword light and the finger light intertwined as they rushed towards Fang Chen. Fang Chen took a step forward and moved his body. He then turned his hand and slashed back. Crack! The unrivaled eagle's attack failed again, and his body was pushed back again and again. Seeing this, the crowd was amazed. The battle prowess that Fang Chen displayed was simply too powerful. Even Invincible Eagle couldn't defeat him. Invincible Eagle is going to lose. I thought Invincible Eagle was strong enough. I didn't expect Fang Chen to be even stronger. Invincible Eagle, who had steadied himself, narrowed his eyes and stared at Fang Chen. I underestimated you. I didn't expect your swordsmanship to be so exquisite, Invincible Eagle said. However, the final result won't change. Boom! As soon as Invincible Eagle finished speaking, a majestic aura surged out of his body. At the same time, Invincible Eagle took out a dagger from his bosom. When he put the black dagger and the giant sword together, they emitted a dazzling light and quickly merged together. That's the heavenly eagle mother-child sword. Someone exclaimed in the dark. What? Invincible Eagle brought the heavenly eagle mother-child sword? He's done for. It said that no ancient god can resist the heavenly eagle mother-child sword. The mother-child sword is also known as the Sword of Death. Once it's unsheathed, it will kill. It seems that the Eagle Sword sect values Invincible Eagle a lot and wants him to gain something in the Ancient God Institute. The sound of discussion was endless. The heavenly eagle mother-child sword? Fang Chen muttered. You only know now? It's too late. Invincible Eagle sneered and waved his sleeve, causing a wild gale to sweep through the void. The heavenly eagle mother-child sword takes life and destroys the soul. Under Invincible Eagle's control, the heavenly eagle mother-child sword shot out rapidly and arrived in front of Fang Chen in the blink of an eye. Everyone knew that if the sword pierced Fang Chen, he would die without a doubt. They were all guessing what method Fang Chen would use to block it. You're dead. Invincible Eagle said viciously. Can't block it anymore. Vascu's expression changed greatly. Without thinking, his figure flashed and appeared in front of the heavenly eagle mother-child sword. Pucci! Under everyone's gaze, Vascu's body was pierced through by the heavenly eagle mother-child sword. Splash! He spurted out a large amount of blood from his mouth. His body trembled and blood flowed out from the wound on his chest. His life force was fading away. Dong! A powerful force exploded from the heavenly eagle mother-child sword, shattering Vascu's organs. Vascu turned his head with difficulty and looked at Fang Chen with a smile. I helped you stop the heavenly eagle mother-child sword. I hope you can kill Invincible Eagle. Before he could finish his words, his body exploded and his soul was destroyed. The heavenly eagle mother-child sword flashed and returned to Invincible Eagle's hand. Fang Chen's heart was filled with complicated emotions. He kept shaking his head. Vascu's speed was too fast. When he wanted to make a move, it was already too late. You don't need to do this at all, Fang Chen murmured. He clenched his fists tightly and emitted an ice-cold aura from his body. Although he had not interacted with Vascu for long, he could feel that this person valued friendship. For revenge, he was willing to endure humiliation. But now, he still blocked the heavenly eagle mother-child sword for him despite knowing that he was going to die. You won't die in vain. I'll avenge you. After being absent-minded for a short while, Fang Chen collected his emotions and raised his head to look at Invincible Eagle. He was an innocent person, Fang Chen said. So what? He deserved it. Invincible Eagle said coldly. He won't die in vain. You have to pay the price for this, Fang Chen continued. What a joke. If he didn't block the heavenly eagle mother-child sword for you, can the current you still stand and talk? Invincible Eagle said. In his view, Vascu's death was completely caused by Fang Chen. Fang Chen fell into silence and did not speak anymore. The air was filled with a sorrowful aura. Everyone in the dark was tongue-tied. The power of the heavenly eagle mother-child sword was indeed worthy of its reputation. Even an expert like Vascu couldn't resist its sharpness. Just now, Vascu blocked the power of the heavenly eagle mother-child sword for you. Now that he's dead, who will block it for you next? Invincible Eagle held the heavenly eagle mother-child sword in his hand and was in high spirits. A person like you is never worthy of being the victor, Invincible Eagle said. If I were you, I would have killed myself here long ago. Under Invincible Eagle's ridicule, Fang Chen slowly raised his head. Actually, even if Vascu didn't block it with his life, I wouldn't have died. As he spoke, his eyes burned and his aura rose. A mere heavenly eagle mother-child sword is not enough to make me, Fang Chen, helpless. Chapter 2901. No matter how Invincible Eagle taunted, Fang Chen responded calmly. However, under this calmness, there was an extremely strong killing intent, an unprecedented killing intent. Hao Gu's death was still a huge blow to Fang Chen. He felt a little guilty in his heart. He was wrong from the start. He should not have given Invincible Eagle a chance. This way, he would not have the chance to use the Sky Eagle mother-child swords, and Hao Gu would not have died. All sorts of thoughts flashed through his mind. Finally, he raised his head, and his eyes were filled with shock. Wang, the supreme ancestral I was fully activated, and an extremely vast, illusory aura was emitted from his body. The two combined, forming a huge, illusory realm. Invincible Eagle was in the illusory realm. What? You want to use unorthodox methods to go against my Sky Eagle mother-child swords? Invincible Eagle sneered. A mere illusory realm had no effect on him. However, just as his voice fell, he felt a trace of something wrong. When the aura of the illusory realm came into contact with his body, it was actually secretly absorbing the energy in his body. Let's end this quickly and break the illusory realm. After making the decision, Invincible Eagle swung the Sky Eagle mother-child swords again. In front of the green mountain stream, Fang Chen held the hilt of the hidden star sword with one hand, and the other hand touched the tip of the sword lightly. Seeing Invincible Eagle use the Sky Eagle mother-child swords to attack the illusory realm, Fang Chen used a little force, and the tip of the sword was forcefully bent back. In an instant, the hidden star sword was in an arc, and the sword tip and hilt were in his hands. When the hidden star sword's bending reached the limit, the illusory realm shattered. Invincible Eagle rushed out of the illusory realm, holding the sky Eagle Mother-Child swords in high spirits. "Kid, go to hell." Following Invincible Eagle's roar, the sky Eagle Mother-Child swords in his hand also shot out once again. "Break!" Fang Chen's voice was like rolling thunder, spreading out. In the next moment, the void distorted, and sword chi swept out. He suddenly loosened his hand, and the sword tip bounced out with a bang. Dong! In a flash, the hidden star sword and the sky Eagle Mother-Child swords clashed. Invincible Sword Dao, illusory sword. Truth and falsehood, mixing the false with the real. What the heavenly Eagle Mother-Child sword struck was a mirage, and at the same time the mirage collapsed, the real hidden star sword appeared out of thin air, and the sword suppressed the heavenly eagle. Press! Fang Chun pushed the invincible swordsmanship to the extreme. The hidden star sword erupted with unprecedented power, completely suppressing the heavenly Eagle Mother-Son sword. How could this be? The smile on Invincible Eagle's face instantly froze. He tried his best to communicate with the heavenly eagle swords, but failed. Impossible, absolutely impossible. Unparalleled Eagle shook his head in disappointment. "Eat my fist." At this moment, Fang Chen's figure shifted, appearing behind the Invincible Eagle and punching out. The power of the Chaos Sword body was fully displayed at this moment. Crack! The Invincible Falcon was sent flying backward, his head exploding and blood spraying out. His nascent divinity glowed brightly as he struggled to maintain his life force. "I can't accept this." At this point, unrivaled Eagle's momentum was already gone. He screamed miserably, unwilling to accept this. "No, I have to leave this place." In a panic, the Invincible Eagle wanted to escape, but Fang Chun wouldn't give him the chance. "Die!" Fang Chun punched out again, wanting to end the Invincible Eagle's life. But at this moment, the Invincible Eagle risked being severely injured and burned his blood essence to force the heavenly Eagle Mother-Son sword to self-destruct. Boom! The heavenly Eagle Mother-Son sword, which was suppressed by the hidden star sword, shook as its internal energy dissipated and was about to explode. Seeing this, Fang Chen's face changed. His figure flashed and appeared above the heavenly Eagle Mother-Son sword, suppressing it with the power of the Chaos Sword body. Taking advantage of this opportunity, the Invincible Eagle disappeared from the mountain stream. Fang Chun didn't chase after him. He was suppressing the heavenly Eagle Mother-Son sword. Once the latter exploded, the consequences would be unimaginable. "How is it?" After a long time, Fang Chun asked, "Master, the heavenly Eagle Mother-Son sword is completely under my control. It can't self-destruct." The hidden star sword transmitted its voice. Fang Chun nodded and jumped to the ground. Crash! The heavenly Eagle Mother-Son sword fell to the ground. Its luster was dim, like an ordinary sword. Many martial artists who were watching in the dark were completely shocked. They had witnessed a miraculous scene. Fang Chun defeated the Invincible Eagle by himself and even suppressed the heavenly Eagle Mother-Son sword. What did I just see? Tell me that I'm not seeing things. Is all of this real? Picking up the heavenly Eagle Mother-Son sword, Fang Chun glanced ahead, scaring everyone in the dark into retreating. In the blink of an eye, only Fang Chun was left in front of the mountain stream. "Brother Hao Gu, rest in peace." Fang Chun bowed deeply towards the place where Hao Gu died and said in a low voice. Then, he turned his head and looked at the waterfall. "With my current physical strength, there's no point in cultivating under the waterfall." Fang Chun muttered, "Let's go take a look at other places." The news spread quickly, and the Ancient God Institute was shocked. The top 20 experts on the Immortal Ancient God list were also paying attention to this matter. Everyone in the Ancient God Institute was discussing this matter. When the great beasts of the monster clan found out that the one who killed Ing Wushuang was a human martial artist, they were all furious. Damn human martial artist. He purposely set up a monster clan formation to mislead us great beasts of the monster clan. causing us to die tragically in the hands of the invincible eagle. That's right. We must take revenge. Our monster clan cannot be humiliated. We must destroy this human brat. In an instant, the great beasts of the monster clan in the top 20 on the immortal ancient god list said that they wanted to kill Fong Chun. At the same time, they were also looking for Fong Chun. When they gathered at the Green Shade Mountain stream, the place was already empty. In this way, the news that Fong Chun was afraid of revenge spread like wildfire. More and more people spread the news. In the end, the great beasts of the monster clan even humiliated Fong Chun, believing that he had defeated the invincible eagle by relying on the geographical location. If they found him, they would strip his primordial spirit and let him suffer for eternity. When the entire Ancient God Institute was in an uproar, the immortal Ancient God list on the square suddenly changed. It shone in all directions, shocking everyone. Many martial artists came to the square as fast as they could. When they saw the immortal Ancient God list, they were stunned. In the 8th place of the immortal Ancient God list, there was a new name, Fong Chun. How is this possible? Although he defeated the invincible eagle, it is impossible for him to be in the 8th place. The immortal Ancient God list contains a trace of the immortal Emperor's consciousness. It can sense everything in the Ancient God Institute. Its judgment can't be wrong. Heavens, has Fong Chun's strength already reached such a level? Many people were shocked. They knew better than anyone what it meant to be in the 8th place on the immortal Ancient God list. Even in the entire ancient chaos, he was considered a top expert among the ancient gods. He has been here before. He must know that the great beasts of the monster clan are looking for him. Where did he go? Suddenly, many people were concerned about Fong Chun's whereabouts. A few days later, news came from the south. The great beast ranked 19th on the immortal ancient god list was killed by a mysterious expert with one stroke of his sword. Once the news came out, it immediately caused a sensation. It was obvious that it was Fong Chun's doing. Has he already taken action? It seems that those great beasts are in trouble. With Fong Chun's strength, he can kill them one by one. 7 days later, the great beast ranked 15th on the immortal ancient god list was killed. Once the news came out, everyone was shocked. However, this was not the end. In the following days, Fong Chun cultivated while killing great beasts. In just 1 month, the great beasts of the monster clan who ranked in the top 20 on the immortal ancient god list were almost wiped out. Only the great beast ranked 3rd, Revered Demon, was still alive. On this day, Revered Demon came out of seclusion. Damn human warrior, how dare you kill my fellow monster clan members? If I catch you, I will tear you to pieces. The venerated demon Great Demon had threatened to kill Fong Chun. For a moment, everyone's eyes were focused on Revered Demon. Although Fong Chun ranked 8th on the immortal ancient god list, everyone felt that Fong Chun's strength was far beyond their imagination. Perhaps he was not afraid of Revered Demon. In a wasteland, Fong Chun walked slowly. Revered Demon? Fong Chun murmured. "You next." Over the past few days, Fong Chun had gradually gathered some important information while killing the great demons. He felt more and more that the Immortal Academy of Creation was mysterious. Chapter 2902. In the Ancient God Institute, the geniuses of various clans were seizing every second to look for opportunities. Only the great demons of the Demon Clan had publicly threatened to tear Fong Chun into pieces. Even the great demon, Revered Demon, who was ranked 3rd on the immortal ancient god list, attached great importance to this matter. Stupid human, you are playing with fire by provoking the Demon Clan. The great demon, Revered Demon, was looking for Fong Chun all over the world. The great demons of the other demon clans were also trying to find out about Fong Chun. However, Fong Chun, who was in the middle of the whirlpool of public opinion, had disappeared. It was as if he had evaporated from the earth. No matter how hard the great demon, Revered Demon, and the other demon clans searched, they could not find him. In a mysterious valley, there was a powerful formation around it that isolated it from the outside world. Sword Chi shot up to the sky. This was the world of Sword Principle. Splash! In the quiet valley, a shocking wave suddenly surged up from a calm stream. A resplendent sword image soared into the sky. As soon as the sword shadow appeared, the sword chi in the valley became chaotic. It was as if it was going to break the shackles of heaven and earth, forming a powerful resonance. It was terrifying. However, if one took a closer look, they would find that the sword shadow was actually a human figure. Rip! The sword shadow shot up to the sky and tore the void apart with its sharp blade. Then, a human figure quickly appeared. He stood above the ground, his black eyes emitting a terrifying aura. He looked down at the ground as if he was in deep thought. The sword chi patterns around his body were flickering. He was like an old man who had been immersed in sword principle for countless years. He was persistent and focused. After cultivating here for 3 months, my understanding of sword principle has reached a new height. The first 5 moves of invincible sword principle have been perfected and are truly flawless. Feng Chen murmured. When he was killing the great demons, he accidentally found such a sacred place for sword cultivators. Of course, he would not miss it. He set up a formation to isolate the valley from the outside world. Then, he began to comprehend sword principle. Feng Chen benefited a lot from the sword principle here. For 3 whole months, Feng Chen's mind constantly evolved the development of countless invincible sword principle, but in the end he rejected all of them one by one. The invincible sword Dao was his strongest sword Dao. No flaws were allowed. Every step he took had to be perfect. Otherwise, he would rather not create it than act recklessly. During this period, Feng Chen realized the shortcomings of the invincible swordsmanship. He spent a lot of time to completely rebuild the 5 sword moves. Finally, he perfected the 5 sword moves to the best state. Ooh! Feng Chen heaved a sigh of relief as a smile appeared on his face. He took a look at his own body. Chaotic sword chi covered the surface of his skin, forming his strongest defense. And within his body, the vibrating power was unable to calm down for a long time. Middle life, ancient realm. Feng Chen murmured. Who would have thought that while he was comprehending the sword Dao, he would actually make a breakthrough in his realm? This breakthrough made Feng Chen's strength soar. He was truly invincible in the Ancient God Institute. If I go all out now, I won't even be afraid of peak star venerables, Feng Chen said with a smile. Although the 6th move of the invincible sword principle had not been created, at least there was a very clear path. Next, as long as he accumulated enough sword principle comprehension, he would be able to make a breakthrough. Let's go out and meet the demon first. Ancient God Institute. Over the past 3 months, Feng Chen seemed to have evaporated from the earth. Countless rumors spread. Some said that Feng Chen had found a mysterious place and was cultivating in seclusion. Some said that Feng Chen had gone into hiding because he was afraid of the revenge of the demon. Of course, some said that Feng Chen had encountered danger while exploring a certain relic and had died. There were so many rumors that people could not tell which was true. He dared to go against the demon clan. This is his fate. Humph! He dared to provoke the demon clan just because he got some opportunities. He deserved to die. There's no need to wait. The so-called hero in your hearts has already died. The demon clan's great demons all sneered. Many human clan warriors were still hoping that Feng Chen would appear. Impossible. With Feng Chen's strength, it's impossible for him to die unless he encountered great danger. A miracle will happen again. When Feng Chen comes out of seclusion, the demon will die. Walking on a wasteland, Feng Chen's lips curled up into a strange smile. I didn't expect the Ancient God Institute to be in such a mess after I've been cultivating in seclusion for 3 months. Feng Chen murmured. A trace of cold, killing intent flashed in his eyes. Not long after, news of Feng Chen came from the Ancient God Institute, which instantly caused a great sensation. In 3 days, we will fight to the death at the summit of Tai. After hearing this news, the human clan warriors fell into a state of madness. They were extremely excited. As for the great demons of the demon clan, their faces were full of disdain. After hiding for 3 months, he finally stopped being a coward? Ridiculous. Does he think that by cultivating in seclusion for 3 months, he could defeat the demon? In 3 days, the demon will definitely take his life. For a time, the news spread everywhere. Finally, the demon gave a response. In 3 days, he would take Fang Chen's life at the summit of Tai. This battle was the focus of the entire Ancient God Institute. Even the top two monstrous geniuses on the immortal Ancient God list came out of seclusion to pay attention to the summit of Tai. Stupid guy, if you've been hiding, I couldn't do anything to you. But you appeared in public. This time, you will definitely die, the demon said coldly. My lord, Fang Chun is so arrogant after hiding for 3 months. Could he be plotting something? The other great demons asked. Although my lord is powerful and doesn't fear humans, you still have to be careful. After all, this is the Ancient God Institute. Yes, that guy is so high profile. Did he get some super powerful treasure? Many great demons were talking about it. Only the demon sneered in his heart. Don't worry, he is just a human warrior. I will definitely kill him, the demon said. By the way, has there been any news from that side? Hearing this, many great demons' faces darkened. After a moment of silence, one of the great demons said in a low voice, My lord, we have tried to communicate with that side, but we haven't gotten in touch yet. But we can confirm that that area should be the weakest link between the two places. Now, we are most afraid that the 2 guys from the human clan will come out and make trouble. To ensure that nothing goes wrong, we must kill all the human warriors before we open that place. The demon nodded with a cold light in his eyes. He said, I know. Continue to communicate with them. Once there is news, inform me immediately. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. On this day, everyone's eyes were focused on the peak of the Tai Mountain. At the foot of the mountain, countless warriors looked up and saw a stalwart figure on the peak. He stood there quietly, as if he had merged with heaven and earth. His sword chi pierced through the void. Fang Chun is here, someone exclaimed, which instantly attracted everyone's attention. It seems that he is very confident in this battle. Otherwise, he wouldn't have come so early. This battle concerns the future of the human clan and the demon clan in the Ancient God Institute. We support Fang Chun unconditionally. That's right. I really hope that Fang Chun can teach the demon a lesson. The great demons of the demon clan are too arrogant. We must teach them a lesson. At the peak of the Tai Mountain, Fang Chun looked straight ahead and relaxed. He didn't seem to take this battle seriously at all. I feel that the Ancient God Institute is unusual. Fang Chun stood on the peak and glanced over the entire Ancient God Institute. He was slightly moved. Swoosh! Suddenly, the sound of something breaking through the air was heard. Then, a powerful demon aura came from the distant horizon. Is he here? Fang Chun turned his head and saw a black light swooping down. When it was about to reach the peak of the Tai Mountain, the demon's figure burst out from it. Dong! The demon landed on the peak of the Tai Mountain, causing the entire mountain to tremble. His face was ferocious, and his body exuded a wild aura. His eyes were as big as gongs as he stared at Fang Chun. You are Fang Chun? The demon asked in a domineering manner. Fang Chun nodded and smiled at the demon. The demon glared at Fang Chun and said, A middle-life ancient realm guy dares to kill a great demon of the demon clan. You are very brave. Surrender now, and I will leave you with an intact corpse. Otherwise, you will die without a burial place, the demon said coldly. Leave me with an intact corpse? What big words! Are all the great demons of the demon clan like you, speaking without thinking? Fang Chun said sarcastically. Boom! The demon spread out his claws, and a terrifying demon aura gathered in his palms, forming 2 balls. Die! The venerated demon, Great Demon, was the first to strike. 2 huge claws suddenly struck out. 2 balls containing dense demonic chi blasted towards Fang Chun, one in front and one behind. Dong! Fang Chun activated the Chaos Sword body and raised his defense to the highest level. He stood there quietly, allowing the 2 balls to hit his body. Crack! The ferocious sphere shattered with a loud bang. However, there were no injuries on Fang Chun's body. Is this all you've got? Fang Chun sneered. Honorable demon, 3rd on the immortal ancient god ranking. Oomph! That was just a warm-up. I will let you know that the demon clan is not to be messed with. As soon as the demon finished his words, a violent demon aura shot up to the sky and shrouded the entire Tai Peak. At the same time, his huge body rushed towards Fang Chun. Get lost. Fang Chun threw out a punch, but it was easily neutralized by the demon. You're dead. The demon's eyes turned red, and he roared in anger. Fang Chun took out the hidden star sword and displayed the invincible sword principle. Swoosh! The sword with the power to split heaven and earth struck the demon. It instantly neutralized the demon's attack and forced him to retreat. Roar! The demon roared and continued to attack. However, right at this moment, a sound that shook the ancient god Institute resounded from the distant horizon. Instantly, the enraged demon came to a halt as a look of astonishment appeared on its gigantic face. After lying in bed for 2 days, I finally feel better today. I should be fine tomorrow. I drag my weak body to write this chapter. I am going to rest. If my dizziness gets better, I will get up and write another chapter. Chapter 2904. The sudden change attracted a lot of attention. All the cultivators on the plain looked in the direction of the sound. At the peak of Tai, when the great demon saw this, he became extremely irritable. Boom! The demonic great demon threw out a punch. Vast power vibrated in the void and collided with Fang Chun's sword light. Invincible sword technique. Fang Chun unleashed his invincible sword art. Dazzling sword light burst out from the star-hidden sword and rapidly pierced towards Zun Mo. The latter's expression changed drastically. He threw his head back and roared, unleashing his strongest power to attack Fang Chun. Dong! However, at this moment, a deafening sound came from the distant horizon again. As soon as the voice was heard, a blinding light shot out from the source of the voice, causing the great demon to panic. Brat, consider yourself lucky today. In the future, I will definitely take your dog life. At first, the great demon had wanted to kill Fang Chun before leaving. However, after seeing the situation in the distant horizon, he could no longer fight Fang Chun with peace of mind. He had to get there as quickly as possible. You want to leave? Fang Chun also seemed to sense Reverend Demon's anxiety. He slashed his sword across the sky and stopped Reverend Demon at the peak of Tai. You are courting death. The face of this demon was malevolent as he howled out in rage. At the same time, he swiped out with both of his claws, causing the entire sky to feel as though it was about to shatter. With a tearing sound, his claws grabbed the dense power of the way of the heavens and the void, forming a majestic attack. With a stomp of his feet, he turned into a stream of light and rushed towards Fang Chun. Invincible sword technique, illusory sword. The furious attack of a great demon was not to be underestimated. Fang Chun no longer held back and displayed an illusory sword. This was the 5th sword of the invincible sword principle, and also the most powerful one. It was a sword move created by Fang Chun when he observed the illusion. This move was the perfect fusion of Sword Dao and Illusion Dao. At the same time as he unleashed this move, a boundless illusory aura gushed out from Fang Chun's body. At the same time, the ancestral eye of the utmost being opened up. Supreme ancestral eye? Seeing this, the demon licked his dry lips and sneered. My race loves to devour the ancestral eye the most. As soon as it finished speaking, the demonic great demon's body expanded once again. It was as if it was going to break through the heavens, and it only stopped growing after reaching a height of 100 jong. He stood at the peak of Tai and looked down. In his eyes, Fang Chun was nothing more than an ant. He waved his large claw, and evil energy whizzed out, turning into an arrow that pierced towards Fang Chun. At the same time, the demonic great demon's claws were also quickly grabbing towards Fang Chun's head. Their race fed on the ancestral eye of the human race. Now that they saw that Fang Chun had the ancestral eye, they naturally wouldn't miss it. Below the peak of Tai, the hearts of countless martial artists were filled with shock. They widened their eyes and watched the battle at the peak of Tai dumbfoundedly. Too powerful. Is this a battle between the strongest ancient gods? A demonic great demon is already so powerful. I wonder how powerful Cheng-Yi and Gutong, who are ranked first on the Immortal Ancient God list, are. The opening of the Immortal Academy of Creation shook the entire primordial chaos. Every race and every force fought to be the first to send their geniuses into the Academy of Eternal Creation. The Ancient God Academy gathered almost all the top ancient gods in the entire primordial chaos. The ancient gods on the Immortal Ancient God list were the strongest ancient gods today, and they could fight against the demonic great demon. The demonic great demon was ranked third on the Immortal Ancient God list. From this point alone, it could be seen that there were less than 5 ancient gods in the entire primordial chaos who were stronger than him. But now, he was being suppressed by an unknown human warrior. Where did this guy called Feng Chen come from? He's too strong. Is he still human? He's only in the late life ancient realm, but he has such powerful combat strength. He suppressed the demonic great demon and made him furious. This strength is comparable to Gut Tung, who is ranked second on the Immortal Ancient God list. Below the peak of Tai, countless warriors were discussing. At this moment, their admiration for Feng Chen could not be any greater. It was hard to imagine that such a monstrous genius could appear in the current era. Could it be another Gu Tianhua and Lin Qian? Even Gu Tianhua, who is at the same level, is not much stronger than him. If he continues to develop like this, once he steps into the demonic great demon level, he will definitely surpass Lin Qian and Gu Tianhua. When the names of these two people were mentioned, everyone's hearts trembled. Gu Tianhua of the Gu family was one of the most monstrous geniuses in the primordial chaos. He was the fastest freak to step into the void ancient realm, an unprecedented record. And Lin Qian of the Lin family was the fastest to step into the star ancient realm. In the primordial chaos, these two experts were known as the peerless geniuses, the strongest ancient gods since ancient times. Now, although they had both stepped into the demonic great demon level, their legends were still circulating in the primordial chaos. Their achievements in the ancient god realm were unreachable by later generations. I don't think so. He can only fight against the demonic great demon. Perhaps he will continue to grow in the future. But comparing him to Lin Qian and Gu Tianhua is putting him on a pedestal. Someone made a sound of objection. Gu Tianhua and Lin Qian, whether in terms of potential or strength, were the best in the same realm. In their hearts, Feng Chen's foundation was too shallow. He was still far from surpassing the two. That's right. Putting everything else aside, just those two records alone are enough to make many people despair. Someone else spoke up, thinking that Feng Chen was inferior to Lin Qian and Gu Tianhua. However, if they knew that Feng Chen had broken Gu Tianhua and Lin Qian's records alone, what would they think? Furthermore, he had raised this record to a level that was truly unprecedented and would never be surpassed in the future. Unfortunately, there were very few people who knew about this news. Boom! Just as everyone was discussing, the battle at the peak of Tai reached its climax. Feng Chen used the illusory realm as the foundation and fully activated the illusory sword, completely suppressing the demonic great demon. The latter roared at the sky from time to time, but he could not break out of the cage. Damn it! The demonic great demon roared in anger, his eyes as big as gongs staring at Feng Chen. He wanted nothing more than to tear Feng Chen into pieces. Whoosh! With a swing of his hand, the hidden star sword stabbed at the demonic great demon, who desperately tried to block. At this time, two figures flashed in the sky, causing an uproar below. That's Cheng-Yi and Gutong. Did they go as well? Seeing these two people, the demonic great demon became even more anxious. He glared angrily at Feng Chen and made a decision. I cannot delay any longer, otherwise the plan will change. Thinking of this, he could not care less. He gritted his teeth, spat out a mouthful of essence blood, and burned it. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. After burning his essence blood, the demonic great demon's presence rose to a peak. At the same time, he took out a black bead and swallowed it. In the blink of an eye, his presence had reached an unprecedented level. Break! The demonic great demon clenched his fist and punched. An earth-shattering punch landed on the illusory realm, instantly shattering it. At the same time, Fang Chen's illusory sword attacked. Seeing this, the demonic great demon did not even look. He threw out a punch and blocked Fang Chen's illusory sword. Seeing this, Fang Chen's expression changed. When he thought that the demonic great demon would attack with all his strength, he did something unexpected. He stomped his foot and his figure flickered. He escaped into the void and swept toward the distant horizon. Did the demonic great demon escape? Below the Tai Peak, countless people were in an uproar. They were shocked. Even the demonic great demon, who was ranked third on the immortal ancient god list, had been defeated. Perhaps only Cheng Yi and Gutang could fight with Fang Chen. Has a supreme treasure appeared? Fang Chen frowned and stared at the distant horizon, murmuring. From the demonic great demon's behavior, there seemed to be something very important to him in the distant horizon. Let's go. Without thinking, Fang Chen used the space-time escape technique and chased after it. For a time, the many martial warriors below the peak of the Supreme One also swarmed over. Cheng Yi, good tongue. I hope you don't ruin my plan otherwise. Chapter 2905. The place where the dazzling light came from was rather far away from the peak of Tai. In the process of flying, Zun Mo discovered that Fang Chen was chasing after him. His face was gloomy, and he struck out with a backhand palm. The vast power of the demon clan formed a palm print in the void and blasted towards Fang Chen. Swoosh! Using the invincible sword principle, he slashed out with the hidden star sword and split it in half. Along the way, Fang Chen and Zun Mo were chasing and fighting at the same time. Zun Mo used a forbidden technique, and his power was raised to the extreme in a short time. For a while, Fang Chen could not do anything to him. What's in there? Why would a demon sovereign be so crazy? The closer he got to the destination, the more cautious Fang Chen was. He no longer attacked Zun Mo, but followed behind him unhurriedly. What surprised Fang Chen the most was that Cheng Yi and Gutang, who were elusive, had both appeared. These two geniuses were the strongest ancient gods in the immemorial chaos, and they were also the future hope of the human clan. The potential of the two of them was so strong that it was daunting to look at. It was said that a peerless expert once said that these two were most likely to reach the level of Lin Qian and Gu Tianhua. Some peerless experts even said that it was only a matter of time before they reached the level of Universe God. Zun Mo and Universe God were on completely different levels. In the immemorial chaos, there were many Zun Mo, but very few Universe Gods. Moreover, they were all very mysterious. From this point, it could be seen how terrifying Cheng Yi and Gutang's potential was. Since these two entered the Ancient God Institute, they had been the top two on the immortal ancient god list, and it had never changed. Moreover, after they entered, they disappeared without a trace, as if they had been in seclusion. This time, they appeared together because of the commotion here. Fang Chen's intuition told him that this place must be extraordinary. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. After a few hours, following Zun Mo, they finally arrived at their destination. At a glance, there was a dense forest ahead. What was shocking was that this forest was full of hemlock trees. Hemlock tree. Upon seeing this scene, Fang Chen was somewhat stunned. Soon after, he took a deep breath as his pitch-black eyes stared intently at the dense forest. The hemlock tree was a very magical tree in the chaos. Its body was as tough as the fleshly body of a god. Therefore, many times some powerful weapon refiners would use it to refine weapons. Weapons refined from its body, even the most ordinary of weapons, were extremely terrifying. However, in the outside world, hemlock trees were almost extinct. He didn't expect the Ancient God Institute to have so many hemlock trees. Soon after, many warriors and great demons arrived. When they saw the hemlock tree, they were all dumbfounded. However, it was not the hemlock tree that attracted the demon. Voila! He leaped into the dense forest, as if he did not care about the hemlock trees at all. Go in. Fang Chen also jumped in and followed closely behind the great demon. Oh my God, there are so many hemlock trees here. No wonder it's the immortal institute of creation. If these hemlock trees were placed in the outside world, it would definitely cause a commotion. Many people's hearts began to stir. No one knew who shouted, but immediately, the vast crowd rushed into the forest like a tide. They crazily mined the hemlock trees, wanting to take them for themselves. The hemlock trees belonged to the demon clan. The great demons of the demon clan looked eager as they rushed into the forest. Ha ha! One of the warriors was the first to rush to a hemlock tree. His face was filled with an excited smile as he fiercely punched the hemlock tree. He seemed to have already seen the scene of him taking the hemlock tree into his arms. However, something unexpected happened. Crack! A crisp sound came from the hemlock tree. Immediately after, everyone saw that the warrior who attacked the hemlock tree was quickly sent flying backward. With a bang, his body fell outside the forest. When everyone looked over, they sucked in a breath of cold air because he had already lost all signs of life. Everyone was shocked. Wasn't this too terrifying? How terrifying was the aura contained in the hemlock tree? An ancient life realm martial artist had actually been killed by the shockwave of this attack. Humph! We humans also want to take the hemlock tree. Seeing this, the great demons of the demon clan mocked. Your bodies are too weak to withstand the powerful force contained in the hemlock tree, a great demon said. The demon clan is born stronger than the human clan. These hemlock trees are destined to belong to the demon clan. After saying this, the great demon strode toward a hemlock tree. Watch carefully. The great demon glanced at the human clan warriors and sneered. He grabbed the trunk of the hemlock tree with his claws and pulled it up. Bang! Just as the great demon was gloating, his body exploded and his flesh and blood turned into a mess. This scene made the other great demons pale. Thinking of how they had just mocked the human clan warriors, they felt their faces burn. Deep in the forest, passing through the dense hemlock trees, the great demon clan warrior came to the depths of the forest aggressively. At this time, two figures appeared in front of him. They were Chung-Yi and Gutong. Chung-Yi, Gutong, do you want to interfere? The great demon clan warrior roared angrily. Chung-Yi, who was dressed in white, turned to look at the great demon clan warrior, but did not speak. Gutong, who was emitting a fierce aura, said in a deep voice, "This is the ancient God Institute, not the territory of the demon clan. Why can't we come?" Gutong's words made the great demon clan warrior even angrier. He stretched out his large finger and pointed to the depths of the forest. The demon clan has occupied this place since we entered the ancient God Institute. Leave quickly, or don't blame me for being rude. Umph! Chung-Yi snorted and did not speak. Gutong's broad axe swayed. What? You want to fight? Don't forget, you're only ranked third on the immortal ancient god list. After saying this, Gutong seemed to think of something and added, "Besides, you can't even defeat him. Why do you have to order us around?" Damn it! The great demon clan warrior roared angrily. A black evil aura appeared around him. He opened his hands and waved them fiercely. The entire sky changed color. At the same time, in an open space deep in the forest, a crystal-clear light was emitted. It resonated with the aura of the great demon clan warrior. "Since you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish." The great demon clan warrior waved his hand. A terrifying aura shot up into the sky and enveloped the entire forest. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The black aura quickly formed a powerful restriction around them, trapping Fang Chun and the other two. Seeing this, Fang Chun frowned slightly. He felt that the restriction was not ordinary. What does he want to do? Fang Chun thought to himself, could it be? Chung-Yi and Gutong looked at each other and said, "This is related to the connection of the three academies. We can't let the great demon clan warrior occupy it. Let's end this quickly." After saying this, the two attacked together. Gutong roared and waved his broad axe at the restriction. Chung-Yi's figure flashed and turned into a stream of light, rushing toward the restriction. Amazing! Seeing the two attack, Fang Chun could not help but sigh. Gotong and Chung Yi had reached the limit of the life ancient realm. It was not an exaggeration to call them the strongest ancient gods. Gotong should be a body-refining martial artist, and Chung Yi seems to be a void martial artist, Fang Chun said in a low voice. Boom! The first joint attack of the two collided with the restriction. Whoosh! Ripples appeared on the restrictive barrier, and the wild laughter of the great demon sovereign could be heard from outside. How is my demon slayer formation? The great demon clan warrior said, Originally, I prepared this formation to break the barrier of the three academies, but you insisted on ruining my plan, so I had to use it in advance. Demon slayer formation? Fang Chen's heart skipped a beat. It seemed that the great demon clan warrior had come prepared. Legend has it that the demon slayer formation is one of the core formations of the demon clan. Unexpectedly, the great demon clan warrior brought it to the immortal academy of fortune, Fang Chun said. Gutong held his broad axe and said in a deep voice, Great demon clan warrior, don't be arrogant. It's just a demon slayer formation. Watch me smash it with my broad axe. Chung Yi frowned slightly. He seemed to have realized that the demon slayer formation was difficult to deal with. However, he was still confident.